boxes are there? All right, here we go. Here's for the ones that we got. Okay. Okay. According to the dashboard, it is connecting to live stream software. It says we are currently live streaming at a frothy 6,500 kilobits per second. What's up?
Smooth. That's so many. Bro. That's so many bits.
It's a lot of bits, dude. Have you ever just like taken a bit and just been like, You know, I do that sometimes.
Oh yeah. How come I am mirrored in the YouTube broadcast and you are not?
That's a good ass question, sir. Wait, are you mirrored? I can't tell with Pikachu.
Pikachu is supposed to look off toward the center of the YouTube broadcast.
Oh, and Pikachu's like disrespecting me right now. So
he says, "I'm not even looking at you." He's like, "Why am I even doing this?" You guys did not even follow. What is the like list of shit people want when they're being, like what, like Metallica wants nothing but green M&Ms or whatever. What do they call that?
Oh, the rider.
The rider. Yeah. He says you did not provide the rider. You did not meet. Oh, look at my nose poking in there.
I saw that, dude.
It's crazy.
It's all out of focus and shizzle. Oh, wow, they're like demonetizing me out of the gate now. No, you didn't.
Is it because of our copy protected image?
Probably, dude. I don't care. I just turned it back on. It's not like I should be demonetized. It's just YouTube for some reason always defaults the live stream to off, and I don't really know why, because they just let you turn it on. So
weird.
And they're gonna bombard people with ads anyway.
To figure something out with this space here. I don't know. Maybe I've been seeing a lot of ads for like cheaper, like basically like nanoleaf clones in a sense, like different shapes and stuff.
Those nanoleafs are the LED panels, right?
LED
panels. Okay.
Maybe I'll get some of those little cheap.
Good luck like finding anything cheap, dude. Those for some reason RGB lighting went way up in price.
Yeah, I mean, nanoleafs were outrageous. I'm like, dude, I'm not paying $200 for like 4 panels. You know, that doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem like the device isn't that complicated. It doesn't seem like it should be that expensive.
Gotta pay for those influencers. They're not cheap, bro. The influencers are spending.
Influence my butt. We have to wait a little while before I can start really.
Yeah, no, we gotta wait at least like 45 seconds before we start dropping F-bombs and stuff.
Oh, the disc plate things are pretty cool. One of the metal posters that they do, those are pretty tight. I can do that.
Yeah, I've seen that one advertised before. Like you can pick any image and they'll just print it on like a metallic plate and it like magnets to your wall. Like you put like little sticky magnets.
Yeah.
That'd be cool for like changing stuff out really quick.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here.
And like I was saying, I need a new desk though. I'm thinking part of me is like, man, I should just build myself a little corner desk here. Not little.
You know what? Even if it didn't turn out that great, it would still be awesome. Like just because it's yours and you made it. Like there's just something cool about making stuff.
It's either that or I have been toying with like a DIY IKEA thing idea that I've had. And
DIY IKEA,
or like piecing different IKEA stuff together. Like you get the butcher
furniture.
Block. Yeah, there you go. Kit bashing like that. Yeah, awesome. Like get the butcher block table top, right? Just the topper, and then you can use like they have a couple like file cabinet sort of things, but it's all wood and stuff. It's like drawer that's at the perfect height with the topper on it, and it's like it's like the perfect height for me. And then I have another tabletop that I could sand down and repaint for the others for this side, because this side is, I don't know, like 40 inches to the corner, and so I think I could get like a 55 wide by like 40 or so.
I mean, if it was custom, you can make it anything you wanted, right? And like a butcher block, you could probably just cut that in your garage with like a chop saw and then, sand or file the edge, and it would probably look fine. Like it'd take a little while, but I know that IKEA also sells electric bases for desks.
Yeah, for the
garbage. They're so garbage, dude. I got one, and it was like compared to the one that you get for like $100 cheaper online. There's a company, I wish I could remember the name of it, and they were sponsoring a bunch of YouTubers way back when, but their shit's like legit. They sent me one years ago, and I set it up, and it's in my loft right now, and the motors are smooth. It can lift like 100 pounds more than the IKEA, and you can buy a tabletop from them, or you can just buy the base. I think the base is only like $199, and then you can just go buy whatever you want and put on the top of it. Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
What was that?
I said that's not a bad idea.
Yeah. Oh, I thought I heard copper. I was like, what copper?
Oh,
I'm just hearing things. Getting old.
Painless tattoos do tell. I want more, but in the spots I want them, I don't want that level of pain. Yeah. That sounded cool.
Yeah,
I was thinking
replied,
the same thing.
So AuxxZillary sent me that title. What was my response to your message on the painless tattoos?
Oh, everybody's gonna be like Mike Tyson with the face tats.
I hope not, though. Oh my god.
Well, no, like this is an intro. Well, not to get down into the topic so right off the bat,
you can do whatever you want, bro. Whatever you want.
There's some really interesting. I guess you call them sort of long-term temporary tattoos.
Like henna or whatever.
I think it's called
stain the skin.
Kind of. It's I think the one that I've tried I think it was called Inkbox. Let me look real quick that it's this. Yeah, so I tried Inkbox.
Like, why would that be a hard problem to solve? I mean, your skin is porous, so it absorbs stuff, right?
That's why these Inkbox guys are so cool, because it's all black and white. It's just gray, I guess, or black, whatever you want to call it. There's color to it, but it's like a temporary tattoo. They send you the thing. It's like a little patch. You clean the space. You put the patch on for like an hour or two. You take it off, and then the next like day, it kind of like darkens, and then it's good for like 2 weeks. Or around like 2. Plus, you can also, like, if you wanted to, they have like a custom designer thing on their website, or they'll send you it's like a little, like a pen basically, and you can just draw the tattoo on you or someone else, and then you put the little cover thing over it, and you wait an hour or whatever, and then poof, and then it's like good for like 2 weeks. They're really freaking cool. Inkbox,
like a solder mask, where you just, wherever it's covering, it doesn't tattoo that area.
No. So you draw the ink on, and then the cover thing, like, I think it keeps it so that it stays, right? It's got to stay on your skin. So you put like this plastic sticker over it for an hour or two so that it can soak into your skin. It was really freaking neat stuff. I wore one for quite a bit. 2 weeks.
Was it sharp though, or was it like, because something like that seems like it'd be blurry?
No, it's super clear. Even there, I used one years ago. They've improved their process a lot since then. It's really neat. It's really neat. I would totally do it again, and they're pretty cheap. Like, I want to say, I guess it depends on the size now, because they got all kinds of different sizes. But I think I paid like $30.
$30 for one tattoo, like one.
For it was about, like, I suppose about what 2-3 inches square or so.
Man, that seems expensive, actually. I mean, a real tattoo is like $150 for something like that.
This cost me $100.
Here, can you get that a little closer to the camera? I want to see it. Is that your mushroom?
Yeah.
That thing's baller, dude. Baller, shock collar, 20-inch blades on the impaler. Copyright strike. One up. Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah. I think that cost me about $100.
How long ago did you get that?
I was 19.
Oh, you're only 19 when you got that, dude. The inks that they have now are like insane.
Oh yeah. Oh man. Yeah, dude. You can get like UV. Yeah. I haven't had it touched up in Jesus, what is that, 15 years?
I mean, it looks really good. It's just the color. Like, they make really vibrant popping colors now that don't fade.
Oh yeah. Dude, I think it's really cool. You can get these UV ones too, where like you can kind of see it because like of the light scarring, right? Yeah. But otherwise, like, if it's like inside of another tattoo, or like, and then under a black light, it like glows through your skin.
So you don't see it at all. It's not like one of those ones where you see it and then it glows. It only glows.
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be
like
cool.
If you're looking, like I said, if you're looking close, you can see the scarring lines, of course. But if they're doing it right, it's very thin, and then bam, you hit it with a black light. Boom.
Can I get one that's a drawing of like an arrow for my penis? So like when it's late night and the lights are off and you're a little drunk. Oh no! Here's what you do, dude. I'll make mine the dragon. Like, I'll do a dragon capsule on the side of mine, and then I'll do the ISS access port on her. Like, docking maneuvers are in effect.
That's cool.
And demonetized.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Tech Talk.
Reasonable.
It's been a minute. Because we had this last week. Because I wanted to stream so bad, but then AuxxZillary was like off.
I could have been on the beach, man. Is your camera shaking? Just make sure it won't fall. It's not going anywhere. The gimbal isn't doing what it's supposed to absorb my desk movement.
Did you disable it, or is it broken?
I don't know.
Because I know you can disable it in settings and it actually gives you a little more resolution. Because like when you have steady on, it doesn't just do the mechanical, it also crops in the image and tracks that way too.
Okay.
It's like a double layer thing.
I could pipe it through the Nvidia broadcast or something too. It'd probably help with that. But
yeah, what do you guys think about this camera? Like I don't have myself up like full screen, but I mean, am I looking sexy?
With it.
How's this working?
This is good, yeah, man.
I mean, I feel so bad using this as a webcam. This is the best camera I have.
Moving,
like out of everything I own, best camera I have right now is being used as a damn webcam. I guess it makes sense though, because I live stream more than anything else, so that honestly should be how it is. So,
right,
so no regrets, no regrets. Hey, Eric G, my man, thank you for that $5 super chat. We do like them super chats, man. Yeah, what is it? Like?
That's all I got. That's my orchestra hit.
Oh no, where's my sound effects? Oh, there we go. Yeah,
dude, that should be the super chat, like a notification sound. That's great.
Every time somebody does a super chat, I'll push that button. Hey, is anybody hearing a little audio skip every once in a while from AuxxZillary, or is that just like some buffering crap on my side? It might be. I just every once in a while I just notice it's like it doesn't really affect anything. It's just like a slight crackle, and then maybe I miss like a 16th of a second of like what you say.
Oh,
which the way
weird.
You talk, that's entire context. It only does it every so often.
Skip.
Okay,
Timbo says
skip. I hear some skip. Okay, so you guys are hearing it. I haven't dropped any frames or anything either, so I should be good on my side.
Oh, here it is. That'll probably be better.
Oh, do you have some stuff open?
I had installed Nvidia Broadcast.
Oh yeah.
So Video Ninja was defaulting to all of that. But I haven't appropriately set up Nvidia Broadcast. For like the blur background or whatever.
Yeah. I'm gonna add a text overlay here. Topics. I'm gonna try.
Yeah, it looks like the overlay stuff's all out of whack.
Yeah, it is a little bit. And that was after I fixed it, right? But that's why we started a little bit late. Ooh, no, don't change the title. Knock it out. No, don't do that.
Audio's
no. Okay, cool. Okay, here, put that in there. Click on this button. Is that showing up on the screen?
Give it a second.
Can you see that? Can you see it? It's so big. Hold on here. I'll figure it out. It's probably just a little delayed. Okay, so I got to make this smaller. Ladies.
Whoa, there it is.
I know I'm like ginormous. Here, I'll make it like let's see, 12
I still do not like how OBS handles text, like a text, whatever they call it, the
overlay or
the field thing that you add there. It's terrible.
Oh man, now I can't even grab it. It's so small, ladies. Oh, there we go. Okay, I got it now. Oh my god, it's so blurry. Why is it so blurry?
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like their text thing is just, I don't know if it's like some sort of render error or what it is, but it is not good.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
What's up with that? Like so it's like you're not really making the font bigger. You're making the display port bigger or something.
Yeah,
it's fucking weird.
I'm just trying to scale it down and it won't even let me do that. Yeah, this thing's garbage. I'm turning it off.
Weird. It's weird.
Bye. We don't need it.
Your best bet, honestly, your best bet, throw together a quick HTML thing in Notepad with just the text line on it and a blank background. Like just a quick boilerplate HTML document with a transparent background and text on it.
Use the browser element to add it?
Yeah, it's finer control. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated because then you got to go into the code and fuck with the settings that way. But man,
let me give it a try.
It'd probably be faster. That's where most of your overlays and stuff are anyway, or just special coded websites.
I haven't done this in a while. I'm gonna do so let me do a div and
header.
Got it.
You've just added a browser source. Browser source is let you display a web page from the internet or a local file and are commonly used for widgets and alerts.
Okay, what the hell? I just saved it. Now refresh the page. You just added a browser source. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Oh, can I just say local file? Is that what you do? Just local file? Okay. Local filo. And then I'll save this as local filo and hope I don't open up my porn links folder. Local file. All right, let's give this a try. So browse. And then if I change the text, I could probably just tell it just to do a refresh and it probably would like instantly. All right, so local file. Let's load this up. Okay, let's see if my HTML skills work.
Hey, Graham.
So save. Oh, did it work? It did not. Oh, got something going on over there. Is it 19? Hope everything's okay over there on the side. Let's do margin 0, auto overflow, hidden
10 May. We've had at least 5 streams where we didn't have to fuss around with nothing.
At least in the 200 that we've done.
Hey.
I mean, I actually kind of like messing around with it a little bit. Like,
it's fun.
It personalizes it. It gives it that personalized touch.
What up, Donnie?
Okay, so why?
I'm feeling good.
So I open the file. Oh, the file has to have the HTML. I'm such a dummy.
Oh yeah, man, it's got to be HTML file. You can't open a text file.
I know. I'm a dum-dum. So
show us
that
the
work?
code. Screen share what you're doing. No, don't screen share. You don't.
Yeah,
want,
I can't screen share.
Screen share. Are you kidding me, man?
Trust me, you do not want that.
Man, that is a bad day. No one is prepared for that.
No, okay? You can't handle the kink I'm into, sir.
You cannot.
You can't handle the kink. Why is the text so small? Oh my god!
Because you have to set the font size.
You've got to. Okay, so I haven't done this in so long. So okay, let me do div.
He's got W3 schools open. He's got fucking. You're the best. With ice, even. Yep. That's amazing.
Wait, what now?
Oh, I asked my intern to fill my water bottle, and she give me ice even.
Well, that's pretty sweet.
I didn't want ice. I'm just kidding. All
right, I'm gonna do one more refresh. If this doesn't work, then I'll just tank it. Oh wait, do I have to actually reload?
I see it. Oh, I see the text.
Oh, it's working. Where?
It says tiny. I see it says body blah 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 RGB 000. You're not closing your tags appropriately though.
I did though. I thought
it says. Well, I mean it's.
Oh, do I have to tell it to treat it as HTML? Hold on, let me see here. So. Open local files, see body, div, RGB, margin.
We got to do the whole.
I did HTML body, then div, and let me make sure I close it out. So I close out div,
look,
body.
I think it looks good now. No,
yeah,
you can still see the HTML tags. You're not closing out all the tags properly.
So, I wonder if it goes by the file extension. The file extension.
Yeah. So it's got to be .htm or HTML.
I mean, not a lot of things do that anymore because the files, are self-expressive. But let me see if that does it. So browse, grab another file, local HTML, and let's see if it processes it now.
The font face also looking like .mix. Yeah. It's probably
there we go.
Whatever the default font is.
It's kind of working.
It's going to try and guess, and whatever technically, I don't know what browser OBS is using. Oh, there it is. Yeah, the tags are gone. It's just text. Great job.
Text. So now. We just got to do the font size dealy with which tag to use. Does div take font size? Because I don't remember any of my HTML. Which tag can I do?
Technically, you should have a CSS file as well for all that. You shouldn't be doing it inline.
I'll do it in the CSS.
But you can. Well, now you're gonna have to reference the CSS file in your HTML. You're gonna have to load that in. Your best bet is just to do it inline with the Oh crap! Because you've got an HTML tag, a body tag, and then a div. Yeah, I think you can force the div to have a font family, weight, and all of that stuff.
Okay, let's try this.
Ideally, you would use a p tag, for a paragraph.
FF.
But inline is legit. No, that is bad practice. Don't. Shame
on you.
Inline CSS.
Okay, I think I'm getting.
What is closer. This? What is this? HTML4.
All right, so now I have some CSS. So for my body tag, I have background color, RGB, margin 0, overflow hidden, font size 100, font color FF. That should work. In theory. So if I save that,
that's true. That's true. Kentucky's right. You can't always just create the CSS in the header, and without having to link a CSS file.
Yeah, that's what I'm actually doing.
Okay.
Because I'm too lazy to create that other file.
That's why it's called cascading style sheets. Yeah.
See, now it's not
because it's supposed to be a separate sheet, a sheet of cascading styles, and the cascading part is so that you have one major default setting, and then it cascades to more specific. Like you can start referencing it specific. You put the little dot cheese bucket thing to reference. It gets complicated, man. I really enjoyed HTML5, learning HTML5.
Yeah, I did it for years. For some reason, it's not resolving my CSS.
It was freaking. It was, man. You need a style tag.
Oh,
what
that's
version
what it was.
of CSS are we on now? 6.
Yeah, thank you.
I think we're CSS 6.
I don't know what we're up to. Thank you. I was wondering what the name of the tag was. I couldn't remember its style. There we go. Now let's see if that works.
Oh no, I guess the latest version is
there. It is
4.15.
We got it, brother.
Or CSS 4.
So FF. So there should be 6. Refresh.
Man, I thought we were up into. I thought it was CSS 6.
It's kind of stupid. It's making me like reload the file each time. Okay.
Wait, there it is. So, Tesla bot, Nazadart.
Nazadart. Oh, I don't think I do font color. I just think I just do color,
blink,
right?
I think the blink tag is long since deprecated.
I did an HTML5. My God. Right. So
I remember blink tags. That's fun.
There it is. There it is, son. Look at that. Look at that. We done diddly did it. We done diddly did it. I'm gonna just stick that right up here.
It's already been done did.
I'm gonna put it right up there in the middle. Oh, you know what? I bet you I can even do let's see if I can remember some other tags. How do you do center? It's like just alignment. So align center. Let's see if this works. Oh my God, I'm actually having fun doing this. And then refresh.
There was a time where I wanted to do an HTML5 like MMO.
That would have been cool.
Mozilla actually put out a proof of concept for it. Oh, it's open source and everything. Kind of Zelda style. You can look it up.
It's pretty
Mozilla cool. HTML5 MMO.
Pretty cool. Why is the text black again? That's kind of stupid. Hold on, refresh. Browse.
Diaryland and live journal templates. Yeah, man.
So that's weird. All I did was add a line center to the cascading style sheets body tag, and it turned the text black. Kind of weird.
Oh, he says if you're using a div, then use margin left, auto, margin right, auto. This is the days of writing HTML and scripts for Flash. Oh God, Flash. I didn't. Flash was okay. Flash was tough. Their scripting thing was weird.
I heard maybe one of you guys can confirm this. Is Chrome changing their code to like block ad blockers? I didn't really follow up on it. I just saw a headline on this like the other day when I was like scrolling through, and somebody said that like version 3 of some plugin engine is coming out for Chrome, and it's going to block ad blockers. But I guess uBlock Origin or whatever already figured out how to like work around that and already have a version that's compatible. But the article was like why you should switch to Firefox, and I was like, hot lols. But they actually made a pretty good argument for like why you should switch to Firefox after this, because everything uses Chromium. Like Brave uses Chromium, Edge uses Chromium. Like all the browsers that you think are like these unique standalone browsers are all camped out on Chromium. Firefox is like the only like mainstream one that people know that you know didn't like fully sell out.
Isn't Chromium. Opera still their own thing?
God, is Opera even still around?
Shit, I haven't
heard about them in forever.
No, because Twitch rolled out some behind the scenes stuff earlier this week. That was it was to like crush down on some bot accounts and stuff, and they were implementing some change to how accounts are created, I think. And for like a day or so, you could only log into your Twitch account on like Firefox, Chrome, or Edge for a little bit.
Interesting. So let's see, refresh this again. This is live coding with Barnacules, who forgot how to code in the last 8 years. Yeah, so somehow I got the text black. Well, dag nabbit. That chaps my corn wikis, son. All right, what if I just do color here? Let me just color FF
based on the Netscape engine, so same as Firefox. Okay.
Wait, what engine? What now, huh?
Someone's saying Opera's based on the Netscape engine, so same as Firefox.
Is it really? I actually didn't know that. Like legit.
I don't know.
I thought Netscape was like on the way of the dinosaur. Like I didn't know they had like anything still around.
Netscape is gone, but a large portion of the at least originally, a large portion of them went on to do Mozilla and Firefox. Opera has still the feeling of using Alta Vista back then when you had to search for the search field on their site. Oh, wow. I was a hardcore Opera guy for a long, long time, mostly because it was faster at loading images. Like image-heavy web pages would load so much faster on Opera back in the day. And this, I'm talking like early DSL cable days. So,
okay, I think I'm figuring. Okay, so it said use color tag. So there's background color, then there's color, and I have that. So I have background color. I have. If you break one of the tags in CSS, does it invalidate like the whole string?
Yeah,
no,
it can.
Okay,
it can.
Let me just try color equals pound. Oh, did I do equals? Oh, I bet you that was it.
Oh, it should just be a colon.
Right. Here, let me refresh. See if this fixed it.
Opera that gaming browsers fast as interesting. Opera is Chromium based. Oh, interesting.
Oop, too big, ladies.
Man, I do want a Steam Deck.
Dude, everybody does. It's so awesome.
There was somebody in my neighborhood selling one for basically for retail, like what he paid for it. And
are they hard to get right now? Is there like a waiting list for them, or
there is still waiting lists? Yeah, but I mean, if you pre-order, you just gotta wait for a while for it to ship. They're not, it's not like it's on the shelves and then it's gone in 3 minutes. You throw your hat in the ring and you'll get one eventually. I think they're even past they're not even doing we'll send you an email and you have 3 days to purchase kind of thing anymore. I think you can just throw your money at them and you'll get one eventually.
Nice. I'm playing with the alpha field now on the background. Let's see, is that gonna work? Nope. Okay, so why change an alpha to 20? Made it solid. That shouldn't have happened. Oh, because
it's a percentage
rendering over black. That's why. If you do that, they're doing some sneaky shit in OBS.
Thank you so much for reaching out about your concerns. We genuinely apologize for any frustration involved. Based on the information provided, it looks like it is currently a known issue. We're actively working on it. Oh, for not being able to log in? Yeah.
Wait, what? What's that?
People have been having troubles trying to log in to their Twitch accounts because they fussed with some stuff to block and get rid of a bunch of bot accounts.
Oh. Dude,
and so they were forcing people to log in using only certain browsers.
I feel like everything's getting like a little jumpy lately because of all the leaks. Like the leaks have been accelerating. Like on my phone, I even opened up Apple's own little notification thing, and it's like, oh, your password's been leaked to like 20 things. It's like, but I use a different password on every site, and I use two-factor authentication.
Yeah,
but it's still crazy that these leaks happen so frequently. Like 3 of my email addresses were leaked. like it popped up and said that we found databases on the dark web or whatever that contained your email address and password for these sites. And I was like, so not only did they get one, they got all 3 of them. Now, again, if they hacked the database and that was published, then obviously all 3 of them would be in there just by chance, right?
Right.
But it was just weird to see that like all 3 of them were exposed. And if I didn't have two-factor authentication, I'd be screwed. Like it would be game over at that point. But then it gives me time to just go in and roll the password and give them the big, middle finger. But it just goes to show you can't trust your data with anybody, like period. There should be no trust there.
Yeah.
And I feel like people have to get burned before they realize that, which is like super duper unfortunate when it's like something that they could actually, stop and, preempt, if you will. Oh, it stretches the text when you do that. Okay. So guys, CSS tag and chat. I know I'm like sitting here. I'm like, I'm doing a CSS. I want to do like a drop shadow or an outline. So let's see, CSS
stroke
font outline. Was it stroke?
I think that'll just give like a outline to each letter. I think it's stroke.
Got it. Oh, actually, here I found the whole text. So text outline. So if I want to put an outline on it, I can do text outline. So let me do that. So text outline. I'm gonna say black. Let me try that. See if that does anything. So in the browser, do refresh. A refresh. Do a refresh. Okay, that did absolutely nothing, didn't it? So I do that. Okay, and then scroll down. Actually, they might even just have something just copy. Oh, you were right. Stroke text. So class stroke. Oh no, sorry, that was just the class name they were using. Okay, so color white. Text. Text shadow.
Sure.
Is a field. That's interesting. All right, let's do text.
You can say yes.
A little text shadow. Yeah, let's do a little text shadow if you want. Save that or do a refresh. Refresh. Oh, it worked. It worked. There's a red drop shadow. So okay, which one's the offset? I want to offset it by bit. Okay, so shadow color shadow blur, vertical offset, and horizontal offset are the first 4. So, okay, so if I do, let's see, like 20 and 20, save.
I love this.
Refresh. No, it's like Bob Ross. It's HTML5ing with Barnacules. Okay, so I did 20. Oh, you got to do PX. So 20 PX by 20 PX. Save, then do a refresh. And it's gone. Why? So 1 pixel. Oh, hold on. There you go. So do 20 and then do 0. I got it, guys. Just watch this. Watch me fly. Float like. What is it? I am a feather.
I am a leaf on the wind. Watch how I soar.
Oh God, that looks like you're in a bad 3D movie. Like that's terrible.
I'm like 20 seconds behind on the.
Oh, okay.
I gotta see the thing.
I'm gonna start sending you a live feed again because I can do that. Like I remember I used to send you.
Oh, cool. Feed. Yeah, man, it's like 3D glasses.
Yeah, it totally is.
The red and blue. Now you just got to change the font, the actual color to blue, and then it'd be like 3D.
All right, let's do it. And then.
Oh no, man! You're gonna give people epilepsy. Don't do that. They're gonna freak out.
Well, that's a little bit better. Now it's somewhat legible. I'll just leave it there.
Oh, good.
This is kind of cool. Thank you for the tip. I didn't even think about that. And it's like HTML5 can define anything, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Johnny Rocket,
you really get into it. You really start getting into it, and I mean that's how like alerts work, right? It's a JavaScript thing that is waiting for that is looking at the Twitch API right. and is waiting for it to say hey, and then you're handling it, and then you can do whatever you want with it.
Totally. Oh, he said use negative numbers. So let's do
to shift to the right ads. Yeah, because that's another freaking thing, man. I don't know who did this. I don't know what
is that better?
Goob ended up like the coordinates for for like a web view start in the upper left corner. I don't know what's up with that.
Wait, upper left, isn't that right?
No, it should be the bottom left. That's 0, 0 is the bottom left, and then you go that away. But it has something to do with how it has something to do with how. Actually, I think it's because of how screens draw. They start in the upper left corner, and then draw down. And so, like, if you're trying to place something specifically within that coordinate plane, you have to start up in the upper left corner. And that doesn't work with my brain because like graphing and stuff is always done from the lower left.
Yeah, because I always figured that they couldn't do it that way because you would run into a problem where you don't have bottom. You can't define bottom because it's not just the one screen because it's scrollable, but you can define the top. Like 0, 0 will always start at 0, 0, but you can't never know what the bottom number is because it's dynamic.
Yeah, it could be anywhere.
Let's see, text shadow. Oh man, they're doing all kinds of crazy stuff on this site.
Adding a new layer instead of refreshing and replacing. This is weird.
Okay, how do you do stroke text? I want to do. Okay, so class stroke text smooth. You need to do smooth. Holy cow, dude! I found a site where a dude's like straight up declaring like his own graphics drawing routines in HTML5.
Yeah. You can specifically draw. I think it's a draw command. And then from there, like over time, like you can define how curves and all that stuff by like, yeah.
Let's see if this works. I'm going to steal this guy's code verbatim. It's called function calculate stroke text CSS.
Okay.
It's got a bunch of math, cosine, tangents, everything going on in it. So I'm going to take that and see if I can implement his thing. So let's see. So it calls smooth text 16. We're and I'm literally just stealing this right off the website here. No worries. Okay, so that's smooth 16, and then I've got the function. And how do I use it? Let's see. Calculate, return, stroke text equals. Oh, class equals stroke text. There we go. So class, stroke text. Now, let's see if that works. It's probably gonna look really super jank here, guys. Refresh. All right, I feel like that didn't do anything at all.
Use the canvas to draw text pixel for pixel. Oh God,
it'll let you.
We don't have. I know it will, right but man, we don't got time for that.
Right. So let's see. So class equals stroke text. Got to put it in little quotes. The biggest thing back when I was doing web development though is that the standardization was crap, right? Because I was working at Microsoft and everything was made to work in Internet Explorer.
It's more tech talk than LTT. Well, yeah, I mean,
well, for once, anyways. We don't have a backpack yet. Ours is going to be $298 though, just to undercut them.
No, I'd be cheaper. No,
that's what I'm saying.
You know what? I'd take a loss. I'd take a loss on the backpack just to be a douche.
Oh my god, rude. Bro! My god, so much salt.
I don't even understand it myself, man. I had such a visceral reaction. I need to investigate that in my own brain or something, because like, yeah,
it just broke you.
It's just annoying.
I'm sorry. I don't think it's fair you should have to go through life that way.
I mostly don't, but when I bump into it, it's like it's like I've just scraped my arm on like raw concrete or something. It's annoying.
That sucks, dude.
These days it's more mid-roll ads than content. Ouch.
Dude, have you seen like the auto mid-roll thing? I'm just gonna leave this alone now. I'm gonna fuck with this forever. I'm closing it. That's what you get. You get red blurry text up the top that says Tesla bot.
Yeah, you're done. That's it.
Done.
You have to. We need more super chats for Jerry to play with the text more.
Yeah, exactly. Johnny Rocket again, thank you for that super chat. Eric G, thank you for $5 super chat earlier. Said, hey guys, how's it going? Glad to catch the stream. Gonna listen while I drive. Dude, he is always in every stream.
I love that. Isn't that? I mean, it always warms my heart. I'll do those random drive. Like I haven't commuted into work for a long time, but when I decide to like live stream while I'm driving, it really does warm my heart. Like there's a good 10, 15, maybe sometimes 20 folk who are like there all the time. And I love that so much. It makes me feel I'm like, you guys
dude,
really care.
The level of technology, let's go ahead and let everybody know how old we are. The level of technology that we have now is just mind blowing compared to our childhoods. I know that every generation can say that, but I really feel like Moore's law is not applying. Like we're actually accelerating and making everything faster versus it, starting to slow down.
It depends on where you're looking.
I'm trying like give me an idea of like one thing that you think hasn't changed or has abided by Moore's law.
CPUs have plateaued and are not doubling in speed every X amount of time.
With a caveat though, x86 CPUs. But when you calculate like the new ARM stuff and like the M1 chips and stuff like that, they're starting to,
maybe
they got quantum computers coming down the pipe. I know they're not used for like traditional computing because they're analog versus digital.
Yeah.
But still, you're going to see probably in the next 20 years. Actually, who am I kidding? Probably 10 years. You're probably going to see some kind of quantum computer that's a card that you just plug into your computer, and you're going to have your GPU, you're going to have your quantum computer, and then you're going to have your classic computer, your classic CPU, all in one case, like running at room temperature.
I could see that. I just want a seamless experience. I want to be able to have access to all of the same stuff on my PC. I want to be able to access that all on my phone. I want to have a similar interface or at least a similar feeling interface. I understand desktop's going to be a little different from my phone and things like that.
Yeah.
Because they tried that with Windows 8 and that's weird. But like I have stuff on my work laptop that I can't get at on my work PC. And I know that's because like I know there are software things that can solve that, the Dropbox or even Google Drive and things like that and all that stuff. But I mean, I want to be able to I'll just plug my phone in when I'm on my desk. It's charging. I have all the same stuff on my desktop that's on my phone, and I have all the same stuff on my phone that's on my desktop. And it just should all be seamless. I shouldn't have to. That picture. You sent me that picture in a fucking text message, and now I'm on my laptop. I can't get at it. It should all be just seamless.
Yeah.
It should all be. And Apple is close, like with iMessage and things like that. Like some of it's pretty. It works okay, and their iCloud and all that stuff. It's pretty close, but even still, it's not the same. Mac OS is not the same as iOS. And there's conflict there, and it doesn't quite work. It's not quite there, but that's what I want. I want that. I want to be able to come into my home and
you kind of are heading there though, right?
Because
It's not maybe not out of box unless you're on Apple. Like Apple will do it automatically, but even like Windows 10 now, they have options. I mean, I don't enable them because the privacy stuff, but you can enable like, clipboard where you copy on one computer and go to the other one and hit paste and it pastes it.
Yeah.
Like that's pretty cool. They've got the clipboard where you can store more than one item. It's like multi-clipboard. And so you can copy a bunch of stuff, like just grab a bunch of fields, copy it, and then just literally pick up your phone or your laptop and just it's in the clipboard. As long as you have an app that can interface with that clipboard, you can pay. And apparently it's all encrypted, it's all secure, right? And we're not going to see encryption broken anytime soon with quantum computers. However, this is something that's kind of creepy about, okay, why is it doing this? Hold on here. There is something that's a little bit creepy about quantum computing that I was thinking about. Is the other day I was watching it was this YouTube video where it was a long one. It was like an hour. So my OCD took over and I didn't watch the whole thing. But they were talking about IBM's new quantum computer that they have that's actually like relatively small. And it's got hundreds of qubits. Like they're not utilizing them all yet, but it has them for when they get to that point. Yeah. And this quantum computer that they have, it's got all these different sleeves that go over it to drop the chambers down to different temperatures. And it's actually like many times colder than space. Like they get the temperature down below, like so close to absolute zero, because you can get infinitely close to absolute zero, right? Without ever hitting it. Just like you can get infinitely hot, to infinity. So they got it down to where it's like, it's cold as space would be with like no emission, no radiation, just absence of space.
Okay.
Like levels of cold to get this damn quantum computer to work. But now it's working pretty reliably, and they're even letting people write their own quantum algorithms and upload them and get time to run them online. So dude, it's going to get crazy. But here's the thing is everybody's worried because quantum computers, because of the parallelization that they can do, where they can, do 5 million operations at once, right? One cycle, boom, you've got info. Right. And it's predictive, right? You have to write software that looks at the good matches and the bad matches, kind of like how AI drawing works, right? It's like the quantum computer can instantaneously just know what everything is, but you have to write the thing that can pick and choose and figure out what probabilities mean something to you and then filter out and throw away the garbage. But so they basically give you back more than what you want. Like you have to dig through the data. I didn't realize that. I thought quantum computers were like, at least you could go in there and be like, what's 1 + 1? And it'd say 2. And it's not. It's like, what's 1 + 1? No, the probability is 99.99993. It's true, right? It's on a scale. It can be many shades of maybe. It's not just yes and no. I mean, and that's what makes it like akin to analog computing. And analog computers can be ridiculously fast because they're like ASICs, right? It's like when you have digital stuff, you have to go through multiple circuit pathways over and over and over again to do one operation, where an ASIC can do it every cycle. Like an ASIC circuit can do it every cycle. Quantum computers are kind of like if you took a traditional computer and an ASIC design, combined it together, and then changed the bit system to a float. So it's no longer 1 or 0. It's 1 point whatever, 0 point whatever, out to infinity. And so these quantum computers can break encryption super easy, like traditional encryption of old, right? Was I think the one that they demoed was like AES or something like that, and it was like an old version of it. It was only 128-bit, and they were able to break it in 20 minutes, whereas it's calculated that all the computers in the world running until our sun exploded wouldn't be able to crack this password. And so that seems dangerous, right? And so everybody's freaking out, but they're like, don't worry about it, because you have to remember that because quantum computers are coming out and they're not available to the masses yet, people are already writing the algorithms to trip up the quantum computer. So encryption that the quantum computer can't even solve, because, it's the same thing with traditional computer. If you can figure out a way on a traditional computer to make something impossible to break on or not impossible, but improbable to break on that system, then you should be able to do the same thing with quantum mechanics or the quantum computer. You look at it and be like, okay, how's the quantum computer breaking these hashes so quickly? And you're like, because it can try billions and billions of at a time. So how do I write an algorithm to encrypt this that actually makes it like more linear than parallelized? So you're forcing the quantum computer to do things in steps so that it slows it down. And so it's just an arms race between traditional computing and quantum computing to figure out how to make the quantum computer algorithms smart enough that the encryptions that are created with traditional computing can't be broken by it or improbably broken by it. And so but here's the thing that they never talk about, and this is where it gets a little weird, is I'm always talking about Microsoft's Watson database. We've talked about it many times. The crash analysis, online crash analysis, OCA. So anytime your app crashes and it pops up and goes, oh, your app crashed, would you like to report this to Microsoft? Well, that's going on a million times a day in the background of your computer that you don't get dialog boxes for. It's like if something in the kernel, something in the driver crashes, it just reports that to Microsoft and sends the data. And I do have a problem with that because people don't realize how much of their data is actually stored in the local and global variables of these programs that are crashing. Therefore, Microsoft now has a database that they can open up this file, use the symbols to realign everything, and then they can see every piece of data that's in the context of that program at the time it crashed. It could be bank account numbers, it could be social security numbers, anything, right? And
all this stuff.
Yeah, and the only thing stopping Microsoft from really going through it and pulling all the data out is just the sheer vast amount of data, right? It's like if they ran their entire data center every single day, open up every single file, going through, decoding it, and grabbing the locals, decoding them, putting them into database, it would use up like so much bandwidth. It would would triple the cost of their enterprise. So they obviously wouldn't do it today. But a quantum computer can actually sort through and pattern match like neural networks super fast. So you could have a traditional computer just crack open the dump file that has the data in it, and then you could have the quantum computer look at the images and analyze the images to see who they are, what they look like, and then you could use databases to join on that data. Where if you don't know what a join is, it's like you have table A and table B, and they both have completely different information, but they have one column that has the same information.
Yeah,
so like an index, right? And so when you join, you're basically taking those two tables, combining them together, and it aligns on whatever elements you tell it to align on. So like the index. So if you got index 1 here and index 1 here, it'll join them together into one line that has all the variables from both records. And so joining operations and databasing are super common. It's like one of the most common things when you're querying. Well, if you have quantum computers going through and breaking all this stuff and putting it in there, they could also hash, like look at the image, figure out who it thinks is in the image using AI. Then it can go through the rest of the data set that's been cracked open by the system previously, and based on all the quantum hashes, it can look at those and go, oh, wait a second, there's 500 computers this dude has used throughout his entire life. And here's the times that he used them. Even if you never left a single digital footprint on any of those computers, if you just leave one digital footprint ever, they would be able to go back in and use certain pieces of data that wouldn't work traditionally today to go back and link every piece of data in the past. So I almost feel like in the United States, they're going to have to pass some kind of a law before this becomes a problem. We know that's not going to happen, but because everybody is going to just instantly be naked to the world, like within the next 10 years. Like everything that you've done online in private incognito tab through Tor 3 VPNs deep, there's going to be a piece of data out there that will align all the data you didn't want seen with the data that was. And that's an inevitability. It's not like if, it's when. This will actually happen. And you don't even really need quantum computers to do it. Like traditional computing is up to this task. It would just cost a crazy amount of money to deploy a data center to do this in any kind of live sense, right?
Right.
But the more I think about it, I'm like, they're gonna have to pass some kind of law because like everybody's gonna have broken laws. Like if they just unleash the AI and say, go find everybody that broke the law, it's gonna be like, okay, well, this guy downloaded an MP3 and then I checked MPIA database and these things match because of the quantum signature, even though they changed the audio or they manipulated it in some way. It's gonna go link all this stuff together. It's just basically going to print out a rap sheet that's like every single thing you've ever downloaded in your entire life, every single thing you had open in your browser, how long it was open for. And that amount of data is, I think, is going to be used for blackmail big time. I think you're going to have, if let's say Russia, for instance, if Russia got a hold of the Watson database, they could go through that database looking for any computers with IP addresses that they know for a fact is like, somebody of interest to them. And just having the IP address or even just having like the MAC address or something like that, they could go through this database and find every other computer and every other device that person has done anything on. And anything that wasn't encrypted, they would just be able to see flat out. And anything that was encrypted, they could actually just hack the system that you're connected to and get the unencrypted data from that side. So social engineer their way in, just like everybody's doing right now, because you hear about it every day. It's like, oh, so-and-so's database got hacked. So-and-so's database hacked. You're a part of a data breach. You're a part of a data breach. Those are all social. Well, not all, but the vast majority of those are social engineering, right? People that are being persistent, calling in the company, learning how the company works and using that to their advantage just to get that one employee that slips up and gives them just enough that they can get in the door and they can do the rest of the damage. But a lot of these guys are silent actors. They don't want to be seen. They don't want to do damage to the system. They just want to sit there and collect data. As long as humanly possible. Watch. Exactly. Yeah. So the problem that you run into in the future is like, what's stopping this computer where it's like they just go and punch my name in or whatever. And it's like, oh, hey, man, we saw Mr. Barnacules over there downloading some of those necrophilia videos. You know what I mean? And I'd be like, oh, shit, dude. Like somebody sent me a link to cake farts or whatever, or Pain Olympics, or, the Mac user, Goatsy. And we're officially demonetized. But you get what I mean, right? It's like they would have all that data and they could go through and then, the person could message you and be like, oh, I know back in, February 10th, 19, or 2022, I know, what you were doing. And if you're like a political person or somebody who is a public image and you understand how people will just see whatever's online and just believe it, that's a compromising position. Like actually a friend of mine, a mutual friend of ours, I won't say who, and it's not obvious. This is definitely not obvious, but a friend of mine's dad got a letter in the mail, like physically in the mail at his house, a handwritten letter.
Yeah, I had a little breakfast already. I'm making lunch. Do you want? Yes, please.
Get your eat on, bro.
Yeah.
Shit, I just lost my train of thought.
Sorry, I should have muted.
Let me get back on track.
I should have muted.
No, it's okay. It's just I have OCD like crazy, so I see squirrels. I'm like, oh man, he's got his microphone off and he's talking to somebody else. Okay, I got to hear what's going on. Somebody in chat catch me up. What the hell was I just talking about? Thank you, handwritten letter. That's all I needed to connect that. So, mutual friend's dad gets a handwritten letter in the mailbox that he opens up and it's extorting him for $3,000, and it says that they have compromising photos of stuff, right?
Yeah,
and it turns out that like his dad didn't have any compromising photos that he knew about, but he was worried that they might have something. So he ignored it the first time, and then they sent a second letter like a week later, and they're like, no, this you're messing with the wrong people. Like if you don't do this, we're gonna release this. And then they had more information. They had like financial information, and they had like his bank account numbers, and they had like his socials. They full on doxed him and put it in the letter, and they're like, if you don't send us the $3,000, and he like almost sent them the money. Like it was super, super close. Like he had to be talked down to not send the money. And eventually I think, they probably picked up the data, the docs from the dark web or whatever. So they didn't release something that wasn't already released. So his data was basically already out there and it was already compromised. But I was like, holy crap, like they're now individually targeting people to send a real letter to, because they know the emails are ignored or get caught in content filters. So they're like, okay, well, we'll just pay for a stamp, a little bit expensive, but if you're targeting somebody, you have a much higher probability of getting a payout versus just randomly, calling. If you have to call 100,000 people, that's going to end up costing more in resources than just a stamp to send it to the one you think is vulnerable. But had somebody not stepped in and interjected, he was going to hand the $3,000 over. And I was just like, it's mind-blowing. And you'd think that people would know better now about paying ransom, but I still get at least once every week or every 2 weeks at most, I still get an email. And this is going through my filters. I'm sure there's a million that get stuck in the filters, but every once in a while one will get through, and it'll be somebody who's like, Barnacules, I know you told us forever, but I didn't enable two-factor authentication and they got my email, and now I can't get into my Facebook. I can't get in here. I had to create a new account just to message you. And it's like, what can I do? And I'm like, you're screwed. Like, you're going to have to contact each of these companies independently, which is going to take time. You're going to have to prove you are who you are, which also implies that they have enough data that they know enough about you that you can prove yourself. That's another problem people overlook, is if you create an account and you don't upload a picture, no driver's license number, anything like that, how do they know it's you? You could just call and be like, oh no, I'm that guy on the website, and be like, prove it. Oh, this is my bio. It's like you can't really give them anything because they don't have any private information to verify it against. So because of that, it's like you can't get those accounts back. And every single time they message me, I swear, it's never, hey, this just happened, this is crazy. It's always, I know you told us, I should have done this sooner. Every single time it is. It's like it starts off with that, and it's like, hey, what can I do? And when I do reply back every once in a while, I'm like, there's really not much you can do. Like you can message Facebook, you can open tickets in these systems as new users and say, go look at this other account. But you'll usually have to go through 2 or 3 people over the course of a couple of months to find the one person that will actually look. Yeah. So it's this terrible situation we're heading towards, where there's so much data for everybody that's online that it makes them easily targetable to manipulate, like to either get something of monetary value or get something of strategic value. And I feel like it's just going to get more dangerous as computers get faster, because with the new GPUs and everything, you can do all this detection on data.
Oh, yeah.
Because it would take forever to say, open up every dump file, dump every block of data from every variable and figure out what that data is. Like, is it a file? Is that data an MP3? Is it an image? Is it text? Is it just a text document? Is it HTML5? Like, you have to write an algorithm that would check it and say, which one of these is it, which would be a CPU intensive process to go through and do that. But now if you have quantum computers and you're using AI, that could be a single cycle on a couple of qubits, like one megahertz, right? Just done. You look at that and you're like, okay, well, now it linked all that data that would have taken, thousands and thousands of machine hours to do. And it could do that, across this entire data set. And just exposing like everything that you could even imagine. And then the thing is you get to this point where forensic analysis just takes over, AI forensic analysis, which like those AI drawing programs. I've been playing with one called.
Oh, yeah, that's fun.
Oh, dude, it's so much fun. Shit, what was the name of it?
Midjourney?
No, I didn't use
Or
Midjourney.
Dolly
I did
2.
You can run locally.
I mean, there's a few different stable diffusion ones.
Yeah. It's stable diffusion. So stable diffusion, if you look at the way these things work, because this one's open source, it's actually using a neural network that's going out and analyzing just all the imagery it can find on the internet. It's just constantly learning, and people are uploading new data and describing it to the system so that the system can merge these images together and everything. But that also means the neural network is really good at figuring out like who you're talking about, especially if they're famous. So like me, for instance, if you type in like Barnacules and is Ronald McDonald, it will paint you a picture of Barnacules with Ronald McDonald face. You say Barnacules on fire and it'll be me screaming on fire with clearly my face. And it'll even get the body type. Like it'll put me on a fat body because it knows those details that I was looking at, and it can figure that stuff out. And it does it all in like 11 to 16 seconds. It's wild how fast this is just running locally. Now that data set's going to keep getting larger and larger and larger that trains it, which is going to give it more and more diversity. What if you did the same thing for analysis of data? Like actual data, not the image under the data, but the actual data itself. Look for patterns, look for these types of headers and stuff. It may very well be able to go through there and learn what the independent data types are now and even moving forward, break those down, put them into their original format, and then open them, pass them off to special sorters that know how to go through that specific data and how to index it in a way that you can link all the datas together. Jeez. So like, for instance, it opens up one of my dump files, Notepad crashes, and it pulls the text out, and it's like, okay, I know this is an ANSI or what is it, UST8 or whatever type font, sorry, document format, and he's using Unicode or just regular or UU encoding, for instance, or some kind of format, right? So you pass that off to something, and it knows how to put that in a database in a way that, remember the index number I was talking about, how everything joins together when you're doing database joins? Right. So the relational data, it's like, if it can break that down and make it relational, and then it can pull all my images out, make those relational, video clips, make those relational, audio clips, make those relational, and combine them, you'll be able to just say, join on everybody that appears to be this human being. And now you get this huge amount of data that's all linked together. You don't have to fish through millions of files and pieces of data and trying to make work of it. You could just open up something akin to a file explorer that's like, here's the person, here's a dossier, here's all the files that we've ever found, put back together from their dumps. They could go across multiple dump files and figure out, oh, wait, his program crashed 6 different times. And each time it had one piece of data in memory. And it could actually go through and learn that those are all a part of the same data packet because of their structure. Does it look like a tail? Does it look like a header? And it could theoretically piece that shit together. You just need the CPU time to do it. And I feel like quantum computers are going to bridge that gap. Like quantum computers are going to be able to have the level of access, or not level of access, but the speed and performance of analyzing that data. And since everything's probable, you don't care if it's 100%. Right. Like you really don't, right? You want, just like if you were asking somebody to describe what this person looks like, they might be able to get you a sketch that's 75% there, 75% there. And then you still find the guy and you're like, that's one piece of data. You can't convict them on a drawing that somebody just, told you about, but it gives you another piece of data that when joined with every other fractional piece of data gives you a case against the person to prove their guilt. So I feel like the same thing could happen with the level of data that's out there at the operating system level, at the web page level, at the app on your phone level. All these data sets at some point will be linked together through the internet. They already are, but I mean, like, these companies are going to cooperate and share data for their own mutual benefit. And when they start doing that, people are going to like figure out real quick that there's a lot of data in there they didn't anticipate could ever be traced back. And that's going to be wild. That when that starts happening, you're going to see just crazy news headlines like every day. It's going to be like, oh, hey, you know, the algorithm or whatever went through and we weighted people based on their importance. And then you even hand that job off, classification and categorizing, you hand that off to another AI. So then what that AI does is it goes through and says, okay, based on the number of followers, how the interactions, the types of interactions, they can start creating these indexes. They're like, these are the most bubbly, happy content creators of this specific content genre from top to bottom, not by any platform, but combined all the platforms together. Like if I made a classification algorithm that opened up your Instagram and your Facebook and your TikTok and your Twitter and Discord, and it went through all those things and it went through all the interactions, how many people responded to you on average, how much did you get a response, how many times did you post overall a day compared to other people, and then it could classify you. And then people could just go in and look at any list and sort by a million different columns and say, I want to know who is the content, just like you're typing into like Midjourney or you're typing into Stable Diffusion to get an image. You just type in, please find me the most famous content creator on the planet for, you know, building PCs that has a beard that looks like, you know, N number of, you know, John Belushi or some other beard, right? It has a beard that looks akin to this person and has, you know, this eye color, or you could put in any defining characteristic and it would go through and it'd recategorize that list and you'd be at the top of it. Like because I just find enough data that they could say you are, even if you're a small creator, they'd be able to say this is the person though that's most influential at this moment for this specific thing based on all of these criteria. And I think that that's just wild when you think about an AI doing something like that, because the AI is multi-tier. You don't just have one AI. People think of like an AI as this like one big program that's just like looking at something and figuring out. It's like a human. And it's like, no, it's like billions and billions of little humans, and it has the same hierarchy as we do. Right? Like when you think about a thread, it's like a thread is an employee to the company, right? It's like you got your main process, then you spin off, they even call them worker threads, right? So you got your worker thread, and then your thread can spawn off sub threads that then can get the next, you know, those are like the managers, and then the managers have the employees, and then the employees every once in a while dump something off on the coworkers, right? So you have that same hierarchy. If you put an AI in there, now the AI can actually do pattern matching at a higher level. So now not only are you just classifying the people, you could have the AI going through and saying, what are the most interesting things to humanity? What are the most interesting things strategically based on this culture and based on this area at this specific time? And the AI would be able to go through and figure out data sets that you didn't even think about. Jeez. Like the AI may even pop up to you and be like, yeah, like you could just type in like, hey, just you know what, I like LCARS on Star Trek, right?
Sure, yeah.
Like when they talk to the computer, it's like, hey, computer, you know, draw me a picture of this dude circa this time or whatever, and it's like holodeck, and it's like, oh, hey, and he's got the personality of the guy and everything because they derived it from books. Something like that is starting to appear possible. Like when you look at stuff like Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, and stuff, you start to realize that we're there already. Like we're not to that level of technology, but we're there in capability that we didn't have when that series came out. So in replicators are akin to 3D printers, right? 3D printers keep getting better and better and better. It's just a matter of time before 3D printers are able to, I'm going to put in my bio ink, you know, protein pack, and it's going to build me, you know, an ear or a piece of skin that I can just, you know, nobody has Band-Aids. You just have your printer print out your own skin. Yeah. You can lay over your other skin and bond it, right? It just you have these technologies coming out, but what the scary part isn't the technologies themselves and what they're used for. It's that if you gave an AI control of them, the AI would figure out ways to use them that you never anticipated. Like, and same thing with data. If you give the AI a data set and you say, listen, I'm going to train you on humanity. Like, I just want you to learn like a child, right? Just kind of like what Tesla's doing with the robot. We can even segue into that, where it's like you use the same algorithm as full self-driving. You know, what are pedestrians? What do kids look like? What do signs look like? The neural network is constantly learning as it goes, and it's doing a scary piss poor job of it, which like I really don't want that running in a robot that's in my house. But if you think about that like level of bonding between the AI and the hardware, that thing's gonna go out and be like, okay, well, I figured out what people look like, I figured out what children look like, I figured out this and I figured out that. It's gonna start optimizing shit and being like, oh, hey, I can feed the kids in the morning, you know, 0.3 minutes faster by doing this way or taking this travel or grabbing this. But they could just as easily also learn from our culture that, oh man, there seems to be a mass shooting every week, and the mass shooting causes a huge uprising and people coming together. So because people are coming up and they're coming together, that is seen as a positive thing. So because a couple of people died, you have hundreds of thousands of people coming together that didn't come together before. So then the AI can start drawing like really, really dark conclusions, because it doesn't care either way. You're not training it whether it's good or evil. It's just looking at something and saying, how do you become the best?
Wow.
And so now you have the AI looking at it and saying, oh, well, if I cause a mass shooting or I SWAT, schools, or I do something like that and I create this, it's going to bring the community together. Therefore, that's a good thing. And it'd start doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And then once it starts doing that, it's like, who's to say that, like, it goes back and analyzes wars from our past, and it looks through the wars and it's like, oh, something good came from that war, because with every bad thing there's also some good things, right? So it's like, so it looks at the war and it looks at the good things. It's like, oh, wait a second, well, we need that specific thing right now because it's a resource that's scarce, or it's something like it can beep boop beep boop beep and be like, you know what, the best course of action is war, but I don't have the authority to do that directly, so I need to manipulate the people that manipulate the people that manipulate the people to get them all on the same page and get them to do the thing that I want them to do for their own personal benefit. It's not being selfish. It thinks it's doing the right thing. But now you have computers that are basically like starting armed conflicts and shit, without humans being able to intervene fast enough because it's happening so quickly. And people are like, well, you never give it that level of access, right? Like, just limit its access. Dude, look at how many people are just using social engineering to knock over databases and gain access to huge corporate networks like Microsoft and stuff. You don't think with voice synthesis today, the AI couldn't figure out how to, like, just go to an IP telephone service and you put in its name and be like, hello, this is Bill Gates calling for blah, 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 and spoof its phone number and shit? Like, that would all be trivial. Like, if it's an AI that analyzed all that and knew all about humanity and how we do things and studied the hacker's handbook and all that shit, it would be able to figure out clever ways to manipulate us, because it already does today. Look at advertisement, AdSense, right?
Yep.
AdSense is built on manipulation. If you look at AdSense revenue during the first 10 years that it was out, it was abysmal. Like it literally, like, Google was not, they were losing money for a long time until they got that thing tuned. But you look over time and it becomes more and more profitable with less ads run. So, or I should say not less ads, more ads, but it's the cost per ad went way down and they're making way more money. And it's because they've actually figured out how to optimize that scenario. Well, a computer could optimize that way faster than a human could. So if you had a computer with an AI going through there, it could be like, okay, well, I show these people this ad, and if I show them, if after a tornado, I show people a survival kit, and this does happen. Like, you'll notice, you'll see, like, a hurricane, like what was this, Hurricane Ian, I think it was in Florida
just now.
So I think it's still beating up like North Carolina or something. But you have a tropical storm come in. You'll notice every single one of you go to, like, Facebook, go to Twitter and stuff, you'll see an ad and it'll be like survival service, survival box, some kind of food that's dehydrated, and it's all these things to basically capitalize on that fear. Because when you advertise something in a moment where people are thinking about it, then they're like, oh, wait, all those people were left high and dry. What happens if this happens here? Like, I need some level of protection. And you're like, oh, well, there's the ad right there. So even if you don't buy it through that ad, you're way more likely to go buy something in that category or in that industry than you were before. It happened. So it's like, what happens when the AI gets so intelligent that it basically untethers itself, whether we want to or not, and it figures out how to manipulate us all into buying and selling things. And we think we're the ones making the decision, but we're really not. And the combination of buying all those things, that creating them and strategically putting them in place, enables the AI to gain more power. So a great example of that would be Alexa. See, like, how many of your Alexas just turned on when I said that? Like, boop, boop, hey, what's up, sir? What are you talking about?
Mine.
It's like, it's like right now I have let's see, I don't know, how many viewers do we have in here today? Oh God, 188, man. We are going under, bro. I'm taking you with me. So 188 people are in here right now. So if I said, Alexa, add double-ended dildo to shopping cart, there's a good chance that a couple of you that happened, because you're not on headphones, microphones within earshot of the speakers. Your mom walks by right as I said that and questions your decisions if you're watching on the internet. But if you think about it from that perspective, it's like, okay, well, Amazon is selling you those Alexas or whatever. It could be Google Voice, it could be Siri, whatever. Those devices are being sold to you, basically showing you how convenient it makes things. But it's not a one-way street. It's actually a two-way street, because now they've strategically put a device into your computer that knows its location, either from IP address, it could be GPS, it could be radio triangulation, but it relatively knows where it's at. So now this network deploys all these devices, and at bare minimum, where all the devices are deployed. So you have a rough estimate of how many people can be influenced by Alexa and how many people don't have one yet. And then the AI can start figuring out ways, is studying people individually. And that's the thing. Like, you can't, like, to be a really good con artist, you have to know the person you're conning.
Right.
So like if I walked up to you or whatever, and you're like a person that puts your wallet in your front pocket, you're super paranoid, you're always looking around and you're super alert, you're not the person that's going to get robbed, because that's not what they're looking for. Same thing with your house. If your house has chain link fence and razor wire and 2 Rottweilers in the front yard, and your neighbor like has his lights off at night and it parks his car, it leaves his garage door open, which house is getting robbed, right? It's certainly, they're not going to take any unnecessary risks. Well, the AI can capitalize on shit like that. Like the AI can be like, okay, well, I can infer from looking at this individual person's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, just their public shit, not even hacking anything at this point, just looking at their public data. It can actually infer things like, why does this person not have an Alexa yet? So going through and analyzing all of its conversation, every time it's mentioned this device, or every time, like, has it been in the context of good or bad? Right. And it's like, okay, well, these people insult this device and think it's a piece of crap. Okay, well, let's infer, why do they think it's a piece of crap? Now let's go find other like-minded people that agree with that person that it's a piece of crap. Now reconfigure the marketing to combat all those points and to specifically pander to them.
Yeah.
So it's like you have the same product and 2 buyers, right?
Yeah, it's kind of how they did that with the political ads and stuff.
100%. That's the greatest example. Political ads, exactly, where it's like it knows how to change your mind to vote for them without saying vote for me.
The whole like Cambridge Analytica thing wasn't about manipulating people who were firmly on one side or the other. It was about manipulating the people who were more in between, who hadn't really quite decided, the people on the edge that could be bumped one way or the other.
And that's a huge category too. That even okay, so you this is how would you describe this? So kind of like a quantum computer where you don't have yes and no, but people can appear yes and no publicly, but privately be completely different. Like for instance, this will be a hard one for me to say because I absolutely hate Trump. But let's say that Trump was the only candidate running, and I'm like, I'm never going to vote for Trump ever again, no matter what. But the only other person that's running against Trump is somebody who literally goes up on stage and like says that I am going to bring slavery back. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Basically, Handmaid's Tale, right? Oh, we're going to rename the country to
GOP.
Okay, I'm basically just describing Republicans. But anyways, let's say that you're on the fence publicly, like, or you're like, I wouldn't vote for that person no matter. Not even on the fence. You're 100% publicly, I will never vote for that person. Yeah. Well, what if there's a time where that person is the only logical option because the other person is so much worse in every single possible way? That'd be really hard to do with somebody like Trump, but not impossible. Right? Yeah. You can find somebody eviler. There's always somebody eviler. So, but you don't want to say that publicly because all your friends and family are still blindly voting for A over B or whatever because they didn't do research or they don't really care and they always just vote whatever you're voting for. I'll vote for too. Hey, who are you voting for? I'll vote too. So as long as the computer can trick you into thinking your friends voted for somebody or your family voted for something, a lot of people that are in that mid area, even if they're like hardcore public, I'm not going to do something privately. If they know people aren't going to know about the decision they made, they're going to do it. They're going to be in alignment with their friends and their family and not do the research. But then what they don't realize is their friends and family also heard it from somebody else who ultimately heard it from somebody else. And by the time you get the data, it's like, 8 levels deep. And the original data came from some tabloid website that if I had have known that, I never would have trusted the data in the first place. But I have no way of knowing that because that detail has been stripped off as it's gone through its life cycle. And so when you start thinking about shit like that, it's like we are hardcore manipulated. And you said politics, 100% like super manipulative, because what a platform will do is they'll claim, and they're all biased. Like every platform is biased. All of us are biased. Everybody, I'm biased. You're biased. So when you have platforms that are like, oh, we're not biased towards like say one political party. And this happens with a lot of them, right? You're going to notice that there is a higher likelihood of you seeing positive things for, the party they care about versus negative things about the party they don't care about. And the reason being is even if they're not doing it intentionally, their employees are still, because they're a company that openly is against something, the employees that join that company are most likely in alignment with those values at least a little bit. Because it'd be really hard to go work for like if you were a Jewish person, you wouldn't go work for like Hitler's, airplane factory. Right. So if you're a person who is vegan, you're probably not going to become a butcher, right? You're not going to be working in the butcher, section of Walmart. Bless you. So if you start looking at breaking down like all these like data point stuff, you can manipulate the shit out of this situation and these people, because you can now custom tailor things. It used to be you put an ad on TV that was like, oh, vote for this person because he's going to be tough on crime and so much taxes and blah blah blah. And they're telling you what you want to hear it because they had to create this big blanket thing that they thought would be receptive to most people. You don't have to do that now. It's like custom tailored. So now what I can do is the computer can just go door to door, so to speak, or IP to IP, and go knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Oh, this is that AuxxZillary guy. Well, we happen to know that AuxxZillary drives an import car from Japan. He paid too much taxes last year, or Korea. He paid too much taxes last year, and he's pissed off about that. There's some specific law that he really doesn't like, that he doesn't even like obey, but he'd still like to be changed for whatever reason. There's all these data points that can infer looking at the AI, and now the ad that it creates with AI using mid journey or stable diffusion or whatever the video equivalent is, it creates a video and does voice synthesis, and it's approved by the candidate. Like the candidate pays this AI to do this, but then it just creates a custom tailored video that's like, hello Jerry, talking to me like, hello, Barnacules, I'm speaking to you. I'm your future president, blah, blah, blah. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be tough on those kiddo molesters. And I'm going to be tough on this. And I'm going to make, freaking Chris Hansen, like the head of education or whatever, not head of education, but like protecting kids. And he's going to say all the right things. And I'm going to be like, and it's a video making eye contact with the camera and the voice. And even though you know that it was AI, even if you knew it was AI generated, and vast amounts of people won't know. I'd say the majority won't know if it's real or not, because the technology is getting that good, except for the hands. The hands are all janky, but they'll figure it out, right? But you look at that and you're like, everybody would be getting a custom tailored ad, and that would be so freaky. Imagine going to a website and it's like now you get the little pop-up or whatever, you go to a website and it's like, oh, adult friend finder, like come here and find your match or whatever, blah blah blah. Imagine if that popped up like right after you like posted on Facebook, like, oh, I just broke up, or oh, I'm so lonely, I'm looking for somebody, and it goes through your profile and it's like, okay, well, he seems to like blondes mostly, always between this size with this breast size and this, and it goes through and it analyzes all the data from all the posts I've ever made and everything I've inferred and every video that I've made and everything. It goes through and figures it out, and then it creates like a custom tailored ad that pops up that's literally an AI generated girl that doesn't exist, that meets every single possible criteria that stimulates me. Like even the way it talks, the way it like the things that's interested in and stuff. Like basically it creates the absolute perfect thing. And then it basically just like the ad is like 30 seconds long, and it's like, oh, hey, Barnacules, I'm sorry to bother you, but I'd really appreciate it if you'd vote for this person. It would like help me out tremendously. You have yourself a wonderful day, and hey, good luck with your your son's this, or good luck with your it can manipulate you because it knows, because you told it. You did. It's like God. Those cold, what are those? Those cold reading guys that do the cold readings?
Yeah, mentalists.
Mentalists, thank you. So the mentalists, the way that they work is they actually they either do the thing called cold reading, where they basically just throw out little words and stuff at you and see how you react and look at your micro. And they can drive stuff. Micro expressions, exactly. Or the more ironclad way is they get other people to ask you questions and collect data, and then you're like, well, I told that person, this person doesn't know the person who's reading me, so he knows those same things that I told that person, so there's no way those two people could have talked, so your brain just infers, holy shit, this guy is psychic. But in reality, what you don't realize is like days earlier when you applied for tickets to go to the cold reading show or whatever, you actually answered a bunch of questions.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All that data.
Exactly. So, and they can feed that in through like the little earpiece, when it's set up. It's like, oh, hey, I'm getting somebody over here. A Jay, is it a John? And like 5 people raise their hands because John's a common name. And it's like, oh, okay, well, that John there, because in the earpiece they said 3 over and 2 down. Hey, John. Oh, yeah. I'm sensing that you had somebody close to you die recently. Well, for everybody, that's usually, there's always somebody who died recently. So, oh yeah, and I'm sensing that it was a father figure of some kind, because he already knows it's the father, because they had microphones in the waiting room outside where they kept everybody for 2 hours while they were all chatting to each other. And what is everybody going to say going to a cold reading thing? They're all going to talk about, oh, I hope he can reach my family member this, or I hope he can reach this person. And they're going to be that if you get everybody in a group at a dentist office, everybody's going to be talking about like, oh, what are you getting done today? Oh, just a cleaning, I'm getting it. But they're going to spill that information and subliminally not realize it's being picked up and it's being tracked by the people and applied to them. So when they go into the room and they're like, oh, I'm sensing exactly what you wanted, you connect with that and you're like, holy shit, I got to believe this. Like, this is real. Like, if you don't put it together and you don't understand the chain of custody of that data, either because you're ignorant of the technology, or you just weren't thinking, or more than likely you just want something so bad that you're not seeing logic. And that's gambling. Gambling addiction, that's literally how gambling works, is it basically convinces you that you're going to win more than what you put in, when it's strategically created to not allow that to happen. Like not even by chance. That can't even happen by chance, because if it did, it could ruin a casino, right? If 5 people hit the $100 million payout in a day, that could bankrupt the casino. So all the machines talk to each other and they're like, okay, only one can hit in this many days with this many people, and they have to make sure that like 98% of the money coming in goes out, and then they keep the last 8 or 9%. And so it's all very strategic, but in the mind of the gambler, you're just like, oh shit, I almost got it. Oh, I just got it. Oh, look how close it was. It was almost a bar. Look how close, but it was never really that close. It's intentionally showing you it was close so that you'll go again, because you're inferring by looking at how close the things are aligned that you might win next time. But what it's really doing is just baiting you. And I feel like that same casino logic and that same gambling addiction spills over into advertisement, politics. All of that stuff utilizes the same system, where it's like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you in a situation where you feel like you need to give me the benefit of the doubt more. Like I'm going to specifically like put you into a state where it's like, I'm going to tell you something that's like unbelievable. I'm even going to tell you it's unbelievable. Like I couldn't even believe it myself, you know? And then you're like, oh wow, this has to be real because I need this to be real. And then you get robbed and you're in a worse situation. And I see this happen all the time. The number one people that get scammed, like like financially scammed by these tech support scammers, IRS refund scammers, all these people, the number one group that gets scammed are elderly people that either have a lot of money and are ignorant of technology, or have no money at all and are ignorant of technology. Like the old people, they go after them in 2 very different ways. They go after the old people that have a lot of money from the standpoint of, it makes sense to invest for your your nieces and your nephews, and this is going to give you a more secure future and future-proof you against inflation. They're going to understand, they have some financial knowledge and they kind of understand what they're doing. So it's going to approach them from more of a logical standpoint, and their odds of winning them over are very little, right? It's gonna have to be ignorance, because a lot of money means nothing to them because they already got a lot of money, right? But if you go to the person who doesn't have a lot of money, that's like struggling to pay rent, and you present them with a situation where it's even a 1% chance it could be true, they might be so desperate that 1% chance to them is like 99%. And that's where you start getting into some really scary problems with manipulation. Crypto is the number one place I've seen this happen lately online, is because you'll have a crypto pop up, and basically the company, the guy that creates it or whatever, gets a bunch of capital and he puts it into influencers to go out and boost the coin. So like, oh my God, I love, like Barnacules Bitcoin. Somebody's going to go create that. But BBC, BBC. Anyways, but so Barnacules, we'll call it Barnacules coin. So they create Barnacules coin, then they go out to everybody. And it's like, and they pay him like $100,000 to like a huge influencer like PewDiePie or something, to be like, oh man, have you guys seen this new Barna coin, man? I just bought into it, and it went up by like 50%, and I made $50,000 in one day. And then they go look at the charts, and it's like, oh wow, yeah, it actually did go up by 50%. He's not lying. So then they go buy into it. And what they don't realize is the money that was paid to him was actually in stock. They gave it to him in stock of the coin. And they're like, here's the coin, which because of that distribution of the coin, that drove the value up because there was an artificial demand. Then everybody buys it. It starts to moon. You hear about mooning, right? So moon. And this all happens in the form of hours, right? It goes, and then boom, 1 hour, 0.
Yep.
That fast. Because what they do is they set it up so that it looks like everybody's winning, but the only people that are actually winning are the people that were in on the scam, that were paid for it. But then what happens is, if you can reach enough people, like if you can reach enough people that even 1% of them show interest and buy like a coin or even reshare the data, if you can get a big whale like PewDiePie level or Mr. Beast level or something to push that down, your coin is going to go through the roof. Even if it's the shittiest coin, even if it's a meme coin that does nothing, it means nothing, it just burns electronics away space, it could go up to $100,000 a coin.
Yeah.
But and there may be a couple of people that actually sell it and get that amount of money for it, like a couple. But the vast majority that got it up that high, because remember, they'd have to invest hundreds of millions to get it up to that point. But then what's going to happen is it's going to hit a trigger, and every single person that was a founder of that coin is going to dump and flood the market. And then that's going to bring prices down, and that flooding will continue until they pull as much money out of that as humanly possible, while robbing everybody along the way.
Yep.
And this happens every day, like hundreds of times a day, but only a couple of them like really become like high enough that we all see them like trending. But it's always the same thing. It's always a scam. It's like every single one of these damn coins, even Doge, like Dogecoin is only worth something because of Elon Musk. That's it.
Yeah.
Like if it wasn't for Elon, it would still be worth virtually nothing, right? I know people that have
it still is, honestly. I bought $10 worth of Doge, I don't know, like a year ago, and like I think it's worth like $3 now. It's garbage.
And here's the thing: even though you knew it was garbage, you still invested in it because there's a 0.00001% chance.
Yeah,
I mean, right?
Kind of. I treated it the same way I do any other gambling. I was like, I got some extra bucks. Why the fuck not? Like, whatever.
Yeah, and that's the way to do it. That's definitely the way to do it.
What else would I have spent that on? You know, it's like,
yeah,
fucking McD's burger or something. Like, man, and I'll probably hold it until it becomes a zero. You know, I don't know. Shit might happen. Something crazy might happen. I don't know.
Yeah, I actually have. I think I have 10,000 Doge.
So, yeah, it came out to some outrageous because they're like fractions of a penny a piece or something. I have like 100,000 of them or something like that. But like, so
yeah,
it's like great. That means I have $1 trillion Zimbabwe dollars. Super great.
But the reason it went up in value is because a big guy like Elon Musk pushed it.
Yeah.
After he bought a ton of it, like
so
he was
weird.
The chief holder, like he went in, bought a bunch of this worthless coin, which brought the value up slightly because he bought so much of it, he influenced the value himself.
Meme.
What was that?
Because Elon's a walking meme.
He
is.
As it is. He is. He's like the biggest troll in meme. Although this is one of the rare
down a whole other path where I don't want to get ranting on.
Oh no, well, we got to rant on it because of Tesla bot.
Oh yeah. Yeah, what's up with that? I didn't know they were working on a robot.
Dude, okay, let's talk about this. Let's shift gears. We'll actually do some topips now that we still got 180 people, but hey, I'm glad you guys showed up. Thank you for that. YouTube is not pushing my videos at all anymore.
A good number of people were saying they got the notification and everything. So
yeah, but a good number of people, 180 out of 940,000.
Yeah.
Like they're definitely not sending out notifications to everybody. And here's the thing. I've been catching YouTube consistently, and I'm collecting data so that I can go to them with this huge chunk of data and publicly humiliate the fuck out of them.
Get them.
I'm gonna get them because I'm pissed because I have been unsubbed from so many channels, and it's so bad now that I am finding probably 2 to 3 channels a day at this point because I subbed about 1,000 people. So 2 to 3 channels a day now I'm finding that I'm getting unsubbed from by just looking at the sub list and diffing it. And so they're unsubbing me from people, and I have to go back and resub to them. And I'm trying to figure out the patterns. This is where an AI would come in handy, right? Neural network. But I'm looking at it, I'm like, what are the common things between these videos? And the thing is, they're videos that are they're people that have released a video of a controversial nature. Those are the ones that I'm seeing unsubbed from the most. The second one that I'm being unsubbed from the most are people that didn't make a video for a period of 2 weeks or more when they made more than that before.
Yeah.
So what's happening is YouTube's going through and they're unsubbing you, but it doesn't take away a sub from the creator. The creator still says that you're subscribed to them, but yours says that you're unsubscribed from them. What? So they're basically keeping you from seeing the notifications when the new video goes live, but making the creator think you're still following them.
How is that helpful? Like that doesn't make any sense. Why would they do that? How? Like where's what?
I can tell you exactly. I know exactly why they're doing it. So, David just kicked me and said, okay, he's cleaning up after 10 weeks of renovation, lost track of time. Oh, no worries. Yeah, just David's out. Hewlett's out.
Yeah, that's fine.
But anyways, oh God, here, get me back on track. What was I just saying?
YouTube unsubbing people.
So I've caught them doing this like many times over. The reason that they're doing this is because the channels that I was watching are not as ad friendly as the channels they were advertising to me in their stead. So like where it would normally send a notification and say, hey, Cody, Cody's Lab made a new video, right? Mm-hmm. Well, Cody's Lab videos are usually like these little scientific videos, where he does like a thing like Chicken Hole Ranch. And it's kind of, he makes niche content. Okay. And I really love his channel, but it keeps unsubbing me from him. And it's because he's not really that ad friendly. Some of the content he does, some of the things that he messes with, chemicals and stuff that he handles and stuff, like it just makes him not friendly for a lot of ads. And remember, you don't have to have a thing. You don't have to have a yellow exclamation point next to your thing to tell you that you're not ad friendly. You can literally meet all the criteria for every single ad, and YouTube will still in the background limit the ads that go to you, because if you have a channel, like for instance, that just rips on Microsoft, and they run a Microsoft ad on you, what are the odds that anybody's going to buy that Microsoft product? Actually, you may even create a hassle to Microsoft, because you may even enrage the people watching that ad to go and attack them. So that's counterproductive. Well, the system is smart enough to know that. The system is smart enough to go, okay, well, this person doesn't like this and this person doesn't like this, so only serve them things that they like. Right. So because of that strategy, YouTube has to look every day at all of its advertisers across AdSense and say, what is the most compatible content for the highest yield? So the ads that get the highest click-through rate based on the content that people watch, and pairing those ads up with channels. And it's happened like that. It's an evolving thing, right? But it gets better and better and better from their point of view.
Yeah.
And and it connects everybody together. But what's happening is if it sees a channel that you're subscribed to and you watch every video that person makes, but they can't run the ads that make a lot of money on it, what they're doing is they're going to unsub you from that person, and then they're going to start putting people that were like that person, person, but didn't cross that line. So now when I'm, they unsub me from Cody's Lab, and I start seeing some other channels that are very niche like Cody's Lab, but they might not mess with dangerous chemicals. They might be more open to advertisement. They might actually like say certain words and phrases that trigger the algorithm into thinking that they're more friendly for advertisement, and they have an audience that's more receptible to advertisement. Like for instance, I speak out against a lot of shit with ads. Like I make money off ads. I need ads. Like they're but I don't like it when like Raid Shadow Legends and shit happens, right? Like I'm not
those kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of scam ads, and they're the ones that pay the most. Therefore, they have the most people that are doing them at the top. And that system like really, really pisses me off. But the reason that you see so many videos with Raid Shadow Legends in it isn't just because Raid Shadow Legends is paying $1 million every creator you've ever known to do an advertisement. It's because YouTube is being very careful to show you the videos that meet a criteria that attract a certain type of ad that they're running. And if you're talking about Raid Shadow Legends and they have a Raid Shadow Legends ad that they can run before you're talking about Raid Shadow Legends, or something like it from the same company or a rival company that wants to advertise in front of Raid Shadow Legends, they see that as an opportunity to make money. And they know that the audience is receptive to it, because if the audience wasn't receptive to it, the person would have been forced to change it and not do it. So now YouTube is, and this is my theory. This is all theory, but just hang out with me here for a second. So when I'm watching YouTube and I'm seeing a Raid Shadow Legends ad on like 1 out of 3 videos I watch, I'm like, holy shit, Raid Shadow Legends is everywhere. But the trend that I really think that I'm seeing is that because they do the Raid Shadow Legends ad and I continue to watch their content, even though I myself wouldn't use Raid Shadow Legends because it's a total fucking gambling addiction scam, because it's showing me that because YouTube has made the determination that this content creator creates regular content, they're definitely open. If they're advertising Raid Shadow Legends, they are definitely open to shilling, and their audience is willing to listen. They're not going to just unsub and leave. And so they can look at those metrics and say, okay, this is a channel that has a high retention that runs a lot of Raid Shadow Legends ads. So they're like, that is a good channel to run advertisements on, because this is an audience that's receptive to it. They're not going to be turned off by it, versus the content creator that's like, fuck Colgate or whatever, and they run a Colgate ad and they don't get any click-throughs. So my theory is, and from a business standpoint, it is more advantageous to the Google algorithm, to the AdSense algorithm, and when we're talking AdSense algorithm, it's everything. It's Google's entire search engine, Right. And its disposal. When it looks at this and it says, okay, this is a YouTuber that plays ball. They make content regularly. They get a lot of views. Those are the big criteria. But the ones that determine if they're going to notify the people that watch them or not is how many people are subscribed to them, or how many people is the person that subbed to them sub to. So like if I sub to one person and I only sub to that person and I have notifications enabled for that person, 99% of the time I'll get a notification when they drop a video. If I'm subbed to 1,000 people, right? If I'm subbed to 1,000 people and one of those people in there is subbed to 1,000, or sorry, I'm that person. I'm subbed to myself, and there's 999 other people that are subbed to me. It's like, okay, that person has a lot of subs to them, but those people have a lot of subs, follow a lot of other people. So it's like, I might not just follow me, I follow everybody in the tech community. Well, now it has to make the determination. It's like, okay, well, with the number of videos coming out per day across these 1,000 creators, there is no way that this person could physically watch, with the average watch times and everything, could consume all these videos. So which videos are most advantageous for Google? And that's going to be which videos are easier to run advertisements on. They get more click through and more attention. And when they make that decision, that's going to basically shadow ban me or the person who's not creating content that's friendly to ads. And it's going to bring in somebody else who has an audience that is used to being exposed to an ad, even the same one over and over and over again, which indicates their success. Like, for instance, if I'm an algorithm and I look at a channel and I notice that the person does a Raid Shadow Legends ad every 2 videos, half their videos that they make every single time, half their videos, they mention Raid Shadow Legends. So my algorithm can figure that out just because of the text to speech, or the speech to text stuff, right? The optical character recognition crap. So it can go through and it can look at that and go, oh, okay, well, this person speaks positive of Raid Shadow Legends based on the AI that's like learning all this. And because they're receptive to Raid Shadow Legends, that would make them the perfect candidate to advertise their competitor at the beginning of the stream. Like is the ad before they show your video. And so the system can go through and make calculated decisions, and the advertiser themselves can even go in there and say, oh, I want to search for people that are running Raid Shadow Legends ads, and because that's my competition, I want to preempt them and run first, and I'm going to pay, so I get to go first, and I'm not in the video. So by doing shit like that, they can strategically place advertisers to get the highest click-through rate. Therefore, anybody that isn't conducive to that advertisement revenue or making them the advertisement revenue, they go to the bottom of the stack. It's not that they'll never get shown to their subscribers, but they'll only be shown to the subscribers if the subscribers have nothing else that they could push off onto. Like if you followed 1,000 people, that's 1,000 people they can choose through and say, okay, out of all these 1,000 people, this guy gets the most views, talks about Raid Shadow Legends the most, and they weight it across, right? It's not necessarily the guy that has the most views. It's the guy who has the most views that talks about Raid Shadow Legends. So that guy alone right there will trigger the system to run beneficial ads. Therefore, they send the notification out to most of their viewers. However, if they send the notification out to most of their viewers and it's somebody who's not conducive to them running, good advertisements that make them good money, then they're missing out on an opportunity, because now you're eating their bandwidth, you're using their storage, and you're doing this, but they're making nothing off of it. So it makes sense for the algorithm to tune itself by saying whatever videos make us the most money, doesn't matter how, it can figure out a million different ways that it makes them money. It can make them money directly, indirectly. They can send out notifications for a channel because a guy made a video where he talked about Mr. Beast, or he collaborated with Mr. Beast. Now that video gets pushed up to a new echelon and advertised, because they're like, okay, because he did a collaboration with Mr. Beast and all the metadata says this, we're going to go ahead and link him with the same advertisements that were successful on that bigger creator. Because now we're reaching, a new audience for a different creator that's like that creator. So like-minded people will be more than likely to click on shit. Why is everybody typing 1 and 3 and stuff in chat?
Somebody complained about our tech support at the beginning, and so I thought I would present it to the people of whether you like the tech support at the beginning or you don't.
Oh my God! Hey, tech support's awesome. Let's see here. So CCTV user said, never been unsubbed from a channel in my life, and my subscriptions, all my videos are shown in order as they were loaded up. How many people do you subscribe to? And what country are you in? That's another big one. It's important. Is what country are you in? Because they have different rules for different countries. Let's hear Dan. Oh shit! I got these guys. You guys are helping us out so much, so I want to make sure you guys all get huge attention. Daniel Frost, thank you for the $9.03 super chat. We love you long time. He said, "Yo, how are you? How are you finding? What's that?"
It was 100 sexes.
Ooh. That was before pre-conversion? Yeah, it just shows me the converted value. So 100 sexes. Thank you, Daniel. We love the sexes. How are you finding two gentlemen this effing day? Have some sexes.
Head hurt.
Oh, you got a head hurt?
I think I a little dehydrated while I was sleeping, and my head and I slept on the couch, and so I was pressing my face along the back, the back side of it, and I think that's all. No
actually, as a segue to that, real quick, let's do a little. I want to detour off. We'll come back to this though, because this is a good topic. How many people here, like in chat, does anybody think that I seem more bubbly and more myself than I have for a while, or do I seem the same? And the reason I'm asking is because I have no
I would say you're back to what I would consider normal.
Okay, so I'm curious if anybody else in chat has noticed.
That dude, you went on for 30 minutes on a weird ass tangent.
That's me. That's
just
me
on and on. And so I'm like, you're a little back to normal. What I would consider your normal.
Thank you. And Miss Barnacules noticed it too. And here's the interesting thing. So the last week or so has been pure hell for me. But if I'm honest with myself, it's been pure hell for years now, right? And things have been getting worse. My hip, I'm now having problems not just with my SI joint. I'm having a problem with the hip socket. The hip socket on my body is failing. And once it starts getting loose and it starts having those problems, they just get worse and worse and worse, right? And so then that's leading to other back problems. But long story short, I have a lot of chronic pain, and I've had a lot of chronic pain that's been getting worse for a long time. Actually, one of the reasons that I gained weight for so long was because I was so immobilized, because I just couldn't get up and do anything. I was literally like that dude laying in bed, right? And so we came to the conclusion recently that, because I've been on hardcore painkillers for 15 years. Yeah. I've been taking some oxycodone. Everybody knows what it is. And so I've always openly, if you guys watch my Twitch stream, I talk about all this stuff hugely openly. I think it's important to not stigmatize shit that actually helps people. And it helped me for a very, very long time. But the problem with that particular medication is you build up a tolerance to it, and it becomes less and less effective, but you still get the side effects.
Right.
And if it becomes less effective in treating the pain, but the side effects keep getting worse or the same, then it starts becoming counterproductive. And it's sometimes hard to see that because you're just focused on pain relief, right? You just want some pain relief. So you don't look at what's attached to that, like the other baggage that comes along, because you're hyper focused on, ooh, swallow this, it stops pain. Anyways, long story short, me and my doctor talked yesterday because I got on a call with him, and I was like, dude, like the oxycodone just isn't working like it used to. The amount that I have to take to get the effect, like for instance, if you've never taken oxycodone, they would give you a 5 milligram tablet and you would be on your ass floating on a pile of kittens in like 30 minutes. Like, it's an incredibly strong drug, like if you've never had it. But to somebody like me that has 15 years of tolerance, I could take 6 times that. Like, I could take 6 times that and I wouldn't even feel a tenth of the effect that you did. Like, it'd be like you taking a really strong Tylenol. And so when it gets to that point, what you have to do is you just keep going up in dosage. Well, me and my doctor both agree we do not want to go up in dosage.
Oh man, that's just temporary.
It's a dead end. It's a dead end. And here's the thing is, for 14 years, I was able to keep the dosage low. But the problem with dosing something like that is it doesn't go up linearly. It goes up exponentially. So what happens is, like, for 15 years, I was like on, let's say, 8 years of it, I was on 5 milligrams, then 10 milligrams, then 15 milligrams, right? And it just keeps going up and up and up. I stopped at 15 milligrams, but still I was taking it up to 6 times a day, like every 4 hours, like even waking up in the middle of the night, because it only lasts for, I think about 2 to 3 hours max as where you get any kind of pain relief from it. So what happened was, talking to my doctor, I said, okay, well, we got to try something else. I can't do the nerve ablation thing where they go in there and burn the nerve. They said for the type of pain that I'm experiencing, that won't work. So what he ended up doing is we decided that we wanted to start working with a longer acting painkiller that is far less effective, like on paper, but it's new. And the way that it works on your what do they call them? Your mu receptors.
Okay.
The way it works on them is different than oxycodone. It's a drug called Subulox or bupromorphine or something. Morphine. Okay. Well, let me see. This is still new to me. I'm only on my 2nd dose, which is blowing my mind. Let's see here. So buprenorphine. There it is. So it's buprenorphine. And so what it is it's a lower level opiate that is super long acting. Like, it stays in your system for 5 days versus 3 hours. And it's effective for 24 to 40 hours. But the thing is, you can't overdose on it. It's not effective past 24 milligrams, which means even if you put a whole bottle of these things under your tongue, you would get no more benefit from it. Your body only has so many receptors.
Right.
And so they started, and it's gross, man. It is so gross. They purposefully make these pills gross because they want it to be like, you have to be in pain before you want it. But the interesting thing is, I've only taken 2 doses in 24 hours, and I'm supposed to take 3 in 24 hours. I took 2 doses in 24 hours, and I slept better than I ever have in recent memory last night. I woke up and I was happy. And when I woke up, normally when I wake up, I have to take my pain meds immediately because I have a hard time even sitting up in bed. I still hurt, but I was able to sit up in bed and get up on my feet almost instantly.
Great.
So it's helping with the pain more than the oxycodone did, even though it's a weaker opiate, just because it's a different opiate. It's like when you change stuff, your tolerance is different.
Sure.
And so he put me on this regimen, and I was like, I was really apprehensive about it because we've tried probably a dozen times to move me to different longer acting opiates like Dilaudid and straight up morphine and stuff. And there's always side effects that are worse than the pain. And so oxycodone was the only one that I had 0 side effects with that were noticeable, like in the short term. Like, if I took it, you couldn't tell that I was on it or not, really, other than my pain level. And that's rare to find something that's like that. So that's why we stuck with it for so long. Well, we got to the point where we're just like, it's not effective anymore. It's not doing its job. And I was like, I'm willing to go through the withdrawal, the pain. I've been through withdrawal a million times. I go through withdrawal like 3-4 times a year now, on purpose to keep my tolerance. But he switches me to this, and I wish I had known about this earlier, because this is also a drug that they use to get people off of opiates. Like, this is a transitional drug. Right on. Yeah. And so if I ever want to just stop taking it altogether, like we find a different way to manage my pain, this one has a much better escape strategy. It's not perfect, but it's a lot mellower than the shorter acting the opiate is, the more hardcore the withdrawal is. So if you have an opiate that lasts for 5 days, you're basically going to have withdrawal for longer than 5 days, but it's going to be mild. Whereas with something like heroin, for instance, which is many times stronger than oxycodone, you might only be high for like 2 hours, right? And then it's gone and you need it again. But your withdrawal will set in within like 4 hours and you'll be in suffering pain within 8 to 12. Oof. And so the longer acting it is, the best. No, it's not Suboxone. It's a different one. Lucid Enemy, he said it's oxy version of methadone. Yeah, no, realistically, yeah, that's a good way to put it. It is. It's like it's the same type of treatment that they would use methadone for, and is a transitional thing. But what I didn't realize about these drugs, because I looked into them before, is that they actually still treat pain. Like you can actually use these as not just a transition, but to treat pain. And so far I'm blown away with how effective it is. Like even sitting in the chair right now, this is the first time I've been comfortable in my chair for like 5 years. And so even though it's a much weaker opiate and I'm only taking it once, maybe twice a day, because it is pretty gross. You got to put this thing under your tongue. If you swallow it, it's completely inert.
Oh, you have to let it sublimate like into your, I think that's, or no, some sublingual.
That's right.
Something or other.
No, you nailed it.
That's gross.
Yeah, it's super gross.
Gross. Cause like, oh dude, that's just, I mean, dude, like they'll do that when you have like a heart attack, they put aspirin under your tongue. Cause it, so the reason they do that is because as it dissolves, it absorbs into
your membrane.
There's all kinds of capillaries and stuff under your tongue. It gets up into you faster.
Yep.
Sublimate is when that's the wrong word. Sublimate is when something transfers from a solid to a gas without touching the liquid phase. Dry ice, right? It goes straight from a solid block to just
the gas.
Air.
Yep.
Sublimate. That's a little different.
This is
sublingual because it's under the tongue. Sublingual, your tongue. So gross because they fucking cut those pills. Those pills are made out of like talcum powder or some.
No, they intentionally put a bitterant in this to make it unpleasant.
Oh, no doubt,
on purpose.
I believe
because they don't want it to be abused. And the other thing too is so there's a couple different drugs. There's Suboxone is the one that most people know that's a transitional med to get you off of opiates. And it's basically the stuff I'm taking now is that minus one chemical. So because I'm still being treated for pain. So pain is still why I'm doing this. Like if it was just a matter of me just getting off of opiates entirely and just being in crippling pain, I would just go off of them. I've done it a million times before. And it's like, yeah, it's unpleasant. You got to go through withdrawal for like, 3 or 4 days. That's pretty hard. And then it gets easier after that. And then after a couple weeks, you're fine. And then you go back and you get the pain relief that you got before. Like you get that's how I was able to keep it going for like 15 years. The problem was I couldn't come off of it for a long period of time because my pain had gotten so bad because the degradation of my spine and the discs and the nerve and the joint. All that stuff made it to where I couldn't go a long time without the pain relief, and I can't take Tylenol and I can't take ibuprofen or any non-steroidal anti-inflammatory. So my options are like super limited. That's the only reason that you have to have like a really good reason for them to just write you a script for like pure oxycodone for years and years and years and years. Because the only time that this drug is ever used in long-term applications is when they don't have another medical thing they can do for you. Like now it's a quality of life thing, right? So I literally have paperwork with the state with 2 other doctors that signed off on it and everything that say I have a condition that cannot be treated traditionally between the bone spur and everything like that it has to be pain management until such a time that they can actually do something that might be productive. And so that's why I had it for so long. And they even told me that I built up a tolerance. Like my doctor even said, like, no shit. He was kind of surprised that I was able to be on it for 15 years and still be at the dosage that I was. Because, I mean, I was on a relatively low dosage. Like, I'm not talking Rush Limbaugh shit or anything like that. It's like 15 milligrams was the most that I took at any one time. And the maximum for a day would be between 60 and 90, which to somebody that's never taken it before, that's an insane amount. But when you realize that there's people that are taking 500 milligrams in one dose, just one dose, and they're doing that every 3 hours, that's like that's the heroin side of the scale. Well, I thought that I was going to get a ton of withdrawal switching from this to a very weaker opiate. And not only have I not had withdrawal, I actually feel a lot better, like a lot better. So now I'm on something that's not demonized. It's actually, it's indicated for pain, but it's also indicated for transition. So if I want to get off of it at some point, it makes that an easy option for me. And it actually seems to be helping with the pain better than what the oxycodone does. So like huge thumbs up on that one. And I only have to take it once every like 12 hours. Like that's baller, man. Like that's and I make it through the whole night. Like with the other meds, I'd wake up because of my hip pain and my back pain. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, like 3 or 4 or 5 times, like fully awake, trying to get comfortable again. And then, so every night I was literally having to like interrupt my sleep to take another dose because it only lasts for 3 hours. And then when it wears off, the pain kicks in and wakes me up because I'm hurting so bad. This just carried me through. Now, the thing is it's like, it's not the same type of pain relief. It's different, but I like it because I feel sharper. Like I definitely feel like the oxycodone was really, really starting to weigh on my brain. Like I could just tell it, my memory, my responses to things, it wasn't me. So it's like, I understand when people say like, opiates change you. Like they absolutely change you. That's 100% true. 100% true. Because I'm 2 doses into this new medication and I'm having 0 withdrawal, which is fantastic. I didn't think that was even possible. And I only have to take it every 12 hours. But the downside is it tastes like a squirrel's butthole and you have to put it under your tongue for 15 minutes. And so that's the gross part about it. But here's the interesting chemical engineering that's going on with the stuff. Because I like to study stuff. If I'm going to take something, I usually go do all the research on it first, right? Like,
sure, of course, as you should.
Picked up, I already watched YouTube videos. I went out and looked at papers. I want to figure out how this shit works. And this particular buprenorphine has been around for a long time. It's indicated for either pain, mild to moderate pain relief. It's extremely long acting. So like if it's in your system, you could literally miss like 2 days of it and still feel mostly fine. So and when withdrawal sets in, it's not going to be it's going to set in slowly. It's not going to be like one of those withdrawals where it's like you just wake up in pain, right? And you're like drooling and throwing up and stuff. None of that, just nice and smooth. So the difference between what I'm taking and Suboxone, which is the other one, is Suboxone contains Narcan. And if that word sounds familiar to you, Narcan is the overdose drug that you basically put into your nostril if somebody's ODing. Hey. And I always keep one in the house. I always keep it in the house. I got one somewhere up here in this room. I wish I knew where it was. Somewhere. And I got one downstairs in the bathroom, and I got one in my car. And it's just for any kind of accidental thing. But the thing is, like, people are like, oh my God, you're going to overdose. People that overdose on like opiates, like pill form opiates, you have to take 200 milligrams. If you've never taken oxycodone before, you have to take 200 milligrams just to have a 50% chance of stopping breathing. Ugh. I didn't realize
that's so much.
You have to take a shitload. I mean, a point where you're like comatose. And like me, in the entire 15 years, I've never even come like a quarter of that. Like not even. Let's see, a quarter would be 50. No, 45. So this is the most I've ever taken for what do they call it? Rapid pain relief. Like if you break a leg or something like that and you have to get some kind of pain relief. Very, very rare, but still that's a quarter of that. And that's the dose that some people can just take that have a tolerance to it. But if you didn't have a tolerance, 200 has a 50% chance of killing you because you'll just stop breathing. But I was like, man, 200 milligrams, that's a shitload. So it's like you would have to intentionally overdose. Like, if you'd have to be like going for broke, like trying to OD on it. The problem is the drugs that you get on the street are all laced with fentanyl now, all of them. And fentanyl to overdose, the difference is a grain of sand. So it's like 1 grain of sand, pain relief, 2 grain of sand, respiratory failure and death. So that's why so many people die. Like I wouldn't even touch medical fentanyl. Like unless I absolutely had to, I wouldn't even touch the shit because one, it's like one of the shortest acting opiates there is. Like the onset is damn near instantaneous, even in pill form, but just as fast as it comes, it's gone. It's like one of those things you'd have to take like every 2 hours, every 3 hours, all day, every day. And the withdrawal would be absolutely just frightening. So, but when it comes to overdose, it's like, let's say that you accidentally woke up in the middle of the night and you're sleepwalking or something, and you like fucking pounded your bottle of pills. Having Narcan around just gives you that peace of mind and makes you calmer. You know, it's kind of like you have a fire extinguisher and it's like, you'll probably never use it, right? It'll probably just sit there until it expires. But just knowing that you have it makes you feel comfortable running your 3D printer. You know what I mean? It's like little things like that. So Narcan is that drug. And the way it works is if you put Narcan in somebody's system, it completely annihilates the opiate instantly. So it clogs up all your mu receptors or whatever so that they can't absorb the opiate that keeps them stimulated. And it will instantly, we're talking like within 10, 20 seconds of it being sprayed into your nose, you are completely coherent. The opiate's gone. Your brain functions back. Wild shit. So what they did is Suboxone isn't used for pain. Suboxone is used to get people off of opiates. Okay. So Suboxone contains this Nox or something land Nox. Anyways, the Narcan. And so when it not only like satisfies the receptors in your brain, but if you swallow it or you try to put it in your veins or whatever, the Narcan gets in there and annihilates it instantly. So if you swallow it, it won't work. It won't work at all. Like you could swallow an entire handful of the things and it wouldn't work. Like you could take fentanyl pills. If it has that Narcan in it, it will cancel it out instantaneously. So it's basically a drug you can't abuse. So when you're transitioning somebody off of opiates, you give them a drug that basically stops their withdrawal symptoms by, just satisfying those receptors. And then the Narcan is just there if you swallow or inject. And what this means, you have to put it under your tongue. There's no other way to put it in there. You're not going to put a whole bottle of pills under your tongue. Like it's not practical. Your whole mouth is just going to foam and fill with shit. And plus the pills taste like shit. Ugh. So, and even if you did with this particular drug, your body can only absorb, I think 28 milligrams every 24 hours, which means even if you took a handful, it wouldn't do anything else. Like you have no more receptors to interact. So the shit would just go through your system and flush out and piss out, and it doesn't do anything. So it's a great drug for transitioning people off of stuff, because you can abuse it even if you want to. I mean, that's not entirely true. There are people that have figured out ways, but and if you swallow it, it doesn't do you any good. You have to put it under your tongue, which is like a 15 to 30 minute process. You can't inject it because the stomach acid will interact with the Narcan and make it work. Injecting it, the Narcan will work, but if it's under your tongue, it won't. The Narcan won't pass through your tongue membrane. So it's kind of interesting, the science behind how they create a drug that you have to take in a very specific way, not because that's the only way it would work, but they engineered it so that that's the only way it would work, so that it can't be abused. And the other thing that's interesting about it is if you take other opiates with it, it will make you sick. It'll throw you into instant withdrawal. So because that's how behavior is what dictates addiction. So if your mind is expecting something good and you swallow it and it makes you feel worse, your brain's going to associate that.
Oh, sure.
You're like, I don't want that anymore.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Have you ever gotten food poisoning before?
Sure.
Did you ever?
Or like how I feel about tequila.
Yeah. See, exactly. Goldschlager.
Had a really bad experience, a couple bad experiences. And now it's like, bro, just the smell of tequila I'm like, oh, get out of here. I don't.
Exactly. And so one of the ways they treat alcoholism, and the reason that I'm speaking of this in context,
it's that whole concept of like your dad making you smoke the whole pack of cigarettes when he catches you when you're little, and your body will just have like such a horrendous visceral rejection of it afterward because it was 100%. So nasty.
Yep. Blech. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's the modern equivalent of that.
I feel like a lot of like if you have drank alcohol, you probably have a story like that where like, bro, I can't touch X because of this one time.
Yeah, totally. And for me, that's Goldschlager.
Goldschlager. What were you drinking Goldschlager for anyway?
Dude, it had gold flakes in it. Wow, how could you not?
And it's what, like that's like a pepperminty kind of thing, isn't it?
It is. It's like it's pepperminty and it's kind of syrupy. Like, it's not good. I don't know why anybody would drink it, right?
I feel like it's one of those. It's like gross. It's like oh crap, not brandy, schnapps. It's like one of those ones you're just supposed to like sip on it or something. You're not supposed to like do shots, which some people do that, and it's like,
and I was shooting it, and that's why I got really sick.
Like even in chat, they're coming out all the.
Yeah, and it's weird because it's like you don't even have to smell it, just the sight of it. If you just see a bottle of it on a counter, it'll make you retch a little. Like if you've had a bad experience.
Yeah, thinking about it can make me gag.
So there's a drug, I don't know if they still use it today, but I know when I was a kid, my dad's friend who was an alcoholic, I wish my dad used it, but my dad's friend was like a really bad alcoholic and he got in trouble with DUI. And a part of him getting his license back is he had to become clean. Like back then, that was where he was. That was what you had to do to get your license back. So they mandatory, because I think he wrecked into somebody, and so he had to take this drug. It was called I think anabuse or something. Like abuse, like alcohol abuse, but it's like abuse or anabuse. And this medication, you take it like once every 24 hours. But what it does is it takes alcohol. If you ingest alcohol, it converts it into something that makes you violently sick instantly.
Oh, wow.
So if you even take a sip of beer, it will make you throw it up instantly. You cannot keep alcohol down. It will completely prevent you from keeping alcohol in your stomach.
Wow.
And so what happened was he took this medication, and it was a forced medication. Like a dude came by every day and made him swallow it, just like at the police station or whatever.
Wow.
And sure enough, he went and grabbed some beer and he started chugging beer, and he was just retching his guts out. And because he was so addicted, and we're talking about addicted to the point where the dude was like waking up in the morning and like, drink a beer, have a beer before you go to work, have a beer on the way to work. He was just like, he'd probably go through like 48 beers a day. Like no shit, like 2 of those 24 packs.
Damn.
And plus he was getting jaundice, like his eyes were starting to turn a little yellow.
Yikes.
So he was really bad. So this basically saved his life and gave him a couple more years. But that drug, it took him all of about 3 days of throwing up and he was trying to cheat the system and figure out how to get alcohol. Right. He could not keep it in. I swear this guy was such an alcoholic. He was probably trying to shoot it up his butthole, but it won't work. This medication will make you sick the second it gets into your bloodstream. Wow. It instantly makes you retch. And so the idea behind that, and it works really well, is after you've tried to drink everything, now you feel about everything just like we talked about, like the Goldschlager. And like what you talked about, now you look at beer, everything you tried over those days that you threw up drinking, now you're like, it's gross and it disgusts you. And then the smell of any alcohol will start to disgust you. And then you get to the point where it's like, you don't want it because you associate it with more pain than not even having it. So the withdrawal becomes less.
Yeah.
And the reason that I don't know if they use it anymore today, because people that had the DTs were literally dying, because I can't pronounce the word. It's like, so hold on here. So alcohol DT stands for delirium tremens. Oh, I can pronounce that just fine. Here, here's how it's said. There we go. Let's see. Deliria tremens. So people can die from this if you are physically addicted to alcohol, and a lot of people don't know this, and it costs a lot of lives. If you know somebody who's like really like a bad alcoholic, I mean, you have to be pretty bad to hit this. But if you stop drinking suddenly, like you don't titrate and slow it down, you'll just die. You'll literally go into a coma and stop breathing and die. And it's called the DTs. And people come into the hospital every day by ambulance that literally they just got fed up with drinking. It ruined their life. So they just decided to throw it all in the garbage. They had no way of getting new stuff because they didn't have the money for it. And they basically just sat there and like cold turkeyed it until they passed out. And somebody called the ambulance and had them taken to the hospital. And the way that they treat them is when they're in the hospital is they literally pump them with alcohol. And they titrate it. They keep you in the hospital for like 3 weeks and slowly pull it back until you're completely clean. And the same thing happens with other drugs too, like opiates and stuff. If you become so addicted to an opiate that when it leaves your system, it throws you into like convulsions, that's a problem. And the other thing too, and this is a lot of people overdose on this, and this can happen with pain pills too. If you lose your tolerance, like let's say you're on the street, and this is how a lot of people die, unfortunately. Let's say you're on the street and you go get your drug, and it's not measured anyway. So it could be a really hot dose, it could be a really light dose. You don't know what you're getting, right? Like you measure it by like a gram. You don't know if it's a gram. You have no idea.
Right.
You don't even know if it's the drug you buy. It usually isn't. It's just a combination of other drugs, that they're just passing off. And so what happens is you take that, you become used to it, and then you go to another dealer and their stuff's way hotter. And then you're like, you take that a little bit, but now the old stuff doesn't work anymore because you built a tolerance to the new stuff. So this is kind of like the illicit version of me over 15 years with the oxycodone, right? It's like you become more tolerant with a higher dose. But what'll happen is they can't get anymore for whatever reason. Maybe they arrested their dealer or they don't have any money. They can't get any more of the drugs. So they go into a hardcore withdrawal from it. But here's the thing, even if the withdrawal doesn't kill them, which it usually doesn't, withdrawal for opiates can kill you, but it's not nearly as bad as alcohol. But what'll happen is you'll go through like 5 or 7 days, and you'll do a hard withdrawal where now you're back to feeling better. You don't feel great, but you feel better. And then you go buy that same drug again and it kills you. So why does the same dose of the same drug kill you that you were already taking before, just because you didn't have it for 5 days?
Yeah.
Well, it's because the tolerance is gone. Short-acting opiates, the tolerance doesn't last very long. So if you're taking it every day, the tolerance will just keep ramping up. But if you have a week or 2 weeks, like I told you guys, I called it Hell Week. Every year I would just stop taking it for a week because I was on a low enough dose that it just made me feel like I had a mild flu. It was unpleasant, and it gave you like body aches and sniffles and runny nose and diarrhea and shit like that. But it wasn't so bad that like when I came back, I could take a lesser dose and it would work again for a period of time. Well, if you're on a super high dose, like you're one of these like, people that's on the street that's like, need like the equivalent of 20 pills for a single dose, and you go off of it, if you don't die from the withdrawal, if you come back and take that same dose again, it'll probably kill you. And that's where it gets like, when people are talking about overdose and everything, it's not necessarily the drug itself that's like the specific drug itself, like, oh, it's like poison, it's like your body reacted to it and you just keel over and die for no reason. It's because your tolerance went away, so now you did legitimately overdose, whereas before it wouldn't have been an overdose because your body would have known how to handle it. The other thing that people do is they just don't know what they're getting, so the dealer keeps ramping up the dose, or even worse, it goes down in dose so they don't get the same effect, so they take more, and then when they go back to the old stuff, they're now taking double what they used to take. So dosage is the big equalizer that kills a lot of people. So I've learned a lot about addiction, because the thing is, you can't take pain medication and say you're not addicted. You are addicted. Like me, I've always said that 100%. It's like you have a chemical dependency on something that does something like that. Like even just a mental dependency on it, knowing that, oh my God, I'm in severe pain, swallow this and I won't be in as much pain anymore. Just that connection will make you want to keep taking it. And for pain management, unfortunately, for people like me, it's necessary. But what I didn't like was I felt like the return was getting out of whack. Like because of my tolerance and because of being stubborn, not wanting to go up in dose anymore, I got to a point where it was like the side effects outweighed the pros, and the pros used to counter the side effects. So like if I felt tired or I felt depressed, the effects were high enough that they would counter that and equalize it. But it got to the point where it's like it was no longer effective. So the side effects were basically, all that remained. And so that's why we decided we're just going to go a different direction. And now I'm on something that's I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's like, I know it's buprenorphine, but there's a brand name. It's like Sublox or something. But again, the difference going back, sorry, very, very chatty today.
That's good.
Well, I feel good. I haven't felt good in a long time.
No, it's good.
This is amazing. But the way that the two drugs are different, Suboxone and what I'm taking, this Subutex, that's what it is. Thank you, Lucid. So the difference between them is one is used primarily to treat opiate addicts and get them off of it. People that don't need it, that are just addicted to it. The other one can do both. It can do pain and addiction, but the difference is it doesn't have Narcan in it. The one I have doesn't have Narcan, which means it doesn't cancel it out or lessen the effects of it. So, but it's still that same that really long lasting opioid that lasts for like, a couple of days. And so I was like, this is really cool. Like, I'm kind of mad because I'm like, why didn't we try this earlier? like I'm like, dude, this drug has been around forever, and we've gone back and forth between like Dilaudid and oxycodone, even Vicodin, which Vicodin just makes it so you can't ever shit. Like you never shit again. But you go through all these different things, and I was like, this was here, and you know why we never exercised it as an option is because it was primarily indicated as a drug to get people off of opiates. So when your goal is pain management,
you're kind of off-label.
Off-label, exactly. But now it's indicated for it. Like they've changed it now to where it's indicated for pain management, so now it's an option. But I'm like, shit, if I could have taken this years and years and years ago, I would have been way better off. Because the problem with oxycodone is you basically have to take it with you everywhere, because you have to take a dose every like 4 to 6 hours. And if you forget it, it's like bad withdrawal doesn't happen for about 24 hours to 48 hours. So you got a little bit of time there, but not much. Like if you go traveling and you forget your medication, you can't just go to the CVS and get your prescription. You have to basically keep it on your body at all times, because everybody will want to steal it. It's if you don't have it and you get stuck somewhere and you can't travel in time, you're going to start having side effects that are going to be unpleasant. And I like the idea that with this drug, it's like I can go 5 days like without withdrawal setting in on one dose. And I'm like, and they even have one where you can go in and get a shot once a month. I may even do that, like where you just get a shot once a month and you don't have to put anything under your tongue. You don't have to do anything. It just lasts for an entire month. And the thing that I think I like the most about it so far is it doesn't seem to be impairing my cognition like the other stuff was. Like I only got 4.5 hours of sleep last night, and I actually feel pretty sharp today, like way sharper than I usually am. So I'm pretty happy with the fact so far. It's a little too early to like, say,
hey man, so far it's a good start, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some doucher's running his fucking blower right now. It's like 1:30 in the afternoon, man.
I can't hear it over my AC.
Oh, okay.
I think you got some good filter or something on. So
at least my noise gate is like I can tell it's in the background when I'm talking, but it's not loud enough to overcome the noise gate.
Yeah. I actually don't like noise gates anymore. I used to love them, but when you have a solid background noise, it's like, hey guys, how's it going? Yeah, it's like, you know, that gets super duper annoying.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to thank the super chatters though. You guys,
yeah, super chatters. Thank you guys so much.
Robert settles $20, man.
Yeah,
$20, man. Robert Settles, you are a god among men. Valiant Brand, was it Surviving Hexagon and Self-Help? Thank you for the $3.15. We appreciate that. LJ Everett, thank you for the $2. He said, bring back Jerry Rigged, please. Well, what would you actually, you know what? I've missed so many jerry rigged opportunities.
Yeah, man.
Because I've just felt so bad. And like, here's the thing: if you don't feel sharp, like if you guys see me and I'm not streaming, it's because of one thing. It's either because of pain or it's because just mental fog. Because mental fog makes it really hard to stream. It's really hard to get in front of a camera and talk about stuff when you can't keep up. You feel mentally slow. And so it's nice to actually feel like, even though I'm literally, I probably look tired. I barely slept last night, but it was good sleep. It was a short period of time, but it was really good sleep. And I woke up and I was in a good mood, and that hasn't happened in forever. I cannot remember the last time I woke up and wasn't just in crazy pain. Like, so I'm super happy and I'm super excited that we found this new path. My doctor's even happy because it's like, this is a drug that's much more acceptable. Like, this one isn't demonized like everything else, which is funny because there's so many drugs that have opiates in them that nobody demonizes because they don't even realize it's an opiate. But then you have things like what are everybody probably knows these things. Like, if anybody in here doesn't know one of these three, just type one in chat. Okay. Vicodin, Percocet, and fentanyl. Even if you've not heard of one of those three things, type one in chat. Cause I'm curious how many people don't know those, because it's just those are the drugs everybody knows. Those are the opiates, but there's literally like 100 different opiate medications.
Oh yeah, all kinds of, and they're all based off of, opium, of course.
Yeah. Yep, either synthetic or grown.
Same with morphine. There's so many painkillers that they have spun off of the basic morphine molecule. Say with
like
opiates and stuff. Yeah,
Dilaudid is just synthetic morphine. It's the same molecule, just one's created in the lab.
With those brand names, Vicodin. Which ones did you say?
So Vicodin and Percocet are the brand names. It's actually hydrocodone and oxycodone. Would be Vicodin and Percocet respectively, plus Tylenol. That's the brand name. The thing that they do that makes it like special to them is they add a Tylenol. They bind Tylenol with it. So like Vicodin, whenever you see it, it'll say like 7.5/250. That's 7.5 of hydrocodone and 200 milligrams of Tylenol. Yeah, in one pill. And I can't take any of that stuff. I have to take the generic singular medications because Tylenol is really bad for your liver. And I already have some liver problems. I have fatty liver. I mean, you could probably tell why. Yeah. so because I have fatty liver, I can't take Tylenol. So because I can't take Tylenol, I have to take like the pure form of these medications. Wow. And the other reason they put Tylenol in them is the Tylenol, they claim that it potentiates the analgesic effect.
Yeah, it's like a little bit of a blood thinner. So it probably helps spread the stuff around or something, gets it absorbed better.
I never noticed the difference. Back when I took Percocet versus oxycodone, couldn't tell the difference between the two no matter how hard I tried. Pain-wise, euphoria, none of it changed.
I imagine, some folk it's probably just doesn't, it's minuscule, you just unnoticeable.
Yeah. Well, the main reason they put it in there is so you won't crush it up and inject it, because if you inject oxycodone, it'll like instantly destroy your liver. Or sorry, not oxycodone, acetaminophen, Tylenol, or they call it something else in Europe. What is it, like paracetamine or somebody? I know we got somebody in here in Europe that's like up really late. What do you guys call Tylenol over there? Like, what is the generic name for Tylenol? Because I know that there's like 3 of them. And
it's not for us, acetaminophen.
Yeah, we use acetaminophen, but there's another one that's like starts with a P. And because I know, because I was talking to somebody in the UK, and they're like, something. Paracetamol. Yep, that's it.
I don't know where that came from, but that just popped out of my brain.
Did you know Tylenol kills more people every year?
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, people eating way too much for liver failure, stomach lining tear you up, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
I was right. I was right.
You were right,
amazing. Sir. My brain.
Yeah, but Tylenol will kill you faster than anything. Tylenol, as a matter of fact, I think the last one I looked at, Tylenol killed more people. I think it was number 2 behind alcoholism.
I believe it, man. Some people just take like a dozen of them all at once, and it's like, oh God, and then your liver fails.
Yeah, it's really, and the thing is, they put it in all kinds of shit. There's a lot of stuff you take that has Tylenol in it, unless you look at the ingredients, you're not going to know, right?
Yeah.
So, but if you go look it up, it's like the most dangerous drug as far as like deaths overall is liver failure from acetaminophen.
Yeah.
So, and I always thought that was crazy. Like when you think about it, because it's like it's in NyQuil, Robitussin, Theraflu. I mean, they combine it with almost everything: Percocet, Vicodin, OxyContin, not cotton. There's oxycodone, OxyContin, and OxyContin. There's so many different versions. It's weird, but OxyContin is the long releasing formula of oxycodone. Like you take one pill every 8 to 12 hours instead of every 4 to 6. That shit's really bad though. From what I've heard, that because I almost thought about getting on it at one point because I wanted to sleep through the night, and man, I did some research on that, and it's like the withdrawal off of that is fucking next level hard. Like, and that's the thing, is like not all withdrawals are the same. Some people have a harsh withdrawal, some people have a weak withdrawal, but certain meds have way higher chance of a bad withdrawal, and it's really, really sad. When it's not bad for your kidneys, it's bad for the liver. No, you're absolutely right. So here's the trick. So Easy USA, you actually nailed something. And that is, if you do have pain that you can only treat with ibuprofen or Tylenol, you want to alternate those 2 drugs, because they're almost interchangeable. Like even though one is a hardcore anti-inflammatory and the other one is a analgesic, they both do similar things. They both can stop headaches. They both can stop aches and pains. They both can treat inflammation, at least to some point. I know ibuprofen's way better at it, but what you do is you alternate the meds. And I learned this for my kiddo, Xander, when he was sick, when he was a baby. They told us to alternate the 2 drugs, the liquid formula. And we were like, well, why do you do Tylenol and then you do ibuprofen? Because one, ibuprofen is hard on the kidneys and the other one's hard on the liver. So if you alternate the drugs back and forth, you give the liver and kidney more time to recover, and so you have lesser chance of permanent damage. And so I'm going to pass that on to you as advice that was given to me by medical professionals. I'm going to say myself, I'm not a medical professional, but at Evergreen Hospital, this was the regimen that they had for the kiddos. And so as an adult, it works also. So if you take Tylenol and ibuprofen, stagger them. Just take Tylenol, and then 4 to 6 hours later, take ibuprofen. And if you go back and forth, you will do way less damage. Like that is probably one of the best tips that I've heard as far as not destroying your liver. Because if you just take Tylenol over and over and over again, and your liver doesn't have a chance to recover, it starts dying. Like your liver will die faster than it can repair itself. And that's no bueno. So just be careful with Tylenol. Ibuprofen also can fuck your kidneys up really bad if you take it in super high doses. But that's just a good tip, is to move around. Don't stay on the same thing. Because if you move around,
also,
then go for it.
Also, acetaminophen or paracetamol or whatever for like neck and above, basically headaches. And then ibuprofen is good for everything below that.
Oh, interesting. Yeah,
because ibuprofen is more of like
anti-inflammatory.
Like that's anti-inflammatory and stuff. So like sore muscles or like achy joints, things like that. But
they both work for a headache.
They will. Yeah,
Tylenol is better for a headache, though. Yeah,
general like rule of thumb sort of thing. If you've got like a medicine cabinet, I've heard that before, and it seems to be it works okay. Graham says my liver is fortified by Jameson. Fortified, right?
I don't know, man. There's some people out there, like who was it that lived? Was it not Sammy Davis Jr.? Who was the? Oh God, I can't remember. Was it Richard Burns? Was that what it was? Like the little old man with the cigar? Something Burns.
That sounds familiar.
His name? George Burns, I think was it, wasn't it? I'm gonna say it was George Burns. Let me look here. George Burns. Yep, that's him.
Yeah,
George
that's
Burns.
the guy.
So George Burns, that guy lived until like 100 years, and every day he drank like a fifth of Jack Daniels, like since he was a teenager, and smoked like a freaking chimney, and he lived to be 100 years old.
Yeah.
Just
1923 to 1996.
Yeah, some people just have the genetics, man, where it's like just they're
crazy.
Who knows? Maybe his dad was like a super alcoholic and his grandpa and everything, and it just made him like just fucking. He was fortified.
Yeah.
It's just
that was
crazy.
His career was 1923 to 96. You were right. He lived 100 years. Born in 1896.
It's insane, man. 100 years just smoking and drinking every single day. Because they asked him, they were like, when he was older, they did an interview and they're like, hey, what's your secret to being, because he's all the way up to 100. He was like doing performances and stuff. Like the dude was like hardcore. And they're like, what is your secret? And he's like, I drink, I drink a fifth of vodka, or not vodka, Jack Daniels every day. And he's like brush my teeth with the shit basically, and smokes like a chimney, and only cigars too. So which is even worse than cigarettes, as I understand it, if you inhale the smoke.
Yeah.
And it can cause like really bad mouth cancer, tongue cancer, throat cancer. Like you don't have to inhale it for it to give you cancer.
Yeah.
But he just genetically was just like fucking baller. Because like, what are the odds, man? The odds are incredibly low that you can do that.
It says here he drove until he was 93.
Yeah, and he was like relatively healthy
dude. So the other side of the coin here is this: Burns remained in. This is from Wikipedia. Burns remained in good health for most of his life, in part thanks to a daily exercise regimen of swimming, walks, sit-ups, and push-ups. So he may have been drinking, but he was also getting some good workouts in there.
Yeah, no, definitely keeping himself healthy, and it's just, and this is the thing. This is like, I wish people, this is why I talk about all this stuff so publicly, because people, like my doctor was even like surprised by it. He's like, yeah, most people, like, this shit's so stigmatized, people just keep this under the rug. He's like, there's a ton of people that have to take pain medication every day. There's a ton of people do that you would never guess, right? It's like you go to work and look around the room. It's like you probably have like somebody in the office that's like a heroin addict that you have no fucking clue. There's probably somebody in the office that's like the worst alcoholic on planet Earth, but somehow they're super high functioning. On alcohol. As a matter of fact, alcohol has gotten to the point where it's like they're just normal with alcohol.
I mean, not to be too weird about it. There was a time in my life where that's where it was for me, but weed, like it was such a normal part of my daily life that people who would meet me and whatever, they never knew the difference. They never knew that I was high all the time. And
well, because the thing is
that was when it was at the worst, of course. But
I bet you didn't present as being high though. You were probably so used to and so high functioning, nobody could tell.
It was 100%. It was my I mean, it was basically almost as soon as I woke up to the time I went to sleep. So there wasn't any other mode for anybody to catch me in, really. So, but yeah.
Well, people were surprised years ago when I told them that I took oxycodone daily. Like people were really weirded out by that. They're like, wow, because I'm usually pretty hyperactive and talking a million miles an hour. And it's like oxycodone suppresses everything.
Yeah. But you're not taking such enough to like really, get that far. But, and at the same time, when you take enough of it or over a long enough course of time, like that's just how you are. That's just your new normal.
But put it this way, even though I didn't take like a lot as far as like drug addict, I took a lot compared to a normal person that never took it. Like if I gave you the dose I took,
perception of like, oh, you're an opiate, you're addicted to opiates or whatever, is like that like bad. You're way over the line kind of thing. And it's like, bro, it's not like I've seen that. I mean, I knew guys who were dipping morphine patches in their morning coffee and who would get so blasted on opiates and stuff, dude. This like had an entire cigarette, like lit the cigarette and then like passed out, and the whole cigarette burnt laying up against his arm the whole time he was passed out.
He didn't even notice.
Completely unconscious.
Wow.
Did not wake up.
Dude, Steve Miller said I've always avoided opiates. Yeah, you should. Like, actually, that's the one thing I would like people to take away is opiates are incredibly helpful for people that really do need them and don't have a good alternative. But the same is true that you should never touch that shit unless it is absolutely necessary. And the reason being is
follow the instructions that they give you strictly.
Oh, you have to. They'll fuck you up. Well, at least here in Washington, they will fuck you up if you walk out of line. Like,
although they gave me, so after my surgery, they gave me a I don't know, 30 days worth of 5 milligram oxys. And I'm like, bro, I weigh 200 pounds. For one thing, I'm not in any real. Oh no, it wasn't even 30 days. It was like 2 weeks worth.
Yep.
And they give me the whole spiel. I'm like, dude, 5 milligrams is not going to do anything to me. I'm not even going to notice one day to the next or an hour to the next at 5 milligrams. And it's, but I have no record of any opiates, and I don't mean to phrase it that way as if to say I've abused them on the side. But I imagine it's because my medical record doesn't show any sort of opiate use prescriptions ever. Right. So they start you off at the lowest thing because it should. But I'm a big guy, kind of in that sense, and so it's like, it balances in a weird way. I didn't even bother with them because I'm not even in any pain. But
yeah, like when I go to the hospital, I'm actually required in Washington State. I am required by law to tell them that I'm on opiates and tell them the dosage.
Yeah,
and my schedule, because once I'm admitted to the hospital, they have to take that over. And like, for instance, I'm tolerant. So if I went in there and they just gave me 5 milligrams, it would have no appreciable gain at all. Like it wouldn't even be noticeable. It'd be placebo. And so that's why it's like, if you took let's say I take 15 milligrams a dose, which was my dose when I finally decided to stop and move to this other thing.
Yeah.
15 milligrams is like, if you took that, you would just, not maybe
I'd probably fall asleep.
But yeah, most people just fall asleep.
You fall asleep.
You get that warm.
Feels really good.
Yeah, all it feels like is here. I'll save you the trouble of having to try it.
It's bath.
It's like a nice, warm, relaxing bath, and a little bit of that sensation that you're, just the tiniest little wisp of that orgasm, but perpetual. But the thing is, that only lasts for 2 weeks. After that, that's gone. Unless you take shitloads more, that's gone. You never have that effect again. For instance, for the last probably 8 years, for me, I had to go by the pain, not the buzz, because I didn't notice any buzz. I had to go, okay, is my shoulder feeling better? Is my lower back feeling better? Is my hip feeling better? It's clicking, but it's not hurting as bad. I had to go by that to remember if I took my medicine or not, because it was only pain management at that point. There was no euphoria anymore, at all. You didn't get that warm and fuzzy unless you took a heavy dose, which I can't take a heavy dose because they monitor exactly how much I take. I have to submit myself to drug tests. Every time I go to my doctor, every single time, they have to hand write a script. Well, actually, my new doctor doesn't have to. He's one of the ones that's authorized to do it digitally because he's a permanent life pain management doctor. But it's a really regimented thing. I can't even go see the doctor without pissing in a cup. It's I just walk through the door, grab my cup, and go to the bathroom because I have to go piss in this cup. And so that they can measure and make sure that you're within your dosage, and that you don't have any other opiates in your system. So if you show up and it's we detected, one of these other millions of opiates in your system, then you're done. You immediately get blacklisted. You can never be prescribed it again. And the only way that you will ever receive it is if you're in the hospital getting surgery or something like that, then they will give it to you. But under no other condition, even if you go to the hospital and you're in searing pain, unless they have to get that pain managed in order to operate on you or something, they're not going to give it to you.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're a person that doesn't abuse it or never had it before and you go to the hospital or whatever, they'll just give it to you right off the bat. They'll be because they just want you to be comfortable, because it's easier to treat you when you're comfortable. So and your recovery is less. So it's completely different how hospitals treat you. For instance, I'd go in the hospital. Very first thing I said when they do the intake is I'd say, I take opiates, specifically oxycodone. This is the dosage and this is the schedule. And they'd write it all down, because if I didn't tell them, one, they wouldn't give me enough. If I went into surgery, it throws anesthesiologists off because they have to redose your medication properly based on your body weight and your tolerance. And so if you don't tell them that, they're going to go on the fact that you've never taken it before or you don't even take it regularly. And that's a problem. That's a problem for them. So you have to tell them. There's a million reasons why you have to tell them. And then they'll give it to you, and they'll even adjust your prescription schedule around it too. So for instance, if you're in the hospital for 3 days and they're giving you Dilaudid or whatever for that 3 days, then they subtract 3 days off of your home medication when they release you. So your next script is 3 days further out. Oof. And they do that on purpose to make sure that you don't have any spares. They don't want you to have any spare medication, which that's another fear that I have with that. And I always have for 15 years. What if a natural disaster happens? With the COVID, if COVID happens and everybody's at home and the pharmacies closed down and stuff, how the fuck do I get my medication that I need? And I didn't like the idea of, if the pharmacy isn't open on the exact day that they issue the script, on the exact day that I run out of medication, then I have to suffer for a while. There's no way around it. And that happened quite a few times, and I didn't like that. So that's another reason why I'm happy that we decided to switch to a milder, longer acting thing, is because now if I go into withdrawal, it takes 5 days, and it's going to be a somewhat mild withdrawal. Well, actually way more mild than what I'd have with oxycodone. So, and this is why people become addicts on the street. I talked to so many people that started with pain pills and they just couldn't get the medication because the doctor would cut them off cold turkey or whatever. And it's like, if you've ever been in withdrawal, like this is something that I feel like I can speak to a little bit. Like I've never been in like hardcore withdrawal where I'm like on the ground scratching going, oh my God, kill me. Or I've never been anywhere close to that. Yeah. But I've been to the point where I was sitting down, super anxious, couldn't stop bouncing my leg up and down, cold sweating, feeling hot and cold at the same time, feverish, and having a very upset stomach where it was really hard to eat food. Like not throwing up, but like really hard to eat food and you didn't crave food. And sometimes you wouldn't even eat the entire day. Right. And so I understand those symptoms. And the thing is when you have those symptoms and your brain is conditioned to know if you just take a pill, it all goes away in like a half an hour and you feel normal again. Then you start entertaining ideas in your head that's like, ooh, maybe I'll go to the dark web. Ooh, maybe I'll go buy this other thing. Ooh, maybe I'll find a guy on the street or whatever like that. And that's what people end up doing is they might be able to tolerate it for the first day or two. But by day 3, it could be so bad. And there's some people that have that response off of just a week. Like a week of taking opiates and their withdrawals is massive. There's some people that have to take it for years before they have a massive one. Some people take it for years and years and years and just drop it. You know, that's a rare category, but they don't have enough symptoms and they haven't associated enough mentally that they're connected to it. So addiction is crazy like that. It's kind of like different per person, but your odds of having it bad go up depending on the drug you're taking and the amount you're taking. Yeah. And so I understand people don't really understand why these people like go and get addicted like heroin and stuff. It's like 90% of the time it starts with a pain prescription. Yep. And that's why even though I need it, unfortunately, I'm in a situation where they can't offer me any alternative treatments. We've explored those avenues. I basically need it for quality of life. And there's a lot of people that need it for quality of life. And that means you are addicted to it. Like there is no way to take it and not be addicted to it. Like that's not possible. Like level of addiction can change, but it's not possible. So, and the stress of knowing that you're coming up on the end of a prescription and your doctor might be golfing, he might be on vacation, the pharmacy might be closed. Yeah. That becomes anxiety inducing. So anything that could get me away from that, like the new regiment that I'm on is fantastic. Like I'm elated that we can do that. And if I come off, it's not going to be that hard. Because withdrawal will drive people to do stuff that they normally wouldn't. Like you always hear about people stealing from their families and, ripping shit off and pawning it and stuff. It's like, how the fuck could they do that to me? Like, this is my family. Why could they do that? And it's fucking crazy. Is addiction a disease or a disorder? It depends. It depends. I do believe that because we classify alcoholism as a disease because you do have a genetic disposition to become addicted to it, like more so than other people. Same thing with any kind of opiate. Like if you're a person that takes an opiate and becomes rapidly addicted and have a very harsh withdrawal, then I would say that it's a disease and that your genetics are not built in a manner that make it the average experience for like getting off of it, for instance. Yeah. So then I would classify it as a disease because, and here's the thing, it's like nobody wants to get a disease. Like you could argue that, oh, well, they willingly took it. So, so that doesn't mean it's a disease. But the other thing is did they willingly, did it start off as a pain prescription? Did it start out how did it start? If it just started as somebody just going to a party and being reckless and doing it recreationally and doing that enough times in a row in a small period of time that they became, addicted to it, then I would say that's more of a disorder at that point. But most people, honestly, the vast majority of people start out where it's like they have something wrong with them. They go to the doctor throws pain pills at them. They become addicted to them. Then the doctor takes the pain pills away and they go find them illicitly. So Jack Anderson, can I plug a streamer who's former heroin addict who talks about
why not?
His time as candidly as you? Yeah, no, go ahead. Knock yourself out. Yeah. I don't think it'll let you paste a URL, but you can definitely paste the name of his channel or his name or whatever. You put that in chat. Go for it. Here we gotta thank them, man. We got some big super chats.
Yeah, man, we did pretty well.
Valiant Brand, my man, thank you for the $33 super chat. He said, thanks for talking about this, Barn. Hey, anytime, brother, anytime. Nigel Watton, thank you for the $11.26. He said, good to see you guys back. Love the show on Saturday. Stay well. You too, my friend. Yeah. David Martinez, thank you for renewing your $ tier and quote $ membership for 1 month. I'm just laughing because it's like Stream Elements isn't filling out the moniker. It's not replacing it or the token. Oh my gosh. You guys are awesome. Thank you for those super chats. They do help us out a lot. They do. So Aux, where are you at with your PC building stuff, man?
Oh, actually, tomorrow I have basically the whole day. So I need to finish off 3 PCs. Two of them are mostly complete. I just need the last touches on them, and then one is going to be like a full build. No, these are ones I've had these parts lying around. I need to finish putting them together so that I can sell them. And then once I feel like once I sell like probably 2 of the 3, I'll be out of debt. Technically, right? Because some parts and stuff I buy with the business credit card, and then I have a cart of parts that are more modern that I'm really looking forward to. There'll be 2 ITX builds that I think I'll go into. I have a Torrent Nano, one of those newer small ones from Fractal. Well, small. It's technically ITX, but it's not what I would consider small form factor. It's chubby. It's a chonker. Look that up. The Fractal Torrent Nano, the tinier of the 2. There's the compact and the Nano. And then I still have an NR200 or 200P. I can't recall if I got the P one or not. That's by Cooler Master, I think.
Oh, I'm looking at it right now. That's pretty cool.
I have that case as well, and so
that's kind of similar to my HTPC, maybe a little bit smaller.
Yeah, definitely smaller, but similar in design as the SG10. Yeah, the SG10 is more cubey, more cubish.
Yeah, that's a good looking case, man.
I like it a lot. A lot of it's probably still climbing the hill, but it's likely to be the most popular ITX case for a really long time. It's great price, great compatibility of parts. It's not really small. It's not like 10 liters or anything, but it's not really big either. They did a really, really good job with that case. It's pretty, I would say it's like the standard ITX case. I think it's like $200.
I like it. The other thing too is it looks like it's easy to work on. I hated the way the graphics card was installed into the case that you built.
I know, it's so bad.
Fuck, man. Yeah. Like I had to, because I didn't go look online for directions because I'm like, I can pull a card out of a computer. Dude, all the weird nooks and crannies and shit that you got to pull screws out to get that mechanism apart. It's like that. If you had that case and swapped graphics cards like regularly, you'd shoot yourself. Like it is bad. And then the other thing is you take it apart and you have to, it's really complicated to put it back together perfectly in the order. You have to do it in a very specific order. And if you miss something, you have to start over. You have to take it apart.
That 3/4 panel thing, the way that they did that, where it's like 3/4 of the case is covered over. And then like they got that little one shell, little half a piece. It was so dumb. Do you use i7s for ITX builds? Would have thought they would chuck out too much heat. It's really not that bad. It really does come down to case choice. So like as an example, I have a 5800X and a 3080 Ti in an incredibly tiny fucking case. It's the Mjolnir, the Thorzone Mjolnir case. And like it's pretty quiet right now, but when I'm playing anything, basically it will spool up out. It's not overly warm, but everything tries really hard to stay quiet or cool. But the NR200 is great. I've seen builds that use i9s and they're perfectly cool. You can get I think the NR200P will fit not the D15 by Noctua. I think that's too tall, but I'm pretty sure it will fit the U12A.
Dude, I'm so out of touch with like the hardware, like model numbers and stuff.
Yeah.
Like I used to know all that shit back in the day, and it's like, once you get out of that and you're not doing it every day, it like fades so quick.
Oh yeah. Like the Intel Arc stuff that's in our Nvidia versus Intel. I've heard so. Intel's first foray into graphics cards is going to be on the lower end. That's just the rub. There's nothing we can do about it. They were never trying to compete at the high end either with Nvidia or AMD.
Well, they couldn't compete.
No, it's their first R&D. No, it's their first real. I mean, technically they've tried this before, and then they turned them into the Intel. The graphics part didn't work very well, so they just cut out the video outs and they turned them into their compute cards for a little while. I can't remember what they were calling them. My brain isn't working right, but they turned what they were trying to make a graphics card. It wasn't working out well, so they turned it into just a straight accelerator card, a compute thing. So this time around, they're doing a little bit better, but their initial talk from what I've seen is it's supposed to compete kind of at the low to low mid range, like 3050 to 3060s area, which is great. But I've heard rumor, and this isn't like an NDA sort of thing. It's on Twitter and stuff. People talking about this, that they're already giving up before they've even started selling them.
No,
and I hope not. I hope that's fake news. I really, really do. Because like, there's no reason
way
not
they
to.
Tooled up all that shit.
Yeah,
to just do
right,
one gen.
Dude. It would be so many hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars just wasted. And I hope that their new boss, the guy who's running the show now, understands that this is their first time and it's not going to do very well. But I think it will, though, on the consumer side. I think what's not going to work is like on pre-builts and stuff. Like I don't think Dell and HP and Lenovo, I don't think they're going to pick it up. It's going to be the regular consumer enthusiast, not even the enthusiasts really, because it's not hitting that high end market, but the people who are building or want to build their own PCs or who have been holding their breath through all of this crypto stuff, who like Daniel Frost here, he says, man, I'm still on a 1070 Ti. Like it's that kind of thing that I think the general public will respond well to it. Or little guys like me who are building PCs for, in that kind of lower end ish, or at least a good place to start with the entry level sort of deals. I think Intel Larrabee, is that what they turned into the compute cards?
I think driver quality is really going to determine adoption. Yeah. Like people are going to wait with bated breath and be like, how stable is it?
Yeah,
because
that was some shittiness. I know that there were some people, in the tech space talking about how like their initial driver was like 40 gigabytes or something. I'm exaggerating, but it was outrageously huge. It was a gigantic download, and it wasn't really that great. But they've slowly been fixing it and all that stuff.
Yeah, because with AMD, you have what's AMD's compute technology called? Like their version of CUDA.
Oh, it's OpenCL.
OpenCL. Okay, well, of course it's OpenCL. I forgot AMD is like open on everything.
Intel is on that too. Good.
So Intel does support the open compute stuff. Oh, good. That's going to be a huge determining factor.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's part of why Nvidia dominates the scientific space, is because they put so much money and effort into developing CUDA into a nice language to work with.
Yeah, if they didn't have that, I was going to say that's a big struggling point. But if they support like open standards, then I don't see why they couldn't compete with other stuff.
They're also, they've got the AV1 stuff built in. I think the only other people doing that is AMD, or soon will be AMD. That's super cool. That's what YouTube uses in the back, or what Google uses in the back end to, or they're starting to. I don't think they've completely moved over to everything onto AV1, but I know a chunk of YouTube processing is done with AV1, whatnot.
Interesting. Well, I know like Google is big on like the open source shit. I mean, not their own technology, of course, but I know Google is like, with Chromium and stuff like that. They are big on the open source stuff. So I couldn't see them like trying to use the proprietary standard like Nvidia's CUDA, like OpenCL. And this is the thing that drives me nuts, is why is everybody using CUDA like when OpenCL is like, because can't the Nvidia part also do OpenCL?
OpenCL's hard to work with. There aren't a lot of good libraries and stuff. That's what I mean. Nvidia dumped so much money and support and effort into building CUDA into something that was easy to use.
Yeah.
And OpenCL is just a bunch of too many cooks in the kitchen. It's too many people all trying to do the different things all at the same time and blah blah blah. It's but I think with Intel's backing, and I think dang it, there's something they call it One API.
Okay. So somebody else built another layer on top of it to simplify it.
It's Intel's direct development. So here I just googled it. One API is an open standard for unified application programming interface intended to be used across different compute accelerator architectures. So I think this is Intel's attempt at their answer to CUDA.
Got it. Okay. No,
and they're really pushing. They're really pushing that people pick up one API. I'm not entirely sure it's purpose, or I'm pretty sure it has to do with scientific computing and big compute stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, they said it right here. It's a unified multi-architectural, multi-vendor programming model. So what they're basically saying is it sits on top of OpenCL and CUDA and takes standardized APIs, and depending on the hardware in the system, can go either direction agnostically. Yeah, I mean that's what you do. It's I guess a good parallel to compare this to would be like Node.js and the browser, where it's like you have 3 different web browsers see the same exact web page rendered the exact same way, even though that page can't render the same on all of them, because there's JavaScript that basically says, oh, if you're in Chrome, do this. If you're in IE, do this, but to get the same visual effect.
Yeah.
And because a lot of the browsers didn't standardize on like pixel perfect spacing, and some used percentages, some used full pixel width. So it translates that, right? It was a translation layer to simplify that.
Yeah.
And kind of like the .NET framework.
I think that's what one API is trying to do. And really that's what Nvidia did with CUDA, is they put a lot, like I said, they put all this money and support behind it so that everybody would kind of unify together.
Yeah, look at DirectX. DirectX is kind of like that, right?
Yeah, Graham makes an interesting point.
Oh, what do you say?
He says, considering a 40 series, but not thrilled so far. I'm
the power
mixed.
Consumption is crazy.
Yeah, I'm mixed on Nvidia's next gen and just them as a company, especially hearing some of that EVGA stuff. That's why I hope so bad. I hope so much that Intel doesn't quit. And they do at least one more generation to prove that this will work. Because if they can attack AMD at that low to low mid range, because I've heard people saying that I think the best Intel card is basically like a direct competitor to the 3060 Ti, and I feel like that would set a fire under AMD to better compete with Nvidia at the high end. And man, it's a weird thing too, man. Like people, man, it just drives me nuts. Like the cost of things and things like that. But people have forgotten or have missed the connection that the 3090 and the soon to come 4090, those are Titan cards. Those are the old. They just relabeled them to, because think about it. There was a 1080 Ti, and then a Titan card above that. There was a 2080 Ti, and a Titan card above that.
Yep.
And then now suddenly with the 3000 series, they just dropped the Titans and they just called them 49 or the 90s.
Yeah, the 90 is Titans. Basically,
that's not meant for like the enthusiast market. Not really. It's a stopgap between the consumer market and the Quadros.
So they still have NVLink, like on the 3090s.
The 3090s did. I don't know that the 4090s will.
Because if it has NVLink,
they're phasing out
Pro card.
Like they're phasing out NVLink in general anyway.
Oh, are they really?
Yeah. PCI speeds are getting to a point where you can go direct. The cards can communicate directly to themselves.
That's true. I forgot PCI 5.0 is out, isn't it?
It's going to be bonkers. They're not going to. They might still do it for like Quadro, or they don't call them Quadros anymore, but those Pro cards like that, the Quadro level cards for that, probably. But there's other reasons for that. Getting things synced together and blah 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 blah.
Hey, I was going to ask you a question because it is 2 p.m. and we still got a ton of topics left. I was wondering, if you got a little extra time, or do you got to bail? If you got to bail, it's fine. I can cover them.
I should go. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to.
Not that I have any external pressure or anything, but just to keep good habits.
No, that's totally fine by me. I'm definitely gonna go because I promised all these topips I got to go through.
Anybody out there who's still on like a 10 series card, seriously consider buying one of these Intel graphics cards. I mean, just to, if nothing else, to support a competitor in the space. We can't keep going with just AMD and just Intel or Nvidia. Like,
Intel's making their own foundry, so I think that's going to give them a market advantage when that all comes online.
that would be my advice. I think it's gonna be a little shanky. It's gonna be a little weird, but think of this as like when AMD was starting to make a comeback with their graphics cards. It's gonna be a little wonky. It's gonna be a little weird, but I really, really want Intel to continue down this graphics card path. If nothing else, I hope it's just one of their feathers in a cap to keep them going, man. Yeah, I mean, I want to get a couple of their higher end. Plus, the prices are great, man. I think there's 2-3 cards. I've seen prices of $279 and like 3 something. Like those are great prices for the level of performance that I've been hearing rumored. I think that's fantastic. And man, I want to build a couple PCs with them. Honestly, just to put it out there, like
honestly, I think really you could actually get cards from Intel. I think you can buy them straight to put them in builds. No. Yeah. Hell yeah, dude! Because here's the thing: Intel, because Nvidia and AMD both have like Team Red and all their influencers that are like pushing their shit. It's like Intel's going to need that, but you're not going to have these like really high end guys like really leaving their allegiance.
So I'm seeing news that says the A750, which is their lower end card, has an MSRP of $289. Is what I'm seeing.
For the high end
and then the A7, no, the higher one, the A770 is $329 to $349.
What are they? What's their big selling point though? Like, what are they? Because I haven't watched any of this. Like, what are they saying? Like, why you should buy our card instead of like AMD or Nvidia?
I think it's that price point. I honestly think it's that price point because it's this A750 starts at $289. And what's the VRAM on that real quick? Because that's going to be your bigger consideration.
16 gigabytes on the limited edition
on the big guy. Yeah, and that's tremendous. That's tremendous. My 3080 Ti has I think 12,
and that's GDDR6.
Mm-hmm.
Oh damn, son.
So
what are the 30 series cards working on? Nvidia 30 series. Do you know are they GDDR5 or 6?
It's got to be 6.
It's got to be 6. Okay, I was wondering because I didn't really know. I'll be honest, I didn't even know GDDR6 was a thing because I've been so out of it.
Yeah,
their prices are
12 gigs GDDR6X VRAM in the 3080 Ti.
Yeah, it looks like they're between what? So what does an RTX 3060 retail for?
Like $400, I think, right now.
Okay, so this is you're saving 25% basically going with something like this.
Ti. Yeah, here let's just see right now. Yeah, about $400. I mean,
so $100 less for the same performance honestly, and more VRAM.
Depends where you're getting it from, but anywhere from $400 to $700.
How much memory is on the 3060?
8.
So it's got 8 gigabytes, and then the Intel cards. What's their range?
Yeah. That's part of it too. The encoder. It's got the AV1 thing, which I think is supposed to help with like. I think just recently OBS supported that for chip. The upscaling. I haven't heard much from the upscaling thing. Their answer to DLSS. I don't know much about that, but So I know that the AV1 thing is a big selling point for them, and that it's a cheaper competitor to the 3060.
Interesting. Yeah, no, it actually does look like they're targeting like live streamers and content creators.
Yeah. If nothing else, you could get the cheapest one with the AV1 thing, and then man, you'd be knocking out, if you're into video editing and stuff, you'd be knocking out some high-end video encoding like really fast. It would really help with with that. Man, I'm just all fuzzed out. I guess I didn't sleep very well, man. It's really not. I do think a lot of the early benchmarking or these leaks and stuff are not giving it the due that it's gonna have when it does, because like it's gonna be a little bit. They're gonna when they first come out, which I think they're available for purchase on the 12th.
Has anybody tested them yet?
Or the 20th? I can't remember. There's so many launch dates in my brain right now because like Nvidia, the 40 stuff is coming, the Intel stuff is coming, 13th gen is coming. Like there's so many weird launch dates and embargo dates and stuff rattling around in my head. I can't recall. I think it's either the 12th or the 20th. Don't quote me on that.
I don't know anything. That's the season everybody goes live.
Yeah, I just feel like leading up to it, it's been getting some shitty press. I think the initial launch is probably going to be okay. It's not going to do very well initially in like benchmarking games and things, but they'll dial in their drivers and stuff by the beginning of next year, and I think it's going to be a good competitor at that low to low mid where most people play, where most people are still at 1080p or 1440p at medium to high settings. Not everybody is going to be doing 4K 60 FPS at, not everybody. Fuck, I don't even need the card that I have. I've said this a million times. I just got a great deal on it. I could have gotten by with the 3070. It would have been, that was the more equal equivalent to my old 1080 Ti anyway. But I was just like, you know what? I got a great deal, so fuck it.
I have a conspiracy. So I'm thinking about this. Like, why does our card have 16 gig of memory? Like for a low end card, it's cheap.
Yeah.
Like why the hell does a 3060 equivalent basically have 16 gigabytes?
That's
of
a
RAM?
lot. That's a lot.
And I was like, what do you use a lot of RAM for? Like outside of gaming? Fucking compute and crypto mining.
Yeah, compute.
So
and that's where this all started, was with their old school accelerator cards. And it's just an evolution of that.
What if they're not even targeting gamers? What if this shit comes out and it's like faster at mining cryptocurrency per watt than like anything else on the market? If they did that, they'd be able to dump an unlimited number of these and sell every one of them.
I hope that's not the case, but I do hope that they find a good success in like mid-range like universities and stuff for compute projects and things, or neural net, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, this seems. I honestly think that there's an edge that they're hiding, because we're talking about Intel here. We're talking about like a multi-billion-dollar corporation that makes the best, arguably the best CPUs in the world.
They wouldn't have let it go this far just to quit.
Right
after the first round. There's no way. I can't believe, and I hope there's some people are like, oh, the reliable sources, blah blah blah, and I can't believe it. I can't believe that they would scrap it after putting so much effort into this, and I can't believe it.
I would not even be surprised in the slightest if this thing doesn't ship as a 3060 competitor super cheap, and they basically get AMD and Nvidia to show their hands, right, with their 40 series and whatever AMD is dropping, and then they release a firmware update and a driver update that's like, oh, now you got this, and now you got this, and this is faster, and this is faster, and then Nvidia and it's like, what the fuck, and then everybody rushes out and starts buying their cards. That would be so cool.
Man, it looks neat too. Like I like I'm sure these are just renders or whatever, but the renders that they're showing,
which I like.
I like that.
Yeah.
And then Acer just recently showed off their partner card, and it looks cool too. It's definitely more enthusiast targeted
partner cards.
But yeah. Here, I'll post a link to it. This is video cards. Link,
Gigabyte
I've seen this
MSI
picture
and
before.
Asus. Wow.
This Acer one looks pretty cool. The Predator. This is probably going to go into their pre-builts. They probably won't sell this separate. But that looks cool. I like that one big fan at the end and stuff. Like,
you know what? I don't believe that the partners would ramp up for production of this.
That too,
if it wasn't
right?
Competitive. There's no fucking way.
They wouldn't have. And who did you say?
It was the big ones. It was
Asus,
Gigabyte, and MSI.
Yeah, so like, would they?
They
would come on. You wouldn't have AIBs like that if you weren't gonna at least support this for a while.
I'd laugh so hard if EVGA like announces that they're gonna start creating these after dumping NVIDIA.
That'd be nuts. It would be smart. It'd be interesting. Man,
did you hear what they said to the question when somebody like publicly said that they would get sued if they tried to create another manufacturer's card because they have an agreement or something like that, and they responded. What's his name? The president of the company or whatever responded and said there was no such. He said there was no such agreement. Why would he even respond to something like that unless he was making it clear that no, we can go somewhere else, and we probably have.
I picked that up from Steve's video on that whole thing.
Too.
I got the picture that like they could if they wanted to. They could go and do anything they want, but they're choosing to not do graphics cards flat out. Period. No more.
Really? You think they're gonna just?
I think it's gonna be. I think they're not gonna do it for a long time. Yeah.
Because you know what would be really cool is I mean, again, conspiratorial. We're not speaking from a point of fact, but how cool would it be if EVGA like announced right before Christmas, like right before November, they're like introducing, we've kept this secret, the new Intel Arc, like super overclocked TI
Kingpin, a Kingpin version of the Intel
wide.
Arc.
Yeah,
dude,
like something that competes at the 3090 for like half the price.
It would
like,
blow everybody up. Everybody would freak out. Oh man, it would cause just pandemonium.
The other thing is Kingpin.
Oh, give me goosebumps thinking about it, man.
Like Kingpin didn't seem bothered when I saw him talking to him, being like, "Hey, where does this leave you?" I think it was Steve. Was Steve the one who was talking to him?
I think a little bit.
It was like, "Hey, where does this leave you, or whatever?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm still gonna be working with like EVGA and doing this." Is like, dude, you're a graphics card guy. Like, what are you gonna do? Just go work on the assembly line now? So I'm like, I still think EVGAs could be pulling some shit out of their ass.
Prices. Like, how could you not buy one of these? It's such a good price. Even if they mark it up, even if they mark this up to like $400 and it can compete at even just 1-to-1 with the 3060 at a $400 price point, why would you not? Like $289 for an 8 gig card. That's great. That's out freaking standing.
Yeah, just the amount of memory makes this worthwhile for like Photoshop and like video editing and stuff. Like anything that's compositing and graphically or memory intensive is going to be great for this like little card. Plus, what's the power draw on this thing? Is it pretty power efficient?
I think so. I don't know that I've seen any TDP talk though.
Because AMD, man, they're fucking. I don't know why they just. I mean, AMD cards. What are they saying now? Like 800 watts or something for just the GPU, like on the 4080.
I've heard
insane numbers on it.
I've heard upwards of 400 watts for the 3090s or 4090s.
Maybe it was the 4090s. Okay, 320 watt TDP from. Oh, that's a 4070.
Which is rumor. They haven't actually talked anything about 47. They've only officially talked about the 4090 and 4080.
So that's the recommended power supply. My bad. I was thinking that was the power consumption of the unit. They're just saying they want you to have an 800 watt or better power supply.
Yeah. The 4090 has 3 8-pin plugs.
Yeah, 4090 power.
That's outrageous. So it's 100. It's what 175 watts at the slot. And then each
450 watts for one graphics card.
I was crunching that out. Yeah, I think it's 175 at the slot, and then 3 8-pins. Add that up at about 100 and something a piece too. So yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that the fucking 3090 Ti eats 500 watts when gaming.
The 3090?
So yeah, so the 4090 is actually more efficient.
That's got to be a third-party card pulling 500 watts.
Yeah,
no way.
I swear there was a card, guys.
And I can tell you this. I can tell you this because 3 3090s with a 12900K will just barely come under a 1600 watt power supply. Just barely. If you add a fourth 3090, you're over it. It won't even boot.
Dude, that is crazy.
You have to power, or they will boot, but sometimes it can lock up during the post because sometimes they'll all spool up all at once, and that's no good. You can power limit them, but you have to wait until you get into Windows to be able to do that, and then it's fine.
Check this out.
You can check out putursystems.com for an article on that, actually.
Yeah, I love this. Like, I've been there before. Hey, that computer looks familiar.
We done it.
That computer looks familiar.
They've done it. I'm not in my official capacity at the moment, so I can't say we. I
get it.
They did it.
So I found an article that said the 4090 could pull 600 watts of power.
I can believe it.
That's fucking crazy.
On some sort of boost. I can see it spiking at that point, but.
Yeah, I'm sure that's up against the wall. But here's the reason why I think this power consumption is just getting mad.
It's so outrageous. Come on,
right?
It's fucking dumb.
If you have a computer with 2 3090s in it and they're both overclocked to the hilt and you're putting 600 watts, 1200 watts plus what's your computer? Like 500, 600, depending on if you have SSDs or spinning disks or whatever. Yeah. Say 500. Just to let you know, a circuit breaker in your house in North America, unless you have the little side slot, is 15 amps.
Yeah, which is 2000 watts.
No, 1800
or just
tops,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
So when you think about that, it's like you could have a computer that could max out an entire breaker in your house.
Yeah.
Just imagine that. Like you can plug it in, you can't even put a fucking lamp on the circuit without blowing it.
They've done that at work too.
I'm sure you have.
Actually, it was started with the 30 series cards. Puget has had to install multiple
like breakers,
20 amp breakers and stuff for it, because we'd be testing multi GPU systems, but you'd have like 6 of them all plugged in to a big strip on one plug, and all 6 of them get to a GPU test or something, and the whole thing just pop.
Yeah. The 20 amp can handle a lot more, 2400 watts. So, and I have 2 of those up here in the Nerd Cave that are run outside of the house. Like I had an electrician run conduit outside of the house and punch through the wall on both sides. So on one side, I have a 20 amp for the air conditioner and the 3D printers and stuff. And then on this side, I have a 20 amp, and I even have a 20 amp trip light rack mount UPS.
Yep.
That's down here that runs like all my main equipment runs through that one UPS for when the power goes out. And it's a nice setup. But the thing is like, if you've had anybody do electrical work on your house, take it from me. Don't double check their work, because I found places where they're using 20 amp breakers in my house where they have the 15 amp plugs and they're using 15 amp rated wire. And I'm like, so I have to be careful on those circuits, not to overload them, because I could overheat the wire. And so just check in your fuse box. If you have 20 amp breakers in your fuse box and you don't have the little side slot dealy bopper on the plug, that's a no bueno.
Man, this guy AM1 SF1T says that my main PC with 3080 Ti can draw nearly 900 watts at load. Bruh. What else you got in there? That's not just the graphics card. That is hardcore parkour. I have a 3080 Ti and 5800X, and I'm running a 700 watt power supply.
Dude,
I've never had a problem.
I have a rack mount computer with like jet turbine power supplies and 8 GPUs that pulls 750.
Yeah. What are you doing? At load? What? That's got to be in some other Threadripper or something. Like you got to have some monster CPU on that guy.
You also have to dedicate like cooling to that too.
Yeah.
Like all that heat's dumping into your room. Like if you don't have a thermostat in the room that you're in with like zoned cooling, it's gonna be hotter than shit in there. I don't think people really think about that.
If I keep the door closed in my office and the windows closed and stuff, it becomes almost unbearable just us streaming. I'm like, by the end of the show, I'm like, good Lord, I'm fucking hot.
I have an AC back here. That's the other thing I noticed. Look at this. When was the last time you ever seen me live stream where I wasn't sweating through my shirt?
Yeah.
I am on cloud 9. This better continue, man. Like this is a game changer.
I'm buying one of these. I'm buying one of these Intel cards.
You can get the
even if it's the cheesy low level one. I want it. I want one. It's gonna be cool.
Dude, you gotta have it. There's got to be a contact.
5 NVMe drives, 2 hard drives. Put the GPU in OC. Oh, okay, so you got to overclocked a bit. The NVMe's aren't going to do anything for your power draw. Tell
me this. Would you be interested if I could get you a couple free Intel cards? Would you want to do like some videos, like some YouTube videos?
Oh, sure. Yeah, that'd be fun.
Because I do have some contacts through my Microsoft days. I do have some contacts with people that work at Intel, like a guy named Riz Nani that I worked with for years and years and years. He's higher up there now.
Yeah.
I think I could probably get my hands on some cards, if nothing else, even for loan, just to like test them out and see how they are.
Just it'd be cool to do like a whole like arc theme, like use all their colors and stuff and do, because I would love to get into more not modding necessarily, like I don't want to start getting into cutting up cases and stuff, but
3D printer.
Yeah, I have the 3D printer. I have a 3D printer. I have a silhouette cutter, like for vinyl and whatnot.
Like a Cricut?
It's a Cricut. Okay. It's Silhouette's the competitor. Okay. And so like I really want to start using that stuff and doing things. So it'd be really fun to see if we could collab. I think it'd be really fun, because this art thing looks really good, man. I like the look of it. I think it's going to be I really do think that this is going to, man, I think it's going to turn out okay. I'm just really concerned because a lot of early news and stuff has been kind of about it, and I really want them to succeed.
Well, to be fair, it's always one way or the other. It's either severely underrated or severely overrated in public opinion. Yeah. And for Nvidia cards, it's usually the latter. It's overrated. Like people are like, oh my God, fucking 50 million frame rates, DLSS 20.0. Like everybody speculates like crazy. I think Intel, it's good that people are speculating that it's low. I think it's
so that it can come out and be like,
like, look, we beat everybody's expectations. I think that'll be absolutely fucking amazing if they do that. And plus, they have an edge because you have people that have OCD like me. That like people ask me like, why don't I have AMD? Because I've always ran Intel, and it's like,
sure,
you get that brand loyalty to something where it's like you just assume it's the best even when it's not.
Yeah.
And so I think Intel selling their own graphics cards is a really big step, because with Nvidia, you could get one of the partner cards and have like an EVGA motherboard and an EVGA graphics card and an EVGA that, and you could have a system that's homologated, right, with like components that were designed to work together.
Could you imagine full Intel? I have Intel CPU, Intel GPU, and I bet that combo works better than say an AMD CPU.
And what do they make? GPU. Storage, right? Doesn't Intel have like M2 storage?
Yeah. Yeah,
and don't they have NICs like
the
RJ45
the best,
right? Everybody exactly. Even the chipset motherboards usually have one that's Intel and the one that's a shitty, crappy one that nobody likes.
Media or something.
The gaming one. What is it like? Intel Extreme or something like that?
Yeah,
the shitty one that nobody likes.
That'd be fun. I don't think they don't make their own boards, but like
they used to. Do they not anymore?
Maybe at enterprise level.
Yeah, it's probably server shit. Because I remember back in the day, I did have an Intel motherboard on one of my systems. My dual Celeron was an Intel motherboard.
RIP Intel Optane. No RIP Intel Optane. Optane sucked. Everything about Optane was dumb.
Was it 1290K or 1200?
Good. They killed Optane. Good. What? So your CSGO levels can load faster when you play the same one back to back?
Actually, you know what I just realized?
I'm extra harsh on it. The whole concept of Optane was weird to me. I like the idea though.
A little worked up over this.
I like the idea though of their Intel was pushing a. It was sort of like a. I mean, it was related. I think it was related to Optane, but it was. It basically kind of boiled down to it was persistent RAM. It was wicked fast and was persistent. And that's kind of what Optane was aiming for, was like this sort of in-between pseudo, like it wasn't volatile like your RAM, but it wasn't quite it was like insane or kind of this weird in-between. And it was definitely a move forward to where if we're going to get to a point where your RAM, your random access memory, is going to be indistinguishable from your storage.
Except for the cost. The cost is going to be stupid insane.
It always is eventually at the beginning. Look at SSDs, right? So like, yes, but
that is true. What the Optane drives used to be like thousands of dollars, like the PCI card ones.
Yeah,
they did it.
Yeah, man. It was, I don't know. It was a good step forward toward improving storage speed and such, in a non-volatile sense.
Whoa. Okay, so I found some information on the Intel graphics cards. Did you see the deep link stuff? So first off, they support something called dynamic power share. I don't know if other cards do this, but it says
that sounds familiar.
It can intelligently route power between the CPU and the GPU, enabling a performance boost for your task. So it can actually negotiate power away from your CPU for a lower power supply. So like if you can gain an advantage with the GPU, then it'll pull power from the CPU, down clock it and up the GPU like dynamically.
So that ties to Intel's
technologies together, right?
You tie that with an Intel CPU that's got performance and efficiency cores. It'll pull power away from your shitty efficiency cores so that it can pump up your graphics card, put all of your gaming shit on your performance cores. Of course,
it says Windows right here, dynamic power share enables up to 30% more performance on creation and compute intensive applications. So, and it says here's what it says. It says a unified power envelope governed by a smart algorithm allocates power between your Intel core processor and your Intel Arc graphics card. Whichever needs it most gets it. From gaming to creating, dynamic power share ensures that your laptop, this is the laptop chipset, running at this performance. But still, if that, I mean, that's great, right?
Yeah.
Oh shit, where's that coming from? Sorry, I had some crazy music playing there. So, and then I'm trying to find this thing. It says Intel Deep Link technology. I don't know what that is. I was looking it up. Let's see here. So Stream Assist So with Stream Assist, get optimized gaming performance from Intel Arc graphics by offloading heavy streaming workloads to a secondary engine in your system, freeing up your dedicated graphics card to push out maximum frame rates while offloading streaming and capturing tasks such as virtual green screen, auto frame, sharp stream, and auto game highlights to Intel's integrated graphics on Intel's Deep Link compatible desktops and laptops. So Deep Link must be their encoder, like kind of like Nvidia NVENC.
Probably,
it's like their version of NVENC, but it looks like it's actually a little bit more tailored for, because I don't think the Nvidia the NVENC codec, or the chip that does the codec, is only encoding and decoding. Like, I don't think it does any like green screening shit. Like, it still uses the GPU, like the tensor cores and stuff to do that. It sounds like with this Intel card, like compositing green screen and all that shit is like completely offloaded to this smart link technology, so that your GPU is completely free, so you can play a game or do compositing stuff while you're streaming without hitting your performance at all. If that's true, that's a big buy, right? And the other thing is, even if they just got the laptop market, like, it sounds like this thing is like super duper tailored for power efficiency. Because they keep touting that. So hyperencode, less time waiting, more time doing, right? So with hyperencode, spend less time waiting for your projects to export and maximize creative momentum. It's all made possible by the multimedia engine found in Intel Core processors and Intel Arc graphics cards, working in conjunction on your laptop or desktop system. So here's the thing, is the working in conjunction part, right? It's like, when you have technologies like this that can play with each other,
that's it.
They can do stuff other people can't.
Yeah.
Like Nvidia did that, right? Didn't Nvidia at one point have something where it could utilize performance on? Oh no, it's AMD. Sorry, not Nvidia. AMD had something where it's like their graphics card on their chipset with their CPU gave you a n number of boost over the competitor.
Yeah, it makes sense that they would.
Yeah, because I they're designing both. If they design the CPU, they can design things into the CPU to interact with the GPU and vice versa, right?
Yeah.
So this is pretty badass. I did want to ask you just one last thing, because this is like the biggest topic of the stream, and I got to know your opinion on this Tesla bot. Did you see it?
I saw some stuff on the Twitter, little clips of the thing and whatnot, having 4 dudes roll the thing out while it's like. And then there was another clip without the people, and it slowly walks out and waves, and that's about it.
So
okay.
So here's the thing. I don't compliment Elon Musk, because I don't like Elon Musk. I think Elon Musk is a fucking dick. He's a dick of a human being. He lies about shit all the time. Doesn't mean he's not smart. I've never contested that he is a very intelligent person. It's just he chooses to use that intelligence for a lot of dumb shit. And
he's Lex Luthor, not Tony Stark.
Exactly. That is the best comparison I've ever heard. Definitely the Lex Luthor. But I will say that I was impressed. Let me tell you why I was impressed. Because they had 1 year. They started this project 1 year ago.
That's true. I saw
a
that.
Bipedal robot walking, even though it's janky and it's walking like a drunk person. They do have a bipedal robot that was walking untethered.
It could just be a person in a robot suit.
It probably is, like with a really skinny neck.
The
torso has like a little person in it.
Yeah, 9 years behind Honda Asimo. Yeah.
Exactly. No, but here's the thing. Look how long it took for Honda Asimo to get there, and look how far it took Boston Dynamics to get the Atlas.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking like those guys were in development for 15 years, 20 years.
Okay. So just another example of Elon standing on the shoulders of giants.
But here's the
letting
thing.
Other people do a lot of the hard work.
No, that is true. Like the foundation of the technology. But the thing that I found interesting was a lot of their technology was home built, like home baked. Like, if you looked at like the chips that they were using in the robot and the control mechanisms, the servos and actuators and stuff, they're building all that shit in house, which I actually thought was pretty impressive, because you could just buy all the parts from China, right? Get actuators, servos, all that shit from China. Don't get me wrong, their shit's all coming from China, so that's a bad example. But they're designing like the shit from the ground up. Now, do I think this is going to ship? No, I think this is total bullshit vaporware, more than like the Hyperloop, but
just like the Cybertruck being a boat.
Did he say that? I didn't see that.
And he tweeted out saying that, the Cybertruck will be able to act as a boat temporarily, so that you can like cross rivers and stuff.
Well, to be fair, so does the Model S and so does the Model 3. They both float if you go into the water.
Okay.
So that's nothing new. It's just, he's basically just saying that they're sealed because he has that that positive airflow system inside of the car. So it'll just blow bubbles out the door and no water will come in and it'll float. It doesn't make it a boat. Like it really doesn't. So and if the battery goes dead and you don't have that positive pressure or whatever, the thing's gonna fucking sink like an anchor. But no, I actually was pretty impressed with the robot. Now let me tell you, is it anywhere near Osmo or Atlas? No, not even competing in the same ballpark. Is it light like Elon said it was going to be? No, 3 guys struggled to lift it 1 inch to get it over a lip that they couldn't run over with wheels. So that thing probably weighs somewhere in the order of 500-600 pounds. If that thing falls over on you, it's going to crush your grandma. Right. So, and the other thing too is he said, "Oh yeah, we're planning to sell it for under 20." No fucking way. You could not, like, if Walmart manufactured that thing, if Amazon manufactured that shit, they couldn't sell it for under $20,000. And just to give you a comparison, Boston Dynamics Spot, which is their first mass-produced robot dog, right? That you can put attachments on and shit.
That thing is cool.
That thing's like $70,000 or something to buy. 60 or
just
70
base.
grand.
Just base is
That's
40,
base,
45K. Yeah, with nothing on it, just to be able to walk a robot dog.
Yep. Yeah. And all Elon shit was all like billet cut, like all, if you looked at it closely, like everything was all billet aluminum and like really expensive technology. Like there's no way he could produce that thing for under 20 grand. Yeah. Especially, but the thing is he keeps saying that their rapid manufacturing techniques will allow them to like spool up and bring the price down really quickly. Let's be honest, the car did eventually get there where, you know, with the gigapress and stuff like that. But how many years did he say he was making a car that was $20,000? Oh, yeah, you're going to buy a Model 3,
the Model 3 was
Model S, $25,000. Yeah. And have you ever seen one sell for like under 50?
No, I think it even retailed at 35.
Yeah, and you couldn't get it for 35. Like if you ordered the 35 version, it like fucking thing wouldn't even come with a charger or something. It was stupid. Like you had to be in the car like 40 plus grand if you had any chance of getting one. And so when I see Elon going, oh yeah, under 20 grand for this, which let's be honest, if that robot was capable of not falling over and killing grandma, and it could go around your house and like feed the cats and do the laundry, and it could do all the remedial tasks, is that worth 20 grand? Fucking all day long. All day long, there's going to be rich people lining up and throwing their money at that. Yeah. But this looks like a robot right now in the current state it's in. Even if they mass produced it and they cleaned up a bunch of the shit, this is going to be a robot. It's going to be like 80 grand, 90 grand, 100 grand. This isn't going to be a $20,000 robot. No. And the other thing is he talks about putting them in houses and shit. No, the best thing I think he could hope for is companies are buying the shit for just, you know, to add some flair, add some pizzazz, or use in marketing, or because the thing is, I don't see the robot, like they make it look like a human so that you can like relate to it or whatever. You're like, oh man, I got a really robot from the future. But how much more effective is that thing at doing a task than a purpose-built robot to do that task? Yeah. Not even the fucking ballpark. You saw how slow it was. It's like picking up the little piece of metal and it's like, like shaking back and forth and like setting it down. And it's like a human could do that like 100 times faster. So, but if you have a robotic arm, if you have one of those, you know, Hyundai or what is it? What's the orange one? That company that makes that big fucking orange robotic arm that can like throw around a whole like Boeing 737 simulator. Oh,
probably like Fujitsu.
Yeah, like one of those big companies that make the. I think they start with a K,
any of those ones that end in. Oh, sure. Yeah, any of the ones that end in heavy industries.
Yeah, I'm talking about the ones that can pick up a whole car body and like flip it around like it's nothing and slap it down within like 100th of an inch. Sure. Those big robots like that, it's like if you were going to spend 20 grand.
Prototype. Yeah, it's a prototype. Yeah, we know. Developed in a year. Yeah, yeah.
Patrick,
it's a great example for knocking out a prototype in a year.
I was impressed. Because here's what I expected. Okay. Like, and this is realistic. Like, I'm not even joking. I expected them to have a robotic arm attached to something that was stationary that just moved and like picked up shit and moved it around. Like everybody's done. Like the project that your grandson could do out in the garage. You know, hey, look, Grand, I can open a Coke can with this thing. I thought that's what they were going to present. So when I saw a robot that was untethered walk out on stage, even though it was all obviously pre-programmed and it was really struggling to keep its balance and shit, because let's be honest, it had pipes and shit hanging everywhere. Dude, so it didn't have a center of mass that was predictable. And just watching it walk out there, even though it was like a drunken sailor, I was like, damn, for 12 months, that's pretty fucking impressive.
It is pretty good.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Will they keep the momentum? Because like you said, they're standing on the shoulders of giants. So everything they've done has already been done before. Yeah. There is nothing on that robot that hasn't been done a million times over in the last 10 years. So, in Boston Dynamics, for instance, like the way the robot moves and shit, even though it weighs a lot more, is so fluid
smooth
compared to this thing. This thing looks like if you even sped it up like 1 millimeter a second faster, it would just fall over.
Right.
And so I don't think that this robot is anything but a marketing stunt. I really think that this is just
how
Tesla.
Valuation bumps.
This is the Tesla flamethrower all over again. They may even build some and sell them for $1 million, to gain,
let's time this one.
But I don't think this will ever be like when Elon's saying, "Oh yeah, in a year we'll be selling these and people have them around their house like doing laundry and washing the car and shit." No way, no fucking way. And the other thing too is this thing runs on autopilot algorithm. If you watch the autopilot videos, fuck.
I like Graham's thought of using. He says I'd use a fleet of these for high risk mining, and then Dave Webster said something about deep sea diving. I don't know, man. It's going to be a long while before we start seeing androids in our homes, just like
let me ask you a question.
Like Westworld stuff,
right?
It's going to be a long time.
Everybody's just fucking their robots. Yeah, people pay $100,000 for a robot they can fuck, like for sure.
You don't have to. You can get one for a tenth of that right
now. A real doll. What are they like?
Yeah, exactly.
$5,000 or whatever.
Yeah, something crazy. But I like the idea of heck, even human controlled like humanoid robots for those sorts of things. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Because then, like, oh man, if a mine collapses and stuff, we're not as under the gun to go rescue the robot body,
Yeah, like the thing is, the only reason you'd create a
look at VTOL aircraft. What do you mean oh, you mean like drone stuff? Okay, I'm like, bruh, have you seen the Osprey? Have you seen the Harrier? Like, it didn't really get much better after the Harrier. The whole what was it? The Raptor,
the F-35 Raptor was plane. The
F-35
was way more efficient.
Wasn't that? No, it was the Raptor, the F-22 Raptor that was like $1 trillion over budget and never really worked, and the Marines didn't even want them. Like, what was that?
Like 22 of them in
fighter jet that they
yeah.
wanted to build that never really worked right and stuff. It was fucking terrible.
It's like 300 million units.
You mean? I think Graham, being the drone operator that he is drone stuff. Yes, drone stuff outrageously great in the last 10 years. Super 100%, cool.
Yep.
But the airplane VTOL is trash. And has been even people who fly Harriers, you go look into that, they're like, dude, these things are whack. It's cool, but man,
the one exception is the F-35. Go look up the Lockheed
F-35.
That
newer one, right? That's
the newer one
that overtook the Raptor.
Yeah, and they make 3 variants of it.
Yeah,
and so the Marine variant actually can do VTOL. It like basically opens up like a fan hatch.
The thing goes.
Yeah, the end kicks down and then turns that, and that thing is actually super stable. That thing can hover like a helicopter.
Man,
use a lot of fuel though. Like it's like you're
super. Yeah,
you can hover for like 30 minutes and you're done. Like it's not efficient at all.
Yeah.
But no, as far as like human VTOL though, I think we're already seeing it, right?
Oh man,
people are flying around on their own.
You've seen those fucking jetpack things and stuff with the hand blasters. Guys flying around with that and that's cool.
Yeah, that flies for what, like 15 minutes or something now? I watched a video of him out over the ocean, like flying around a military ship.
I think you can. Yeah. He took off from a boat and landed on like a aircraft carrier or something. That's cool. Super cool. That's so freaking cool.
That was super duper cool.
Those guys are that fucking neat as shit, man. Hey, we won the Falklands War with the I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
But it's just cheesy.
I don't know anything about the Falkland Wars, unfortunately. Joe Tosh, you think of that $5 super chat?
The Falklands. What is that? That doesn't. That place doesn't exist.
Heard talk about it.
It sounds made up.
Oh my god! Don't say that. I think it's like an atrocity over there or something.
Isn't it some kind of islands?
No. All I know is like the Falkland War is like a really touchy subject.
It sounds like something that happened in the 1600s.
Terrible. Hey, Joe Taji, thank you for the $5, man. You said, been lurking today. Really enjoying the stream. Thank you for keeping my ADHD brain topped off with the dopamines. You are very welcome, sir.
That's right.
And I've already kept you 40 minutes over. Okay. Ox, I can if you want to hang out, I'd love to have you, but if you got to get out of here, you get out of here.
I'm gonna get going. Thanks, everybody. I will probably be streaming me building those PCs tomorrow.
Do it.
I don't know when I'm gonna start, but I basically have most of the day. So I'll probably start. Do you have tattoos? I have this one.
That's a sweet tattoo.
I have that tattoo. I want more. I was thinking too. I want to get a standard set of dice back here. The D4,
that'd be awesome.
D6, D8, D10, D12, D20.
I want to do the ruler like Adam Savage has. The ruler on the forearm.
That's pretty cool.
It's so useful. He uses it all the time. I was like,
but it wouldn't be accurate. I mean, you couldn't do it for like engineering purposes, I guess. But like,
no, but it's not.
Because like, dude, if you just swole up a little bit and now suddenly your foot marker is like off by a half inch. Like
he did say that it was pretty accurate though. The one he got. Like he's tested it and it's like it's not perfect, but he's like it's in the ballpark, so we can like pick up nuts and bolts and shit and see like what size socket to use.
You can at least know that much. Yeah,
I think it's pretty cool.
We should go get some ink soon. I'm down.
Shit, we didn't even
I have a few different ideas.
The Dart mission. Well, I'll talk about that after you go off. But the Dart mission was amazing.
Bye, out, bro. Follow me on Twitter and stuff.
Yeah, follow AuxxZillary. All links in the description.
I love you so much. Bye, guys.
Peace out, bro. Thank you for hanging out. Here, hold on. Let's see if it disappears. Makes me full screen. Come on, full screen Barnacules. Come on, full there. Oh, there it is. Hi guys. How's it going? You flowing? Why is the browser overlay not on anymore? Did I break that? Where is browser overlay? Hold on here. Is this it? So refresh. And then move to top, maybe. There we go. Look at that. Shit, has that really been hiding behind the video this whole time? I'm sorry, guys. Man, it's like amateur hour up here. I do feel a lot better though. Oh my gosh, I feel so much better today. Oh man, I can't even tell you guys. Holy shit. Like I have been having like the roughest like 2 weeks of my life. Just feeling like absolute shit, feeling broken. I feel so much better right now. Like, I can't even describe it. So, I hope you guys have noticed because I sure as hell do. And I wake up every day in just searing pain. This morning I woke up and I was like, I hurt, but not nearly as bad, like completely tolerable. I actually slept fairly decently. Dude, I am freaking elated. I am absolutely elated. Can 50 of you not find the like button? Yeah, come on. What's up with that? Hit the like button. Dude, it's on every platform. Just do it. Because social engineering, it's like, you know, when people tell you to do stuff, that's why they always say like, favorite, and subscribe, or they try to pull that trick. Like here, you guys want to talk about psychology for a bit, since they don't notify anybody I'm streaming anyways, and we have so few viewers than what we used to have because YouTube, but because I talk about stuff like this. But no, psychology wise, it's like whenever you watch a video and the person's like, hey, what do you think about this topic? Like, yeah, let me know down in the comments. Like, dude, they aren't reading that shit half the time. It's like all that is a way to trick you into like going and putting a comment, so it boosts the SEO on the video, which means it reaches more people, and then more people will put in the comment because he told them to put in the comment, and that'll reach even more people. It's just little tactics like that. You notice everybody else starts catching on and using them as it moves on, but it's like it's literally in the video production, like when they're putting it together or whatever. It's like, okay, we need to solicit them to leave a comment. And if you just say, hey, like, favorite, and subscribe, that used to work, but it doesn't work anymore. So now you're like, hey, hit that like button if you think this specific thing, and the specific thing is the thing that you think that like 90% of the people will like, it's pretty obvious. And then you're like, and leave a comment down below because I want to know what you think. And then they'll say something. See? Hold on. She's coming back. There we are. The internet took a siesta there for a minute. I think my ISP did some equipment upgrade or something because it dropped and it came right back. All right, we good. F5, everybody. Oh, it's working now. It's working. F5 to pay respects. Get back in here, you sons of bitches. Philip DeFranco always says what people think. Then in a live stream, he said he never reads the comments. Yeah, you don't. It's a ploy just to get you to do something that boosts them above everybody officially. That's why you're noticing on YouTube. It's like the good. Am I blurry? Why does this look blurry? Hold on here. Do I not have autofocus enabled? Hold on here. Come on. There we go. No, it's autofocus. Why do I look blurry? I'm saying, do I look blurry to you guys, or does this look sharp? Oh, I know what it is. It's because now that it blew me up full screen, I was only 720p in the actual broadcast. I wonder if I can fix that. Hold on here. So because you guys are seeing me through Video Ninja, which is like re-encoding me and then sending me back to the browser. You're not seeing the true Barnacules. You know what I'm saying? Excuse me. I wonder if I can just add the camera directly. Here, let's see. Okay, add camera. Camera, video capture device. Yes, I would like to add my cam link. Click OK. So if I kill it there, can I pick it up in OBS? Here, I want to try something. If somehow it dies, if it dies, we're just going to call it the end of the stream right there. But well, actually, do I even want to change it? Maybe I don't. Let's just leave it the way it is. Like, I'll make it all crispy next time, because I have to basically kill the Video Ninja thing and take it out of the loop so that I can add the camera to OBS. But I'm worried that it might not add the camera. It might still think it's being used by something. So, but my OCD demands it. You know, OCD demand. We're just gonna do it. We're gonna do it. OCD demands it. So I'm gonna disappear for a second, but then hopefully I'll be right back. The video stream should not go down though. It's just I'm gonna disappear, and I don't know if you guys probably won't still hear me because I'm going through video, and then I'm gonna add it back in. So just give me a minute, okay? Okay, here we go. Let's try it. Okay, are you sure you want to close this window? Yeah. Check. Anything? Is it working? Hello? Ha! We did it! We did it, my friends. We did it. Huzzah! All right, do I look a little better now? Just want to make sure I look crispy, you know? Here, let's see. We can even get the exposure a little crazier here. Watch this. Crank her up. Crank her up. Okay. Why is it not dropping the exposure? Oh, you know what it is? It's because I have all this light behind me. I gotta put up curtains. If I ever finish this damn rebuild on this cave, I'm gonna install curtains right there so that I can control the light better. It's never good to have like natural light in the background like that shooting towards the camera. It just doesn't work. Is that fire extinguisher for your Nvidia card? Yeah, actually it is. No, actually the fire extinguisher is for my gigabyte power supply. I got the gigabyte what is it, CS 850 or whatever, the one that likes to spontaneously combust when you look at it the wrong way. And I got 3D printers, so that's why I like to keep a fire extinguisher around. Plus, I almost burned my house down. Well, it wasn't me, I didn't burn it down, but my house almost burned down. Did you guys hear about that? How many of you guys don't follow me on Twitter? If you guys followed me on Twitter, you'd literally like know my DNA codons. I tweet so much. I'm literally a social media addict. So you guys should follow me on Twitter. Even if you hate Twitter, I don't care. Go create an account anyways. Like, you can just put in bullshit information because they don't care, because they let bots on that platform. Just create like a bullshit account just to follow me with, because I really want like another 100 followers. You're surprised my house hasn't burned down yet? You, me both. So here's what happened. Here's what happened with my house. Is one day I'm sitting in the bedroom and my wife comes in and she says the air conditioner turned off and it won't turn back on. And I was like, okay, it popped the breaker. It does that every once in a while. So I go out, and that should be the first sign that there's a problem. Like, if it pops the breaker every once in a while, you're either overloading the circuit or something in the wall is loose, or in the entire circuit. So anyways, I didn't know that. So I went to flip the breaker and the breaker was fine. I reset the breaker, nothing happened. So I was like, shit. But breakers can actually go bad. Like, breakers can break inside where you can't even reset them. Like, it seems like it resets, but they're broken internally. That's actually happened to me before. So I replaced the breaker. So I ordered new breakers. I replaced the breaker, and it didn't fix the problem. So then I get out the multimeter, and I hate dealing with electricity, especially AC. AC current just scares the shit out of me. It really does. I've been fucking hit with 120 before. It is not pleasant. So I'm sitting there with my multimeter and, you know, gingerly looking around and checking for electrons, and the breakers all check out. I test every breaker in both my panels, and everything is putting out between, I think it was like around 114 or 120 volts. And I'm like, okay, this is good. But then I go to the outlets, because it didn't just kill the air conditioner, it killed the outlet the air conditioner was plugged into, the outlet, one other outlet on the other side of the room, the lighting fixture over my fireplace, my little fireplace insert, the gas insert, and the gas insert itself, the fan wouldn't turn on it. So it was dead. The switches were all dead. So I'm like, holy shit, so how could it not be a breaker, right? It's like everything that appeared to be on that breaker, because the other two outlets were controlled by a light switch on the wall. So I naturally assumed that they were on a different circuit, right? Because you have three outlets that just work, or I think it was, no, 2 outlets that just work and a lighting fixture and the light switches that are all there. The other side, the light switch controls 2 of the sockets. So you're like, well, wait a second. If they were all on the same circuit, wouldn't it like turn them all on and off like at the same time when you do the switch? No, I didn't realize that they make outlets that have a 5th place to put a red wire that's a hot wire that basically when you turn the switch on, it activates that. So that's a 120, just like the one below it, and it's like a relay and it flips it on so that everything plugged into that switch is running. I didn't realize that those existed. Well, one of those switches, so basically I found out the hard way after 2 days of replacing breakers, tracing everything. I took all the outlets apart and we're testing them, the broken ones, couldn't find anything. I was going fucking nuts. I even bought this like little probe for like $13. This thing's badass, by the way. Best $13 you could ever spend. It's a little touchless probe. This is the box for it. I got the other one downstairs, but it's a touchless probe. You just put it next to a cable or a wire, and it tells you if there's AC voltage flowing through it. So basically, you don't have to do a ground like with a multimeter to test it. You can just put it up against like a cable, and it'll be like, oh, hey, you got power. So I took that downstairs and I was testing the outlets. I didn't have power anywhere. Like I pulled it out, tested the wires behind it. Well, just by happenstance, the light on the ceiling flickered a bit. And I was like, whoa, what was that? And I could hear I was like, okay, what's going on? So I go over and test the other outlets, which I didn't even consider because they were plugged into a light switch and they were still working. This outlet was still working. You could plug shit in this outlet and it worked. So I was like, well, that can't be the problem because it's got power and it's working. Well, I go over and I grab the cable that's plugged into it to unplug it. And I noticed the outlet is kind of loose. It's like shaking back and forth a little bit when everything else was tight. And I'm like, while I'm shaking it back and forth, I hear, I don't smell anything though. Or this is the weird part about it is it's like, I was like, oh shit. And as soon as I did that, the light started flickering again on the ceiling, the light that was on the other circuit. And I was like, oh shit, these are the same circuit. Like I assumed that they were 2 different breakers in the panel, but no, all these like 1, 2, 3, 4 outlets in the living room, even though 2 of them were on a switch, they were all a part of the same breaker. So I take the wall plate off because it looks fine. The outlet looks fine from the outside. If you guys go over to Twitter, look at my feed, like scroll down my feed and look at the pictures. I took the plate off and I about shit a brick. Like I had to turn the power off to the entire house to do this because one of the wires on the back of it literally like vaporized, like just burned the tip off it and burned it all the way down the wire about this far. The little clip on the side that like transfers the voltage between the upper and the lower section completely burned through. The only reason that the outlet was still working is because the wires went into both the top and the bottom. So that each, instead of like using just the bridge, there was like a plug into each one of them so you could pull more amperage through it. And so it burned that. So you basically had 15 amps going through something that wasn't rated for 15 amps. So it basically caught fire. So when I took it apart, the whole inside of the outlet, the box was melted. The gang box that it goes into was actually melted and caved in. And I couldn't remove it and replace it because it's nailed into the stud. I would have to cut drywall to get to it. But that didn't bother me too much because the box is still closed in. It still protects the outlet. But it was like melted and the whole side of the outlet was just vaporized, all the metal along the side. So it was just sitting there, just fucking arcing for however many months we've been, you know, just doing shit. And it was all because a wire came loose out of the stupid fucking, what do they call them? The back pins or whatever, where you shove the cable in, you can't pull it out. Like one of the springs or something in there must have failed and created an arc, and that arc created heat, and the heat building up like started just deteriorating everything around it. I am so glad I caught it though, because that box was literally nailed to a dry board in the wall. It's been dry for like 20 years, right? The studs. And so if it had have kept burning and it melted its way through the box, it could have easily caught that wood on fire and burned the house down. So I was, dude, it freaked me out when I saw this. I was like, one, I was super thankful that I finally found it because I've been ripping my hair out for 3 days. I hurt my back really bad. I hurt my upper back and my lower back. And it fucking sucked, like trying to get in there and fix these outlets. And I could not find this power, but I luckily took a different, and the thing is, the funny thing is, this didn't even work. Like this wasn't even it does do its job, but this isn't what helped me. Actually, how do I say this? This was what helped me find the problem, but not using it the way it was intended. When I went to plug this into that outlet, that because we saw the light flicker, when I went to plug it into the outlet to see, you know, if there's power there, I didn't even hardly stick it in and it made the light flicker. And that's when I noticed it was moving the lighting, the outlet. So I didn't even need to see if there wasn't power there, because there was power there, obviously, because something was plugged in and working. But it was what made me go up to the switch and wiggle it. And then I could hear the noise. I could hear it inside of the wall going. I was like, oh shit. But anyways, if you go to Twitter, actually here, I'll just put a link so you guys don't have to go like fucking digging through everything. Because I don't have screen capture set up right now. But it's fucking gnar, man. It is pretty like when you see this, you're gonna be like, dude, you lucked out so much that your fucking house didn't burn down. And it's the truth. Like so I went around and I checked all the other outlets. And so, well, I haven't checked all of them yet, but I'm slowly going around and disconnecting the outlets and looking inside to see if there's a problem. And I'm going to slowly start converting them over to like if there's any stress on it whatsoever, I'm going to move it over to the screws. So on an outlet, you can either put the wire on the side and screw down a plate, or just the screw itself. You can loop it around and put the screw down on it. Or the other option is you poke it into these little holes on the back, which is like the quick option, right? You just poke it in and it grabs it, kind of like if you've ever taken piping and put it through those fittings where you stick it in, it's like a Chinese finger trap and you can't pull it out. It's same difference, right? So I'm going to start converting the stuff over to the studs so that it can flow that power without because if it gets even a little bit loose, it starts arcing and melting the shit out of everything. Let's see. I'm going to scroll through, find this. Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. Let's see, share, copy link. And please, while you're there, please give me a follow. I'd love to see a huge thing of people following me. Go ahead and click on that bad boy right there. Hey, what's up, JCC? What's up, buddy? I survived the Hurricane Ian with minor damage. Nothing bad happened. Dude, that's fantastic to hear. I am so happy to hear that. Cletus McFarland made it out pretty good too. I was watching his video he did the other day. I haven't seen the update, but they were lucky they moved all their cars inside, because their outbuilding that they didn't think was going to get destroyed was actually the thing that got destroyed, which was pretty fucking crazy. No, I got to check all the outlets, Graham. I'm probably going to need some help to do it. So I'm going to go around and check every single one in the house that has anything plugged into it. And honestly, it doesn't even matter if something's plugged into it, because if that's where the loose connection is in the circuit, even if you have something plugged in downstream, because they're daisy chained, right? All the outlets are daisy chained on the circuits. So even if you had loose bolts in one with nothing plugged into it, it wouldn't have mattered. It still would have caused this problem because the power being pulled through there. It's fucking crazy. Seth MacFarlane lives in Florida? No, I don't think he does. Use my thermal to check the heat signatures. It'll make things go faster. No, I definitely want to borrow. Did you get the new one, or is it still the old one? Are you on the new super technology, or do you still got the same one that I tried before? Because I'll borrow it either way, because I do want to go look for heat signatures, because this definitely would have showed a heat signature. The only problem is well, actually no, even if it wasn't arcing, as long as power is being pulled through the circuit, it should have still been hot. Even if it was resting against it and working, it still should have been hot. So yeah, no, it totally would have worked. Dude, when are you getting the new one, man? That new one will be baller. Hey, Theodorus, thank you for the $2 super chat. He said, you still need to bring the overlays above. Thank you for calling that out. I did. Oh, wait, it didn't. Oh, you're right. Where did it go? Oh, shit, you're right. There we go. Fixed. Sorry about that. Now if you guys super chat, it'll actually show up on the screen. Look at that, man. Professional streaming. It is best. Don't ever use the quick connects on the outlets. No, I'm gathering that now. And to be fair, I didn't wire this house. Keep in mind, these outlets that I'm opening up and looking at, I've owned this house for 20 years. I've lived here, and in 20 years, it's like, this is the first time I'm taking the outlets apart, because I'm having to trace wiring to figure out why. Because this was weird. What happened is the air conditioner pulled too much power. So the air conditioner pulled too much power, and there was a loose connection on one of the outlets, and the combination of it pulling so much power and that slightly loose connector just caused it to because it was loose, it was arcing, and that arc created a lot of heat. As long as everything's clamped together and you're not getting a spark, it gets hot, but it doesn't get burning hot. When you give it a gap and it starts creating a plasma, or I shouldn't say a plasma, an arc of electricity. I mean, it's visible plasma, but when it starts creating that arc, then the heat goes through the fucking roof. How the fuck did the circuit breaker not pop? That's what I want to know. Because even when I replaced the breaker with a brand new breaker and it was arcing, it did not blow the breaker. So I'm like, how in the fuck did the breaker not pop? I would like to know that too. And I know I put a new breaker in and it didn't pop either. So the only thing I can think of is it wasn't a dead short. A dead short would pop the breaker, but what this was doing is it was connecting, and then the AC would pull power, and it would just go. Now, if it was an arc fault, if I put an arc fault breaker in there, then it would have popped. because I believe the arc fault will pop even if it detects like a huge resistance. Like if the wire resistance goes through the roof, it'll just pop. So I may actually go in there. Wait, how old's my breaker panel? The one, well, actually it wasn't a breaker problem this time, but one of my panels is 20 years old and the other one's 12 years old, 10 or 12 years old. So and one uses full size breakers and then the other one uses the half height breakers. But yeah, I need to put in some arc faults. What gauge is the wire? It ranges between, I think, 10, 12, and 16, depending on whether it's a 15, 20, or 30 amp circuit. I will tell you this though, when looking at the panel, there were some circuits that have a 20 amp breaker that looked like they were going to like 12 gauge wire, like wire that was rated for only 15 amp. And so I need to go through and figure that one out. I need to see if I can find an old 15 amp breaker to throw in there, because the 20 amp breaker was not doing it. It's not a GFI, it's an IA breaker. A GFI circuit would do what you were expecting. Well, isn't it GFCI? I have a GFCI outlet. I went and looked in my garage and I found one. Should I just put that there? Like the plug that I'm plugging the AC into, should I put a GFCI there? Because I thought the GFCIs were only really good for, like, you know, if you dropped something in water. Like, I don't really know how they work, but so the ground fault interrupt. The problem is the ground wasn't interrupted. The problem here was the neutral wire. So I don't know if it would have popped a GFCI. It might have though. You recommend I get an electrician in the house ASAP? I mean, I wish I could, honestly, I wish I could afford to have a certified electrician go through everything. But the problem is a lot of my ports in my house are blocked. Like, you can't physically access them without moving, like, you know, 1,000 pounds of shit. And then the ones that I can reach, I can take those apart and look at them. And I know which gauge wire is rated for what. So I have enough knowledge to be able to go through and correct these problems. But to get an electrician in here to go do everything, I mean, they'd charge me $1,000, like, and I don't got $1,000. Like, I just paid a fucking $500 medical bill the other day for a shot in my back that actually left me worse off than before I had the shot. Like, you guys probably noticed I missed a ton of streams. Like, my Twitch channel like fucking died because I was gone for so many streams. And which is bad because that's where 90% of my revenue comes from these days. But I could not work because I hurt myself so fucking bad after the shot that they gave me. It caused my entire hip to start like radiating pain through my whole body, and I couldn't walk, and I was having to take fucking shitloads of pain medicine. I've taken my max dose, and I didn't like that. And so the good news is though, is the new medication that they put me on as of yesterday actually seems to be working really, really well, like way better than I thought it would. I thought it was going to be a dead end, and I talked about it in detail at the beginning of the stream if you guys want to watch the VOD later. But no, I was actually really surprised that they put me on a weaker, like a far weaker drug that's longer acting, and it's been working a treat. Like, I had first good night's sleep I've had in a long time last night. I only slept for 5 hours, for like 4.5, 5 hours, but it was amazing sleep. And I woke up and I actually felt like I was in a good mood. Usually I wake up, I'm in a terrible mood because I hurt like hell. So I think we actually figured something out pretty good here, you know, knock on wood. But I do feel like we figured something out with the medication that I've just been frustrated for so long, hoping that we can figure something out. And it feels like we have. JCC said, dude, if I was a certified electrician, I'd help you out in a second, would rewire that house for you. Dude, rewiring a house is not an easy task. Like, even for like a trained electrical, because here's the thing, you can't, because the walls, the way the wires are routed through the walls, it's not like clean junctions with like pull throughs and stuff. If you just grab a wire and like tape another wire to the end of it and try to snake it through the house, good luck, because all the friction it creates on all the little wood things that it goes between and everything, you're never going to get that thing out of there. And if you break it while you're pulling it, well, then you have to go destroy the drywall to get back in the wall. So I know that they do have like fancy snakes and stuff that you can go in there and like maneuver around and shit, but God, that would take for fucking ever. However, that does kind of make me wonder, like, how hard is that shit to use? Like those little things that you put in the wall so that you can, like, it's like you can move it, you can maneuver the end and like get it to follow a wire and go up through all the holes and everything, so you can snake it all the way through, and then like go from one outlet to another, pull a wire through, then go from that outlet to another one, pull the wire through, and you can run like an entire wire throughout your, I mean, it's a painfully long and arduous process, but it seems doable. So Didn't you fall off a ladder once? It's not worth it. Well, I wouldn't be on a ladder. I'd be close to the ground. This is why I better do any electrical work when you're down to the studs. Oh, 100%, 100%. Like, it's easy to wire a house when it's all open, and you can just use a hole, a hole saw, and just and run the wires through the studs, right? That's super easy. You get the magnetic ones with a little mouse on the end that follows the magnet. So, oh, wow, that's a great idea. The only problem is all my exterior walls are filled with this like dense fiberglass insulation. So yeah, good luck snaking a mouse through there. That's a good idea though. Whoever came up with that is a genius. Like, you would just put like a metal thing inside of the wall with wheels and put a magnet on the outside, like the old table magnet moving a coin. That's actually a really good idea. I mean, it would only get you to the next stud. That's the problem. All the walls here have like a stud that's like 12, I think it's like 12 or 14 inches apart. So you'd have to figure out how to maneuver the mouse through the holes and shit. And I don't think you can. Like, I'm curious how they handle that problem. Oh, Graham, I was going to ask you, Graham, well, I got your attention. I think I sent you a text on this, and then I went off on a tangent like I usually do. I want to rebuild all my UPSs because I've got, I think 3 or 4 of my UPSs are completely dead now. Like, you turn them on and they just fault, and they're basically just acting like power strips. I think they all take the same type of battery. I think every UPS I have uses that same damn UPS battery. And if there's a way that I could like get some pricing from you, like if you could hit me up on SMS or whatever and pricing for your parents or whatever, what they could hook me up with, I'd love to just buy a big old batch of batteries and just swap all these things out and rebuild them and get them back in place. Cause like the only like one that I do need to rebuild is the one for my CPAP. Cause if I'm sleeping in the middle of the night and the power goes out, it doesn't got enough juice to keep it going until the morning. So that can create like a suffocation hazard. So I want to make sure that doesn't happen. And Backchat got a purple colored light bulb for my own room. Holy fuck. Well, awesome, dude. Swag words. Good for you. Let's see here. Only if you let me take you to lunch area, they'll recycle the old ones as well, I believe. No, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. Like, if you get all the batteries and we'll pick them up, bring them over, take all the old ones out, throw them in a box and send them back to them. So, because I know that the batteries have a good core value. Like I think, what is it? The battery store or whatever that I bought the batteries for my last UPS rebuild. I want to say that they gave me like, $4 to $6 a battery for the dead ones. Because I knew that they probably just break them open, like scrape the plates and refill it with electrolyte and reseal it and sell it again. I just don't have the shit to do that, and I wouldn't trust it. UPS for the CPAP, laughs, and whole house generator. Oh, I wish I had a whole house generator that could just turn on by itself, but no, I got old school generator. I got to go like pull the ripcord, and I got to flip a manual switch to like move the power over to the Gentran switch breaker panel. Big old pain in the ass. But yeah, I'd like to rebuild. I mean, provided that the batteries aren't super expensive. I mean, like I'm definitely, I definitely got some money issues right now. But like just to complete the nerd cave, I got to sell a bunch of shit. I got to go through here and pull out so much stuff and just put it up for sale. Because I got to get the money to like fix the screens, because this screen's almost dead. I'm going to bring the other 2 in, get 3 screens, put my one broken one over here. Because one has a dead patch of pixels and the other one, all the backlights in the back are bleeding through because the layers are separating. So it looks like a bunch of mini suns all over, like in a grid shining through, and it's driving me absolutely wonky bonks. Yeah, OCD will do that to you. You can switch out the lead batteries with lithium ion phosphate. Dude, I'd be scared of anything lithium in my UPSs, because the lead acid batteries are like super duper safe. Like when they blow, like the enclosure itself can contain them. Lithium just burns like thermite, dude. Like I would not trust that at all. However, they'd be a lot lighter. I hate how heavy the lead acid batteries are. Like just to pick up my UPS, my small, well, I wouldn't call it small, but my rack mount UPS I have weighs almost as much as this entire computer. It's like this big, and it weighs as much as this because it's got 4 of those damn batteries in it. Oh, you like the word wonky bonk, sci-fi gal? Oh, I've been saying that forever. I don't know where I heard that. I want to say it was like from a Disney movie or something like that. Well, shit, let's jump on some more topics since we're working our way through this. I want to thank everybody for those super chats. Really appreciate it. We have a couple new channel members too. You guys are badass. Daniel Frost and David Martinez. You guys are legends. Appreciate the support. I really do. Also, if you guys didn't know, I stream Monday, Wednesday, and Friday over on Twitch. Last week, unfortunately, because of medical issues, I was out. But starting this week, I'll be back on Monday and Wednesday and Friday. And I'm also going to start looking into some schedule changes so that I can stream at different times. So that, you know, everybody has a chance. My audience can get in there and see a live show. Super interactive too, like over on the Twitch stream. It's 100% just interactive stream where I just basically just go through it. It's basically just us all sitting around having fun. Will you ever get the steroid shot after your experience? I'm thinking about not getting it again. Like after this last time, paying $500 to have a very painful experience that turns into an even more painful experience for like the next 3 months. I can't do it. I can't fucking do it again. So I already talked to my doctor about it, and it looks like the new medication's working well. So as long as it stays this course and this isn't like a honeymoon period or something like that, I'll be happy. And the thing is, it's not even at full effect yet. Like the medication, it's a slow integration. It takes like 3 days for it to build up in your system. So I took my first dose yesterday at like 4 p.m. and I took my second dose this morning before I came on the stream. So I'm only 2 doses in, and it's a million times better than what I was dealing with before. Like a million times better. So I'm actually pretty damn hopeful at this point, but I don't want to jinx it. You know what I mean? Hey, take it easy, JCC. Go fire up the grill. Have a good one, man. Hey, Bruce, thank you for the $20. Damn, legend. And don't worry, I'm still sharing half of the super chat money with AuxxZillary, even though he had to bounce, because he's my co-host, he's my bro, and that's how we do this. We just split everything 50-50 on the live stream here. Graham's like, I'll take a burger with cheese. Let's hear. So you are no longer on the old medication oxycodone? Correct. As of yesterday, I am off the oxycodone. I am now taking a drug called, shit, I forgot the name of it already. Bupropion. Hold on here. Not propion. That's Wellbutrin. Bupromorphine. That's it. So bupromorphine. How do you pronounce that? Here, let's see.
Buprenorphine.
Do it again.
Buprenorphine.
Close enough. So yeah, so bupromorphine is a weaker opiate, but it's a long acting one. So it stays in your system for 5 days. It remains effective for up to 48 hours for 1 dose. And you can't OD on it. You can only take 3 doses per day max. Anything over that, your body just rejects, which is kind of cool. It's not like a conventional opioid like oxycodone, where it's like you can just keep taking more and more and more until you eventually die. Yeah, Subutex. That's the brand name of it, is Subutex. So and so far it's been pretty damn amazing. And here's the thing, this is the thing that kind of surprised me by this, is my doctor said that I would suffer withdrawal symptoms. Like coming off of the oxycodone, he said that I'd have withdrawal symptoms for about 2 or 3 days, not as severe going into this, but he said it'd take like 2 or 3 days to build up. And I can tell you right now with confidence, I feel better. I took my first dose, not even 24 hours ago? Yeah, 23 hours ago, I took my first dose, and not only do I not have side effects, my pain is actually managed better right now. And I slept good last night. Like, I'm like, okay, well, if it's not even at its full strength yet, this is fantastic. This is great. And the reason that we switched was because this drug works a little bit differently. So one, it's super long acting, which traditional opiates aren't. Like stuff like oxycodone, hydromorphone, fentanyl, stuff like that. All that stuff is super short acting. So it's like roller coaster all day long. Like, oh, you got bad pain, take it. Okay, now you can't do anything because you're brain fog. Now you're in pain again, brain fog, pain, and you just do this all day long. And this one is like just flat. This is just flat. It doesn't give you the peaks. It doesn't give you the valleys. It's just right there in the center. So Classic said, why did you take oxycodone, Jerry? Because I have inoperable problems with my back that basically render me useless and put me in constant chronic pain. So, so much, in fact, that my condition they can't fix. So I got approved for lifetime pain management. This is like 15 years ago. Like your entire time that you've known of my existence, I've always been on oxycodone. There was maybe a week maybe a week or 2 weeks throughout that entire 15 years that you guys ever saw me where I wasn't taking it. The rest of the time I was always taking it because I couldn't even get out of bed without it. I couldn't walk around. Like my hip would just click and pop, and my sciatic nerve was super inflamed, and I can't take anti-inflammatories because I have, it's not really rare. Apparently, like NSAID allergies do happen to like close to 1% of the population, like 1%, which is decent. But because I have that, I can't take the medicine that would actually help get me relief. Like if I could take ibuprofen, I wouldn't need any of this. If I could take ibuprofen, it could actually keep my sciatic nerve from getting inflamed, and it could keep my joints from getting inflamed. Problem solved. I mean, granted, I'd be kicking the shit out of my kidneys, but problem solved, right? And so it kind of makes me bitter that I could be completely cured by an over-the-counter drug, but because it sends me into anaphylaxis, I can't use it. And there's no pharmaceutical alternatives for inflammation that are not steroid based. So my option would be prednisone. If I took prednisone, that would help. But the problem is prednisone, one, you're not supposed to take long term. It's like you have to have some pretty bad conditions, the long-term prednisone, because it fucks you up really bad. And the other thing is when you're on prednisone, you are not yourself at all. Like it changes you 100%. And I know I got people in here that are on prednisone, and you probably get used to it after time, just like everything else. But man, I hate prednisone. It makes you feel so shitty. So it's like, yeah, would it help with inflammation? Yeah. Would it help with mobility? Yeah. But it'd make me just feel like I was throwing up and make me feel really shaky. And I don't like that. So, you know, everybody's different. Everybody reacts differently. Like I'm actually surprised because I am reacting. Keep in mind, I am an opiate tolerant person. I've taken them for 15 years, pretty much continuously. And so I'm opiate tolerant, which means I get a fixed amount of pain relief from a dose, and it doesn't get any better, and it gets slightly worse over time. So when I take it, it's like, I don't even get like that buzz effect. I don't get the warm sensation, none of that anymore. It's like taking Tylenol. And so, and it worked decent for a very long time. I got a lot of use out of it, but we always knew it wasn't going to last forever, right? Because you can keep going up. Like you can go up to massively big doses and everything, but then that makes your risk for withdrawal way worse. It's harder to get medication because if it's in large quantities, usually the pharmacies don't even carry it. So there's too many downsides. So I was like, when I talked to him, I said, listen, it's not working very well. Yeah, I tried tramadol. It was a no-go. Tramadol and me don't get along very well. But the interesting thing is I am actually responding better to a far weaker opiate, which is interesting because I was on oxycodone, which is a fairly strong opiate. Like it's up there, right? It's like I think it's like right up there with like Dilaudid, right? Synthetic morphine, and I mean way below fentanyl, way miles below fentanyl. And you know, it's not as potent as like OxyContin, which is like the slow release formula that stays in your system continuously. But you even build a worse addiction to it. So at least with the peaks and valleys and having to sleep every night, it forces you to take a break from it. Whereas with the long acting medications like OxyContin, it's always in your system. So like you're taking it continuously and you're maintaining that, which makes withdrawal so much worse. And you get opiate tolerant way faster. That's why they got sued. Purdue got a shit suit out of them, not for oxycodone, for OxyContin, which is the slow release formula for oxycodone. And you don't want that. You don't want a fast acting opiate that kicks in and goes away really quickly. You don't want that maintained. You definitely don't want that, because if you maintain that level, you have to keep going up in dose because you never get a chance to recover from it. Whereas if you're taking a fast acting opiate that kicks in really fast and leaves you like within 4 hours, when you sleep at night, you actually miss a dose. The problem is you go into minor withdrawal. So when you wake up in the morning, it's like you have more pain than you normally would and you feel shittier than you normally would. So what we decided was to see if we could control pain. We wanted to see if we could control pain using a weaker opiate that is more stable. So none of the high at all, which I told my doctor I don't give a shit about. I wasn't getting it anyways. Like I could take like fucking 30 milligrams of oxycodone and not even like, it would make the pain go away. And that's it. Like that, and it wouldn't even make it go away all the way, which was what was sucking, because I'm not going above that. Like 15 milligrams was where I capped out. I was not going to go to 30 as far as maintaining that. Like no fucking way. Even though that is a single dose that they offer, so there are people that do take that. I didn't want to be that people. So we decided to try something that was weaker, and we anticipated that it was going to put me into withdrawal for a couple of days, and I was okay. I agreed with the doctor. It's worth the try because, you know, oxycodone just wasn't working anymore. And so we switched over this new stuff fully thinking that it was going to be a rough ride. And I can tell you right now, I've never slept better than last night. I'm already past the point where I'd be in massive withdrawal from oxycodone. So it's completely eliminated the withdrawal from the previous medication. And it's super mild. So it's like, I feel very sharp. I feel very alert. I don't have any brain fog right now, which is like, it's just fucking amazing. I couldn't be happier. Like, I honestly could not fucking be happier right now with how well this is working so far. I just hope that, you know, we don't find out on like day 3 that it gives me like full body hives or I have some weird adverse reaction to it once it accumulates in my system fully. I don't think that's going to happen, but, you know, knock on wood, I don't have the greatest of luck. Hey, Ryan, thank you for that $20 super chat, man. Love you long time. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for supporting me and AuxxZillary. We really do appreciate it, brother. And I'm loving the Woot animation. Woot! And welcome to the top of the screen. You got a little bit of company up there. Because you got Ryan, Wait, are you in there twice? Wait. Oh no, that's all you. I was like, why is there 3 icons there? Classic Strategist, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate that. And Ryan Watson, thank you for the $20 super chat, man. So $20 super chat from Mr. Ryan. Bruce coming in with $19.61. You guys are epic, man. You guys are epic. We appreciate this so much. AuxxZillary stayed late today too. Like, I really appreciate him staying late, but I didn't want him to go too far beyond, because my schedule is really dynamic. His isn't. He still has a day job and he still has all that shit. So I want to make sure that, he gets out of here when he needs to, but I want to make sure we hit the topics too. So I'm just sorry you can't hear his side of it. Man, I am so dehydrated right now. You guys mind if I take a second to go get some water? I'll tell you what, I'll even put on some music for you from the great Richard Tolk, aka Audio Sprite. Just give me like 2-3 minutes. I'm gonna go take a piss, and then I'll be right back, and we're gonna dive into some more topics because I'm actually really enjoying myself. So we're gonna keep doing this. Yeah, son. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I like this one. Hell yeah. Ooh, that's loud. Let me turn that down a little bit. Good times. I'm back. Man, I just got up and walked downstairs like upright, like without hobbling, without, oh my God, I am so happy. I know this is the thing. Every time this happens, like when I get like a perfect steroid shot in my back or everything goes perfectly, I have like one day where it's just a magical day. And then the next day it's shit. So I don't think that's going to be the case this time, but it feels good to actually remember what it's like to feel good. Like I literally have not felt good in a very, very long time. So this is very nice. This is Tech Talk. Griff, this is Tech Talk. I have not quit Twitch. So CubeG1 said, I'm gaining weight. I have trouble putting on socks. You, me too, brother. And especially with a bad back too. That doesn't help either. But we do what we must because we can. Hey, Theodorus, thank you for the $2 super chat. He said, I like the spindle of blank CDs behind you. Oh, this right here? You mean these verbatim? Were you talking about these verbatim? Get it? Pun, verbatim. God, the only thing I use these for is burning OS ISOs too, for like Linux and Windows and all that shit. And you're like probably like, why don't you put it on a USB drive? I usually do now. Like I can't even remember the last time I burned a CD. Just appreciate it and try not to take it for granted. Oh, I definitely don't take it for granted. Feeling better. This is something that never happens. So the one thing it does is give me a little hope though. Like knowing that I could still feel like this with the problems that I have with my back. And don't get me wrong, there's still pain. Like when I went downstairs and leaned over to get the water, it like still bit me a little bit, but it's like dull. It's dull pain. It's not sharp pain. Dull pain I can handle no problem. So compared to what I was going through, this is magical. As a matter of fact, after I'm done streaming, I'll probably go take a nap. I'm gonna probably go curl up and like take a nap for like 2 hours because I only slept for like 5 hours last night and it was such good sleep. Like I woke up in a good mood, which is just unheard of. CDs and DVDs are considered old tech now, but I still find them kind of cool. Oh, I love spinning technology. I mean, a CD, if you look at it like if you take apart a floppy disk, and you take out a CD and a DVD and a Blu-ray and an HD DVD, it's like you can see the genesis of the technology. You know, it started out with like magnetism, and there was even Laserdisc, and then there was like a type of Laserdisc that used it digitally stored data with magnetism, just like the old floppy drives, but it was like, you know, still HD. I can't remember the name of the technology. TechMoan did a really cool video on it. Main Divide said, hey, Jerry, will you ever get back to MSTE content? Also love seeing you like this. You're so happy. It's amazing. Oh my God. I hope I stay this happy. This is great. This is great. I mean, again, it's a honeymoon phase. I'm sure that I'll settle into things, but man, if I feel like this every day, fuck, I'll be back to my old self in no time. Like honestly, this is like the first time in probably 2 years, maybe 2 years that I've actually like felt that, oh, when the stream's over, I might actually do something other than like go take a shower and lay down in bed and try to nurse my back with a heat pad or something. Like I actually been sitting in this chair for hours and I feel pretty good. So I'm very happy about that. So I just wish, honestly, in hindsight, I wish we had made this medication change like 2 years ago. Like, no shit. I really wish that we did. I'm kind of mad that we didn't, but I'm happy that I honestly didn't think I would ever be able to feel like normal again, like relatively out of pain and not feeling like shit. So suggest a full-on jitter. Oh, I just released a jitter the other night on Patreon. So if you have my Patreon, I just released a video on there the other night in the hot tub talking about a lot of this. As a matter of fact, I think I talked to you guys before. Was that before I took my first dose or after I took my first dose of the medication? I can't remember. So yeah, maybe I should do an update. Let's see here. Senzel said, have you heard of Ventoy? You can make a bootable USB and store multiple OS ISO files on it and boot into it. Oh, I haven't heard of Ventoy. Here, let me look that up. Is that open source? Let's see here. Ventoy. Yeah, it is open source. Cool. Ventoy is an open source tool to create bootable USB drives from ISO, Windows images and VHDs and EFI files. With Ventoy, you don't need to format the disk over and over. You just copy the ISO and image files to the USB drive and boot to them directly. Oh, that's pretty cool. You can copy as many files as... Wait, it can boot a VHD? What is it using for the hypervisor? You can also browse ISO, Windows image, VHD, and EFF files locally on your hard disk and boot to them. x86 legacy BIOS, IA32. Wait, Itanium? This thing supports Itanium? That's crazy. And MIPS? What the hell would you be using MIPS for? That must be for like running old OSs, because I haven't heard of MIPS used for anything modern forever. Okay, well, this seems pretty cool. I'm definitely going to bookmark this one. Thank you. Here, let's see. How do I bookmark? I don't bookmark sites that often. Okay, so Ventoy description. Let's see here. ISO booting tool. Done. Bruce said you melt it under the tongue if it's a pill. Yes, you do. So the new medication that I take, it is a very gross pill. It tastes like the bitterest thing you've ever tasted in your life. Like they intentionally flavor it to make it taste like ass. So that you only take it when you really need it. But I wish that they made like a version that didn't taste like ass for like people that have to take it for pain. But yeah, it's sublingual. You have to melt it under your tongue so that it enters into the soft palate and the membrane. If you swallow it, it doesn't do anything. If you swallow it, the stomach acid will just kill the medication. So you have to just basically let it dissolve under your tongue. It's just a nifty live CD. Kind of. The cool thing is it looks like it puts like a cool like UI basically, so that you can put like a bunch of stuff. Like if you have a big USB thumb drive, you could put like 20 ISOs on it. The thing is it said it boots VHDs. Like what is it using as the hypervisor? Like I'm guessing it's just running some version of Linux. Okay, VDisk. So Linux VDisk, native boot menu style, EFI supported, password protected. But it supports booting VHDs. That would actually be really useful. That's virtual hard disk. So you can basically create a virtual hard disk in like VMware or Hyper-V and throw the VHD on this, boot it, and the computer will hardware boot into it instead of running it under the emulator. Now, granted, it's probably still going to run it under emulation. I don't think it's going to like boot it up natively. It's going to probably boot up its base operating system and then launch it under a hypervisor of some kind. No, it's not Suboxone. It's same difference though. It's bupamorphone. It doesn't have this in it. So this is Narcan. If you ever have to take any kind of opiate medication, I highly recommend that you keep this in the house. Like if you have any kind of opiates in the house of any kind, you should have this. Like go to your pharmacy and get it. But the difference between what I'm taking and Suboxone is Suboxone has Narcan in it. So if you swallow it or you try to inject it or do anything like that, it completely neutralizes the opiates. So you have to take it sublingually and you can't overdose on it. So, so that's the stuff that I'm taking. You also can't overdose on, but it just doesn't have Narcan in it because Narcan would just lower the efficacy of the medication. So Griff Fungan said, I take it. It changed my life. Yeah, no, it is a life changer because it serves two purposes. One, it gets you off of an opiate that has hardcore withdrawal. And the other thing is it's super long acting. So you don't have to like, take a pill every 4 hours and go like this. You just melt a thing under your tongue twice a day and you're good to go. And realistically, like I asked the doctor, he said you can just take like once every like day or two. If you do that, then you don't get the pain relief aspect, but it's enough that it'll just completely stave off withdrawal. And then you ride that out for a while. And then if you want to go completely off of it, you just titrate off of it. So then you take one every 2 days and then one every 3 days. And just every week you do that until pretty soon you don't take any at all. You're just done. And so I'm thankful for medications like that help people get off of opiates. But I'm even more thankful that this one specifically is now indicated for pain. And it actually works really well. And that surprises me because it is a weak opiate. And I was taking a very strong opiate. And by comparison to what I was taking, it's an incredibly low dose. Like, I think it's like when I did the chart that it shows the strength per milligram, like it was way below oxycodone. Like it was less than like 5 milligrams of oxycodone. And I'm like, how the hell is that managing my pain when like 15 milligrams of oxycodone wasn't? That's the thing that kind of like, I'm like, holy shit, that's kind of cool. But if you look at all the science though, where it's a synthetic opiate, whereas oxycodone is a naturally occurring opiate, I mean, they refine it obviously, but it's a natural source that they get the opiate from. With this, it's completely synthetic. It's a lab made opiate, and it works differently. It basically works on your mu transmitters in your brain and attaches to them for a very, very long time. And if it attaches to them, nothing else can attach to them. So if I just took and say I took a handful of oxycodone right now, it should cancel it out because all the mu receptors and all the, the opiate receptors in them are all blocked right now. Like they get as much pain relief as they're going to get for the next 24 hours or 12 hours, I should say. And anything else that goes into the system, it's basically got nowhere to go. Like it can't attach to anything because everything's already been attached to. And the cool thing is it attaches to it with a very, very low dopamine response, whereas oxycodone and Vicodin and Percocet is oxycodone, but all those other drugs, they are really fast acting and they hit with like 85% stimulation, whereas this is like closer to 30 or 40%. But it lasts a lot longer. So what I'm finding is I didn't get any kind of high off the medication before because I'd taken it for like 15 years. But what's really interesting is the new medication that I'm on, even though it's a much weaker opiate and it's a much longer lasting opiate, but really, really weak, I didn't expect it to handle pain like this. Like this is where it's kind of blowing my mind is my pain is more tolerable than it's been in the last year or two. Like I literally just like ran up the stairs. Like I haven't done that in like a year. And so it's interesting. I'm going to do some more research on this because I'm pretty impressed with how I'm feeling right now at this moment. And the fact that I slept, like I went to sleep. I only slept, like I said, like 4.5, 5 hours, but it was sound sleep. And I haven't had sound sleep in so long, guys. It was killing me. You guys were just watching me die and it sucked. Who made the new medicine? I don't know. I got the generic because I'm poor people. so I don't get like the name, like the name brand drug is like Subunex or something. Subutex. There it is. Subutex is like, if you got money, that's the drug. And it's buprenorphine used to treat dependency and addiction to opioids. It's also indicated for pain, chronic pain management. And apparently it's like really successful for people that are transitioning to get off of opiates. It's like, it's a lot of people, even somebody in chat right now, who is it? Griff again said saved his life. So dude, rock on. It's an opioid semi-synthetic product. Let's see here, from Thebain, developed by an industrial company called Reckitt Benckiser in 1969. Yeah, it's really old. It's a really old and well-known drug. Yeah, sleep is everything, Graham. Honestly, like, here's the thing. Look at this. Have you ever, I'm going to ask you guys have watched me on Twitch for years. You watched me. Have you ever seen me not sweat during a stream? I have no idea how this is happening. It's 73 degrees in here right now, which for me is super hot. I usually keep it 68. I don't have a drop of sweat on my body. And I have never even had this just sitting still. So, and the weird thing is I don't know how that's happening. Like, it's just because it shouldn't have stopped my sweating. Like, actually, one of the side effects of the medication is excess sweating. So why am I not sweating? I even took my normal ADHD meds. I had a coffee. Like, I should be sweating like a crazy guy right now, and I'm not. So I'm like, what the hell is going on? I even ran up and down the stairs. I ran down the stairs, went to the bathroom and grabbed some waters and ran back upstairs. And that's like not a drop of sweat on me. You know, it's just pretty wild, man. Pretty damn wild. Hey, Ryan, thank you for the $5 super chat. Mucho appreciado, sir. You are the best. Love you long time. So the one thing that I can attest to, though, is if you suffer from an opiate addiction, or even, God, I even indicated for pain management, like talk to your doctor about this Subutex, or it's buprenorphine or buprenorphine. How the hell do you say this again? Hold on here.
Subutex.
No, not that. How do you say this one? I love how Bing just lets you just play stuff.
Buprenorphine.
Buprenorphine. God, I can't pronounce that.
Buprenorphine.
Also known as Butrans. Surprisingly good. Like, I'm actually really, really genuinely surprised with how well this is working. So, and I didn't expect that. I did not expect that at all. Like, even my doctor didn't even expect that. He's like, dude, you're going to go through withdrawal for like 3 days. And then it'll help you with the withdrawal, because the oxycodone wasn't really working for my pain anymore without taking like gargantuan doses. And by gargantuan, I mean like 30 milligrams. Like, they literally make a tablet for it. But 15 milligrams was my normal dosage when I was on oxycodone, and it just wasn't helping with the pain. Like, even on it, I was still just like doubling over in pain. And I could not get comfortable no matter what I tried. And so the whole reason they switched me over to this one was to give me a small amount of pain relief. We expected it to be even less pain relief than what the oxycodone was giving me. And we expected it to just basically allow me to sleep through the night, like, because it's super long acting, right? I did not expect it to treat the pain like 10 times better than the oxycodone. That's absolutely fucking amazing. Like, it blows my mind. Absolutely blows my mind. James said, Jerry, I know you probably answered this a million times, but when are you going to post other than live streams? Much love, bro. I don't know, man. Like, that's a good question. My answer to that has always been when I rebuild the Nerd Cave and I'm in a position to have like a good environment to get in a good headspace and everything to like shoot a video and be proud of it. That seemed like it was unobtainable, but as long as this new medication stays the course and things keep working the way they're working, I'm going to start working on this room again. Like I actually feel, because the thing that would stop me is pain. If you've ever lived with chronic pain, and chronic meaning that it's just constant, unending, and there's no cure for it and there's no relief for it. If you live with chronic pain, it eats away at you, dude. It eats away. Graham, I just see message deleted, timed out. Dude, I love that I don't see that shit. Like, I love it that we don't have to, like, they come in the mods, just steamroll that shit out of here, and there's a delay, so it doesn't even ever show up in chat. I love it. I seem somewhat dehydrated. No, I am dehydrated. That's why I went and got water. I'm definitely dehydrated. Can't imagine what your treatment must be costing. Is insurance helping? Not really. Not really. My insurance doesn't kick in until I hit a $6,000 deductible. And so far I'm at like $5,000, but then it resets on January 1st. So I pay for insurance because, you know, in case of an emergency. But this year I definitely didn't get my mileage out of it, because I'm basically going to satisfy the deductible only to have it reset and start over. So I reported that guy. He's an ass. I don't even know what he said, John. You guys must have seen it, but I mean, don't repeat it. I don't care to see it. I'm sure it had something to do with my weight or something to do with the medication that I'm taking. See, that's the thing, is when you talk about stuff publicly, people will try to weaponize it. But the thing that they don't realize is it's already something that I freely talk about. So it's like, I already know I'm fat. Like, if he's talking about that, I mean, that's the most like, that is so unoriginal. Like, if you're going to attack me, at least put some originality into it so we can have a laugh. I just think it's absolutely ridiculous. And I don't know what he said. I don't know what he said, but I'm going to assume it was either about weight or about the drugs that I'm taking. It was one of the two, because he's, and the funny thing is, it's definitely a Trump supporter, because that seems to be the only thing that they can ever do is comment on somebody's looks or something that's like incredibly obvious. Like, they don't even try. Exactly. Chronic pain causes stress on the system, thus you're sweating. No more pain, no more sweat. 100% yes. That's why. That's why I don't have sweaty pitties like I always do, is because I am not in pain right now. Every time you guys see me, when I have sweat coming through here and everything, when I'm not doing anything, that is pain. That is my heart rate and my blood pressure being pushed up by pain. So having that pain relieved and the funny thing is, like, I still feel the pain, like it's still there. But it hasn't been this low in a long time. And so I am super, super stoked about this. Like this actually kind of gives me some new hope. I needed some hope too, because I was falling apart. So what do you think? How long before the nukes start flying? Dude, that's getting pretty serious. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to that. I know this is tech talk, but you know, I'm here by myself, co-host's gone, and we're overtime, so we can talk about whatever now. We will hit some more topics though. I'm a little bit worried. I'm a little bit worried because, you know, it's kind of weird that Putin went out of his way to say that the United States uses nukes first. So he's like, his conscience is clear, like using them. And he basically declared a huge part, like 10% of Ukraine annexed into, you know, the Russian Federation or whatever. So that's kind of a big deal. That means that if the Ukrainians try to take back their own territory after he annexed it and says that it's now Russia and they're redrawing the lines, he probably will use nuclear weapons, and that's gonna suck, because here's the thing: if he uses nuclear weapons against them, it's not like the United States can respond. Like, I mean, what are we gonna do, sanction them some more? We can't launch nukes at Moscow. That's mutually assured destruction. So we'll basically have to just sit by and just watch Ukraine glow, and that would really suck if it comes to that. And the problem is, Putin has already shown that he's completely off his rocker. Like, the dude knows he's dying or something, and he wants to leave some crazy ass legacy. But yeah, he's man, that guy is just. Do I believe he could do it? Absolutely. Do I think he's bluffing? No, I don't think he wants to. Like, I think he wants to avoid using nukes because that creates new problems. But I get the distinction that he doesn't care. Like, he really doesn't care. Why not fire up a Twitch stream? That's actually not a bad idea. Although I'll probably take a break, because on the off chance that I don't feel this good again, I'd like to, you know, actually enjoy it a little bit. Like, don't get me wrong, I love live streaming, but I think I'd like to maybe like go play a video game. Like, that's the other thing. My hands don't hurt. My hands always hurt. They're always swollen. I can't close them. I can't make a tight fist. Today I can make a tight fist. I can punch them together. I can grab shit, you know? I can do this, you know. God, you guys, fucking A, man. I didn't even notice that because it's just, everything feels good. I'm blown away. I am blown away. I am, at this point, I am so over the moon that I'm literally gonna go. I'm literally gonna go work for the company that manufactures this drug. Like, I'm seriously gonna call them up and be like, God, you guys want the fucking miracle thing? I mean, unless I, like, you know, my eyes bleed out and, you know, I start shitting blood tomorrow, then I'll be like, oh, okay, maybe that's not worth it. But no, I'm definitely in a good space right now. It's got me super duper happy, and I'm having a blast hanging out with you guys. Because normally when we end tech talk, my back is killing me from sitting in the chair. And to be honest, it is kind of bugging me a little bit, but it's like so little compared to what it used to be that it doesn't even faze me. Like, I'm used to pain. I have become so accustomed to pain that it's just like when I go to sleep, I'm actually afraid to go to sleep because I know I'm gonna wake up in pain. I just know it. So when I woke up this morning and I actually like stood up and went to the bathroom, I'm like, wait a second, like shit's kind of working, you know? And my hands, like, I even ate some nuts yesterday, which usually make my hands swell up, and they're not. Like, I can squeeze them tight. I haven't been able to squeeze this hand. They feel the same. They've never felt the same. This hand has always been fucked up. I'm elated. I hope you guys enjoy this as much as I do. And the fact that it's 73 degrees in here, which is usually burning up for me, and it's like no sweat. Because it was pain sweat. I was experiencing pain sweat. It's like, I don't even know what it's like to not sweat. Like, I sweat just sitting still because the pain is just constantly stabbing me and it makes my heart rate go up. This is just wild. Like, oh my gosh. I'm trying to figure out, like, how do I make sure this doesn't change? Now he can self-pleasure again? Oh no, I've been self-pleasuring the whole time. No, hey, Graham, I brought that message back because that's a good one. No, everybody should self-pleasure themselves. Hey, God gave you hands for a reason, okay? And a dirty mind for a reason. He wants you to connect A with B and just have a good old time. Masturbation's good for the soul. Nino Slav said, if I were you, I'd probably cut this short and just go hang out and hug Xander and the wife and spend some more quality time. I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. So let's get this train moving. Right now, my son is playing VR and my wife is like doing some stuff in the kitchen. So I definitely don't want to pull him away from that. But when they're done, I'll be done. We'll all go watch some movies. We'll probably order out tonight, so my wife doesn't have to cook because she didn't get very much sleep last night. But yeah, I couldn't be more thrilled right now. I'm just like, now there's a little fear in the back of my mind that's like, wait a second though, everything's a little too perfect. Like, I feel like a normal human being again, no brain fog, no sweat, like, feel like I got some energy after hardly even sleeping, but it was good sleep. Didn't fight my CPAP. I mean, damn, like, I'm so worried that, like, somehow this is going to go away. I don't want it to. Because this is awesome. This is like, I actually feel like if I stay this way and I keep moving forward, there's going to be some serious momentum. Because I mean, right now it's like I'm even thinking about like, oh man, I'm looking around the room and I'm like, yeah, I want to clean that up, I want to move that, I want to organize that. Like, there's actually a drive there to do it because I'm not instantly looking at it and wincing in pain like, oh my god, I can't do that, Oh man, love it. I absolutely love it. And the fact that I can actually, like, I can bend, like, I can feel the discomfort in the joint, but it's like tolerable. It's like completely tolerable, and it wasn't before. Like, I'd move and I'd go, and it'd like make me jerk because it hurt so bad. Sounds like I should get some of this drug. I mean, I'm glad my doctor put me on it. Like, I'm seriously going to send him a text message that, even though it's a Saturday, I got his personal number. I'm going to send him a text message and thank him so much for this suggestion and for this change, because this is like miracle shit. This is awesome. So, and I literally was losing hope because we tried so many things, guys. We tried gabapentin. The gabapentin actually does work well, but doesn't work where I need it to work. Like, it was actually helping me with the hand pain, even though it was swollen. It was helping me with the hand pain, the neuropathy, but I may not even need that anymore. But I mean, I just think that's great. Going from having to eat 5 or 6 pills a day down to like 1 or 2 little pills under the tongue. Like, that's big to me. That's huge. Like, it just, oh my gosh, it's so nice. Like, I'm going to call my buddy Greg and be like, dude, next weekend, what are you doing, man? I want to come down and go fishing. I want to come down, hang out with you and stuff. Like, I feel like I could make a trip. Like, I could get in my car and drive somewhere. Fucking, this is awesome. This is just awesome. And Slav said I procrastinated cleaning my room. The wife told me no point in cleaning. I'll just let the nukes fly, clear it all up. Where do you live, Nino Slav? Where are you at? Yeah, I'm not going to do steroid shots anymore. This last one really hurt me bad. And it's not their fault. Like, it's not, steroid shots are hit and miss. Sometimes they're completely ineffective and they do nothing. Sometimes they even cause like, muscle tissue damage, and it'll actually, like, it hurts. And that's what happened with this last one. Is I didn't even get the 1 day. Like, usually when I get the steroid shot in my back, I get 1 day because they put a medication in there that only lasts for about 12 to 24 hours. And it's like a numbing compound that just numbs the whole area, because they're basically sticking like a soup straw in there to inject this viscous crap into your joint. And it pushes your joint open. And so it hurts really bad. So they have to put a numbing med in there, and it usually lasts for a while. So, you get to like feel normal for a bit, like at least the pain in that area. But I can tell you right now, I feel better right now. I feel better right now than I did on the best steroid shot day. Like, I feel better right now, just like continuously right now. So if this stays the way it is, I mean, now granted, I haven't gotten up and walked a great distance. I haven't like gone outside, but it's like, I feel like right now I could go for a walk. Like, I don't want to push it, but I feel like I can go for a walk, and I haven't felt like I've been able to go for a walk for a long, long time. What are the steroid shots? Pain relief? Yeah, inflammation. But yeah, pain. The pain is caused by the inflammation. So you stop the inflammation, you stop the pain or reduce the pain. But the problem is the steroid that they inject, it's really difficult. They have to use something called a fluoroscope, which is basically like an X-ray movie, like a live X-ray movie. and they have to guide a needle in using a 2D picture and like maneuver it down perfectly into the joint. And then they have to like form a seal so that when they're injecting the fluid, it goes into the joint to separate the bone and the bone from like my hip. Like it pushes the joint open, your SI joint, like down there next to your, like your pelvis, right? In the back. And so they have to inject that fluid in there. It hurts really, really bad as they're injecting it. You gonna snowboard again? Oh, I'm not gonna go snowboard until I lose a lot of weight. That's if it stays this path, I could lose weight because I'll actually want to go do things. So, but yeah, just snowboarding. But yeah, that's a possibility. Like if this actually works. Now, granted, I still have to remember that no matter how good I feel right now, my back is still damaged. Like it's, you know, if I just went like snowboarding and stuff and I fall, I'm just gonna end up breaking my back and becoming paralyzed. So probably not. But I'm just happy right now to just, even honestly, if this even just lasts today, I am just happy to have a day. It's like, man, I can't even describe what it's like. And the stress, like that's the other thing, is I'm not super stressed out right now. I've been so stressed out about taxes. I've been so stressed out about income and the things going on with Twitch, and the fact that for like, you know, the last 3 years, we've been burning through savings, and, you know, we've got maybe another year or two left tops if we're careful. You know, it's like just doom. Every day is doom, 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 just freaking out and panicking. And it's like right now, even talking about it, I'm like, meh. I'm like, I just feel like, you know, I'm having a good time right now streaming, and I'm not thinking about everything else. So I'm happy. I'm happy. I haven't been able to say I'm happy in a very long time. Right this moment, I'm happy. I might not be happy tomorrow. Might not be happy the day after. This may all go away. I may accidentally push it too hard and like mess up my back, and then it hurts worse later, and I don't have anything to give me like, you know, a lot of pain relief if I need it fast. But on the flip side, this could just be the course. This shit could just work this good, and maybe I can start playing VR again, and I can start going for a walk. I'd love to go for a walk. That would be absolutely amazing. I got tons of friends that want to go walk and, you know, go do stuff, and I'd like to go do that. Take the STI out for a trip around the block. That's a good idea. Actually, after the stream, I might just do that. I might go jump in the STI and do a lap around the town. Actually, you know what? Strike that. I'm not going to do that because even though I don't feel high from the medication, it is a new medication. So I'm going to wait until I'm very familiar with it before I drive. That's the responsible thing to do. Like I try to be responsible when it comes to shit like that. So even though right now I don't feel high, like I don't have a sensation of euphoria, it is a new opiate, and it's a long acting opiate. It's like I want to let my body get completely used to it at the full dose before I go do anything. So I'll probably give it a couple of days. It's just the right thing to do. Nino Slav said, I have an Achilles tendon bursitis. Oh, my mom had bursitis. And one leg, so I should probably lose some weight. 2, shit's been bugging me for weeks. Dude, if you can lose weight, do it. Like, I'd love to. Like, the problem with me, though, is I was in chronic pain, and I couldn't move. I was, like, stuck in bed. So I got no exercise. My resting metabolism was already bad. Like, when they tested my metabolism, it just dunks to the floor. Like, if I'm not moving and I'm not doing something, it's like I'm basically, like, in efficiency mode. And so, if I can get up and I can do stuff, I'm going to do stuff. Because I felt like a trapped person for a long time. Although I will say, sitting in the chair now, though, like I am definitely feeling some pain in my back. But it's like the worst spot where normally this pain would be crippling me. Like right now, I'd be struggling to get out of this chair. So I actually think this is amazing. And I'm rubbing it right now, and it just feels so good. Like normally when I rub it, it's like, you know, trying to get it loose. It's like I'm rubbing it. It actually feels good to rub it. Ladies. It feels good to rub it. But yeah, the only way I'm gonna lose weight though is if I'm in a good mood. Like that's the thing, when all you have is food, like when food is the only thing that gives you like any kind of relief from stress, you know, and that's why people get like, you wonder why people get like 600 pounds and shit like that. It's because they're depressed, they have chronic pain issues that they can't move, they're immobile. And food is the only thing that gives them any kind of pleasure. Like there's nothing else that gives them any pleasure. So it's like food's the one thing they control. And then because it's the one thing they control and they don't have anything else to do, that's all they do. And I understand that. I've been there. Like I totally understand exactly what that's like. Like the last 120 pounds I've gained is literally just being immobile and stuck. So I'm pretty thrilled if we can control the pain, because the damage is done. Like the damage to my back, I'm not going to heal. It's only going to get worse over time. But if I can get to the point where I can tolerate it, I don't need to run a marathon. I don't, all I need to do is just have a quality of life where I can actually enjoy hanging out with friends. I can have a laugh. I can actually play a video game thinking more about the game instead of how bad my hands hurt. Oh, I'm loving it. Theodorus, thank you for the $2 super chat. Said, glad you're happy. Here's €2 for you today. I appreciate it, man. I will happily take those euros and the 20% of them that YouTube gives us. I'm just kidding. It is pretty bad though, man. YouTube takes such a huge cut. Like, I feel like YouTube super chats like take a bigger cut than like every other platform, but I don't know. I think bits are probably up there on Twitch, especially if you buy them on mobile. Don't buy, guys, if you are on Twitch, do not buy bits on mobile. Like, or if you do on mobile, open up the browser and go to desktop site, because of the EULA for Google and Apple, they charge you an additional 30% on top of Twitch's 30% to buy bits. So you end up buying bits where it's like you spend like, what is it, like $1.50 for like 100 bits, or $1.80 for 100 bits, whereas on Twitch it's like $1.30, I think. So YouTube's way better than Twitch now. I mean, that's the thing though, is I'm established on both platforms. So, but on Twitch, I pull 400 to 500 live viewers, sometimes 600. Here on YouTube, it's like maybe 200, maybe 250. And even though I have 840,000 followers on YouTube and I only have 80,000 followers on Twitch, it's just the way it works out. It's like Twitch still sends out notifications to most of my viewers. The only people that get notifications now are the people that regularly watch the live streams. They're the only ones that get notifications. Like, there's people that stumble in here like multiple times during the streams, like, oh wow, you're still alive. Hey, wow, you're streaming. It's like, yeah, we stream every weekend mostly. But people just don't know because YouTube won't tell them. It sucks because at the end of the day, you are at the mercy of these platforms. And I'm not going to sit here and say that they're wrong for doing the things that they do. I understand their businesses. They're for-profit, businesses that usually are publicly traded. And they want to make the investors happy, which means they need to be profitable and they need to be able to make as much money as humanly possible. And it's their platform. Like, just I'm glad that they even let me do this. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared and disappointed that these audiences are so loyal to these platforms and are so trusting of the algorithm to pick what they watch, that if the platform doesn't deem me, profitable because, I'm talking about stuff and teaching people how the scams work, and they're just going to silence me. They'll just slowly choke it off, where the only people that see me are the people that actually directly come looking for me. So time to move over to OnlyFans. Yeah, I should just start selling like feet pictures and stuff. Oh man. Hey KG, thank you. Yeah. The inflammation is more about what I'm eating, not the weight. But yeah, diet will definitely help with inflammation. I have to take allopurinol. I take Adderall, but I also take allopurinol, which actually helps with the purines that create more uric acid in your bloodstream, helps preserve your joints. That's actually been pretty successful. You think Patreon has the best rate? I mean, Patreon does give me the most. Like, everybody that follows me on Patreon, that is the platform that gives me the most percentage of what people actually pay. I think that's why that's the only reason they're still in business, because their features suck. Their platform is very buggy. The only reason I think people like stay there and keep investing in it is because they do get the lion's share, which is becoming rarer and rarer because these platforms are realizing that where are they going to go? It's almost like the light bulb mafia back in like the early 1900s. It's like they were all getting together and be like, oh, well, let's all make our light bulbs fail after, a short period of time. Let's all charge similar let's all agree, like Japan and JDM cars, it's like, let's all agree that no cars can have more than 250 horsepower and stuff, so that they're not constantly competing to the moon, and they can make products cheaper and make a larger profit margin for everybody because they all create a glass ceiling. And I kind of feel like that's happening now with online platforms and social media and everything, is these companies are starting to figure out that matching each other's feature sets and matching each other's limitations and holding that and trying not to keep one-upping each other, but rather keep parity is their way of ensuring a future. But it also means that they're all slowly, ripping off more and more creators because they can. And at the end of the day, supply and demand dictates the profit margin in capitalism. So, you know, if you have a huge demand, but you have a bigger supply, because every person that becomes a streamer means they're watching less Twitch. So if you become a streamer, now it's like +1 streamer, 1 less viewer. And as more and more people stream, the platform has more content to disseminate and a smaller group of people to consume it. So they want to get top dollar for the ads, and they want to get top dollar revenue for what's coming in. And each person that's streaming, they're paying more in bandwidth and more in storage. So what they start doing is they start cutting down on what they're willing to pay people, and they pull back slowly, and they try to renegotiate down. It's just like any other business. At the end of the day, the platform is designed to make money. It's not designed to care about streamers. It's not designed to like implement policy correctly. Like, I mean, literally Amaranth is like on the front page of Twitch, like every single day, you know, writing names on her body, wearing stuff that like any new channel that would start would instantly get banned. You know, it's a big platform of double standards, and they only act if they're forced to. So just the way it is. Is it against YouTube TOS to donate via Stream Elements? No, it's not. I just don't have the thing set up because I share everything with AuxxZillary, and it makes it complicated if PayPal is coming in, because I get out of bounds tips for my Twitch stream. And I don't want everything overlapping and having to separate it out. And it also complicates the taxes. It's just easier to have it all in one spot and one dashboard. I can go through and just sort by the live streams and just those analytics. And it just makes it easier to do the finances. Time to start wearing pasties and using body paint, amigo. I'd probably, well, I'm a partner. I'm a partner on Twitch. So I get the 70-30 split. And, well, up to 100K, but I've never come close to 100K on Twitch. So I don't have to worry about them cutting me back to the 50-50 after that. But they will keep changing things. They definitely will keep changing things, and they will keep trying to get the absolute max that they can before somebody leaves the platform. And if enough people leave the platform, then they'll stabilize it and they'll bring some stuff back. You know, because if they lose all their talent, then what have they got? Nothing. But I will tell you the one thing I do like about Twitch is Twitch allows me, and it probably is a lot to do with me being a partner on the platform and being there for a long time and having like buddies like Gaffo and stuff working at Twitch. I can say a lot of stuff on Twitch that I cannot say here. People seem to think that Twitch is more censoring than YouTube, but not really. Like if Amaranth streamed on YouTube, she'd probably get banned instantly. If I streamed on YouTube with like some of the rants that I go on over at Twitch and stuff, I'd probably get banned off of, or I'd at least get the video like suspended or 18+ or something. Well, it should be 18+ anyways. But their platforms, I feel like Twitch allows me to be more myself. And the other thing is I like to keep them separate. Like today is a little bit of a treat because I'm feeling good. I'm already streaming. Why not? Let's just, you know, an AuxxZillary, he had to go. So, you know, let's just have like a little after stream thing. But normally this would be more tech talk centric and me talking to other people with co-hosts and stuff like David Hewlett and stuff being here and Houston. And it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy this, but Twitch is just pure me uncensored. Like just fair warning. If you watch any of my Twitch stuff, it is incredibly raw. Like I don't, you know, I try to behave best I can here on YouTube compared to what I do on Twitch. So, you can sign in with YouTube on Stream Elements and it'll merge your payments, but you'll get a separate tipping page. Oh, really? Okay, I might actually look into that then. Because the direct tipping actually would be better. Because the thing is with YouTube is like the super chats takes a huge chunk. And I feel like having a different mechanism like PayPal or something where they just charge the PayPal fee and that's it would simplify things. And then if somebody still wants the super chat, they absolutely can. Hey, Theodorus. I appreciate that super chat, man. I appreciate it, brother. James Janus said, what big deal, Tesla? See video, people show off features, act like because Tesla has it's special, even if all cars have. Literally saw a video, guy showing off remote start as if special. Okay, I think I took that in. Okay, so I think, let me translate. So you think the Elon Musk's, the cult of Elon, is praising him for dumb shit that he didn't reinvent. Like they think he invented something when he literally just plagiarized something that already existed and called it something else. I mean, that's why I don't like him. That's why I don't like Elon personally. I'm not a big fan. You guys know this. However, I will say the robotics stuff looks promising. Like, trust me, he's nowhere near like Honda Osmo or Boston Dynamics and their what the hell's the name of their robot? I already forgot. Atlas. They're nowhere near that. However, they have a data set available to them that none of those other guys do. So the hardware is not as important as you'd think. Like, it's kind of like a 3D printer. You can take a really crappy 3D printer and you can make it print as good as a $5,000 3D printer just with software. And so I feel like robotics is the same way. Like, you can actually get away with somewhat crappy components. And I'm not saying they're using crappy components. Like, a lot of their stuff is in-house built and optimized so that they can produce it and it's really predictable and they don't have to compromise, which is great. And they have the facilities to do this and the capital to do it. So that's something that will definitely put them in the fast lane. But let's be clear here. The robot that they built is nothing special. It is absolutely nothing special. I want to be clear about that. Like, it is cool that it like walked out under its own power. And I actually am impressed. Like, I expected Elon to literally show at most like a robotic arm, like doing like picking up a water bottle and going, hey guys, look, this is Tesla bot's arm. And we're going to do the rest of the body next year. Kind of like he does with everything else. Like, oh, Cybertruck next year, full self-driving next year. It's kind of treating it like the fusion thing. You know, it's always 10 years away or it's always 30 years away. I kind of figured with robotics that was going to be the same way. Now, don't get me wrong. He is totally BS when he's saying that these things are going to be sold in people's houses and they're going to be under $20,000. That is all BS. He knows it's BS. He's spouting that crap literally just to get, you know, people's Chinese tingling and get the headlines, right? That's all he's doing. But yeah, that robot is going to be a marketing machine. That's what it is. And it's a marketing machine and a platform for them to gather more data. So that's, they're more building it for themselves than anybody else. It's kind of like the GigaPress, right? The GigaPress got all kinds of like public attention and everything like that, but it also allowed Tesla to advertise to everybody without advertising themselves. They didn't have to spend a single dollar on advertisement. Everybody else basically advertised and made videos on the GigaPress, and it's like, oh my God, they can cut down 175 parts to like 3 parts. Or it's enormous, like maybe it's 73 parts down to 4 parts, but the frame is basically a front piece, a middle piece, and a back piece, and that's it. It's all made in like 3 chunks. So no more having to spot weld and put stuff together. And people were like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing ever. But it's like that technology wasn't built for anybody else. It was built for Tesla. Now, the company that made it obviously will sell more GigaPresses to other people, but Tesla got first dibs, and Tesla gets to buy the GigaPresses before anybody else so that they can implement this process rapidly and use this process to save money and to build cars faster, whereas everybody else has to still use the conventional presses. So same thing with the robot. He's creating the robot. And you saw it's basically looks like something like Lego Technics, right? I mean, if you look at all the hoses, all the pneumatics, all the joints, everything's just like dangling off the thing. It's a prototype. It's a prototype, right? It's not designed to be all cleaned up and nice. But the thing is, when they showed the one that came out that was waving, the one on the stand, keep in mind that if that was based on the prototype, if it had the same technology as the prototype with those covers in place, it would be able to walk. There would be no problem with its walking. The reason it's not walking is because they have not figured out how to get that packaging yet. Like, if you look at the legs, you can clearly see the electronics on the legs are bigger than the plates on the other robot. The chest piece that's enclosing it, there's no way they could fit that electronics package like that much tighter in that space. So, especially with like cooling considerations and stuff like that, or the battery. So they have to wait until they can do a couple iterations and downsize until they can get it into that smaller chassis. So the dancing guy was cringe though. Yeah, but he was designed to be cringe. I mean, that whole thing was designed to be cringe. It was a marketing stunt. Elon is good at marketing. Everybody thinks Elon is like this brilliant engineer. And don't get me wrong, like Elon is a well-educated person. He does understand engineering. But I wouldn't call Elon Musk an engineer. Like, he didn't build the Model S. He designed the Roadster, which failed. The Model S, he hired somebody else to design. The Model 3 had input, but even the Model 3 was still largely based on the Model S. Cybertruck is like now Cybertruck is definitely him jumping in the ring and actually adding some of his own, you know, wants and needs on it. But again, that's also why it's not out yet, and why when it comes out, it won't be anywhere near the specs that they said it would be. But yeah, I mean, I am impressed with the robot. I have to say, I am genuinely impressed. And I don't, not a big fan of some of the stuff Tesla does, but that is one thing that kind of surprised me, is that on AI Day, they delivered a robot that could actually walk, could actually move its arms. The video they showed of it tethered doing tasks, there was a lot of inconvenient jump cuts. So obviously the robot didn't complete, like when it grabbed the box, it clearly fell over or failed. But they cut it in such a way that he grabbed the box and then it shows him walking in a different direction with it. They didn't want to show that transition and stuff because it's really janky and it's really unpredictable. Obviously, they want to shine it in the best possible light. But using the full self-driving technology is a big win for them, because they're developing that for the car and they already have a huge environmental data set outside. So in theory, if they get this robot programmed with the same thing as full self-driving, where it can identify people and a fire hydrant and a sign and lights, this thing could theoretically just go outside and walk up and down sidewalks and navigate through stuff if they can figure out how to get it to react fast enough. But the one thing I didn't notice is it moves incredibly slow. Like Honda Osmo moves faster than this thing does, and that is a slow robot. Atlas just makes this thing look like a total joke. But the one thing is this is only 12 months in and they were able to create this, which is pretty impressive. And it's all with, well, not all, but mostly bespoke parts and electronics. They're literally using the brain from the Tesla in the robot, and they've adapted and created like new relays. They're using their own pneumatic valves and actuators that they created in-house. That's a big deal, because when you design something, usually you have to compromise, right? You have no choice. You have to compromise if you want to hit any kind of a price target, and they don't have to. Tesla doesn't have to, because they've got all the tooling and all the machinery to just rapidly develop literally anything. Like if I wanted a metal coffee cup by the end of the day, it could happen there. They have the tooling for it, and they're set up in a way where they can dynamically take on tasks like that. They're not like a conventional company where it's like, okay, we got to book 6 months out and 50 meetings, and this is going to cost $2 million. You can just walk out to the machine shop and be like, hey dude, like, can you stay an extra hour and do this? Or maybe even just do it yourself on the equipment if you're trained on it. So it gives them a lot of flexibility that other companies don't have, and not just creating cars, but also in robotics, that gives them a huge edge. Now, where do I think the human robot's going to end up? I think it's just going to be a market. If they ever make them and they ever ship them, they're going to be well north of $100,000. I mean, Spot costs 70 grand. The little robotic dog that goes and does search and rescue. Yeah, that thing's like 70 grand from Boston Dynamics. There's no way Elon Musk is going to build a bipedal robot that walks like a human, that's safe to be around humans, that's light enough that it's not going to crush your grandma if it falls over. They're not going to design and move fast. That's the other thing. Did you notice how slow it moved? That was one thing I really noticed, like when it was doing this and it was like moving, it's very slow. It's because those pneumatic valves for like moving it and stuff, they don't have the programming worked out where it's like going to fly and just transfer that energy and fall over. And that's the trickiest part. If you watch Boston Dynamics stuff, that is the tricky part of robotics, is how do you move the thing fast and fluid. And it didn't move very fluid. There was a lot of really janky movements, especially with the legs when it was walking. That was kind of like that Terminator vibe. Also, did anybody else notice it looks just like Terminator 2, like in the shoulders and stuff? It's like he watched the movie and like patterned it after that with the joints and stuff. I do think that's cool. I thought that was a nice touch. But yeah, it's just a marketing machine. It's literally just a marketing machine. James James said, what I was saying is I see videos of people showing off features of their Tesla like it's special when it's not. Oh my God, it's got wheels. Guess what? It has a windshield, etc. No, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. But also on the other hand, they do have some pretty good features. Where they really struggle is quality. Their quality control. That's why I laugh when Monroe and Associates. So Tesla works with Monroe and Associates to, like, you know, analyze technology and stuff like that. And the guy who runs Monroe, I forget his first name, but Mr. Monroe, he's known for like disassembling products and figuring out better ways to manufacture them. That's what his company does. It optimizes things. And I think they do work for Tesla. If I remember right, they do work for Tesla to try to optimize designs and stuff in-house by ripping apart what they've already built. And he is all up Elon's ass. This guy loves Elon so much. He literally wants to make a baby with him, and he'd be willing to, because that's what Elon does. There's one thing he's really, really good at, is creating life. The guy is basically God with as many times he's skeeted. Also, that was funny. Did you guys see during an interview the other day? He's like, I really value the truth, and the truth is important, and people have to be truthful. And it's like, dude, didn't you like secretly bang the executive of Neuralink, causing the guy who created all the technology to leave the company that diddly squat about and effectively kill Neuralink. And you had 2 babies with her without anybody ever knowing until she went and filed in court. Like, the truth really isn't your strong point, Elon. It's like, don't all act and take the high ground like truth is really important and this blah blah blah. It's kind of like when the Catholic priest is looking into the crowd or whatever and being like, oh, and God said don't touch them little boys, and it's like, and then he, right after the sermon, he grabs like 3 of them and takes them in the back room. Like, I feel like Elon is that type of personality where it's like he says one thing but he really does another. He's very hypocritical in that way. All the stuff with Twitter was BS. Like when he was like, oh, there's so many videos of him saying, oh, I'm gonna buy Twitter. Oh, it's a bad economical decision. Oh, I know, I don't care. I don't care. I can lose $1 billion. Billions of dollars. I don't care. He's like, the finances never weighed in on me. And then he's like, oh, and I'm not buying it because of bots. We're going to litigate and everything, when there's a huge scale that shows the Tesla stock crashed when he did that. He didn't anticipate that. He didn't have the liquidity to get out without putting himself at huge risk. And he'd have to pay taxes on the money that he takes out before he purchases Twitter. So it costs more like $56 billion. It wasn't economically feasible. So he acts like the bots are the reason they didn't buy the platform, when there's like 100 videos of him saying he wants to buy Twitter to get rid of the bots. It just doesn't make sense. It's like he says whatever is advantageous to him at any given moment. That's it. He self-flatulates. Flagellates. I'm sure he flatulates too. But yeah, it's just kind of interesting. But I will say that he is really good at getting some of the smartest people in the world in a room together, because the Model S never would have happened if he didn't hire the Lucid Motors guy. So, and the Model S is what put Tesla on the map, not the Roadster. Everybody thinks the Roadster is what put Tesla on the map. No, the Roadster hurt Tesla's image irreparably. After Top Gear dropped the review and destroyed 2 of the cars, and then every other car on the street after that died. Like, there are no Roadsters running today unless they had custom work done to them. They're all dead. There's a company that does like retrofitting that puts like new brushes in the motors and stuff so you can drive them again. But if you were running on stock gear, there is like nobody, unless they put it in a garage and they stored it away and maintained the battery pack, there is no way anybody's driving around in like an original Roadster with more than like 20,000 miles on it with like the original motor, brushes, and transmission. They're all gone. Like the cars just fell apart. They were such crap. And that killed the company. Like, Tesla almost went under. They were like ready to declare bankruptcy. They were ready to like go under. And Elon was like, okay, let's hire the guy from that later becomes Lucid Motors CEO. I can't remember his name. He hires him and basically says, here's the engineering team. You can pick anybody you want. You're the head of this team, the design guy. You do this, put it together. And he was the one that presented the Model S. And Elon was like, shit, make it happen, Captain. And he did. And that's their most famous car. Like, not the Model 3, the Model S is the car that Tesla will always be known for, like their first real success. And it was a very big success. Let me ask you this, like, how many cars out there do you know that are an absolute quality control nightmare, that continuously fall apart and leave you stranded everywhere? How many people you know that buy a car like that still say that they would buy it over again, or they wouldn't trade it for the world? That's Tesla. Like, Tesla can actually build a steaming pile of crap quality wise, but because of its features when it's working and because of the things that it offers when it's working, people are willing to put up with the hassle. And that says something. That's a big deal. Like, because companies, it's really hard to create a product that is durable and lasts forever. It really is, especially on a budget. Like, if you have unlimited money, it's easy, right? Just throw all the aerospace materials at it, build everything to 10 times its tolerance. You're good. But that would cost too much money. You have to build something that's, cheap that you can make a profit on. So it's really hard to make something like out of the gate that's highly optimized that isn't going to have a shitload of weak links. So the one thing that you can do is either spend more, it's like NASA versus SpaceX. Do you spend more time checking every nut and bolt and going over it 1,000 times in simulations and everything to make sure that one launch, that one and only launch, is flawless out of the gate? Or do you just build a bunch of shit in the shed and keep lighting the fuse until one of them makes it? And then when that one makes it, then you move on to the next weakest link and the next weakest link until you've now blown up like, 100 spacecraft and destroyed 50 engines and, but you're still actually cheaper. Like in the long run, you're cheaper and you're ahead of schedule when you ship. And Tesla is very much like that. Like SpaceX and Tesla have that in common. That Tesla has gone through so many iterations that there isn't a single Tesla Model S on the road from like, say, 2012 to even like 2018. There is not a single car on the road that has not had a replacement part put on it that is re-engineered. Like there's no original Teslas out there like from that era because they broke down. The handles broke on every Model S. If you bought a Model S before 2018, every single one of them broke the handles. Every one of them had problems with the handles. And it would start with like the passenger side and then be the back or the driver door. They failed because it was a complex mechanism and it wasn't, and they just did not stress test it. So it didn't hold up and it was exposed to the elements and wire corrosion would stop it from working. The little armature breaking would stop it from working. There's so many moving parts. But then when they came out and replaced it, it looks the same and it basically does the same thing. But then you look inside of it and it's like, now it's like, 3 parts where there used to be like 50. Because they spent the time to engineer it. They spent the time to learn to be like, how much more do we have to build it? Or how much simpler can we make the mechanism for reliability? They changed out like moving parts with like actuators that were magnetic. So there was no friction surfaces that could wear out, no bearings to wear out. And now they got a door handle that's still space age. It still looks and acts the same as the old door handle. Nobody would notice looking at it. You could replace one on one side and have the old one on the other side, and nobody's really going to notice the difference in how they operate. Maybe sound a little different, but nobody would notice. But inside, they're completely different. And there's not a lot of companies that do that. Like there's not a lot of companies that just keep re-engineering something constantly. And if something breaks in their car, they don't just go pull something, new old stock and throw it on the car. They're like, okay, well, these people need these parts. Let's just manufacture them with the current technique to the current quality. And everything still fits, more or less. I think that's cool. Easy Spark said Edison was rather dickish. As a kid, Edison was a hero to me for being an inventor, but then as an adult, I learned the truth about how he did things and I lost my admiration for him. Yeah, see, I mean, it's funny. Don't meet your heroes, right? I used to be a huge fan of Elon Musk, and you start doing research and you realize really quick that Elon Musk is not the brilliant engineer. Elon Musk is the brilliant con man. Like, or I should say marketing guy, right? Every business has a con man, right? Marketing is a con man. Like use fancy words to sell shit, make promises that you have no intention of keeping. Whatever keeps the stock price going up and makes the investors happy, that's what you do, regardless of what your true intentions are. That's what Elon's good at, though. If you look at his history and how he made his fortune and the companies that he like created and then sold to other companies, that ultimately failed, his claim to fame is making people believe. He is very, very convincing. He presents as like kind of like a normal human. He doesn't have polished speech or read scripts and teleprompters and she just, hey guys, what's up? It's kind of funny. And people can relate to that. Like people actually like that. And that he presents as like this dude that just, whatever, whenever, we're fluid and we're just biggest company in the world making this specific thing because of this. And I invented this and I invented this. When in reality, he's just really good at taking all the talent in the world, sticking them in a room with the capital that he got from the last hustle, and then using all of those different hustles that he creates and destroys as fast and blink into existence and gone, like the bricks and the tunnel, the Neuralink, all that stuff. It keeps the media churning because he realized a long time ago that the best way to make money is to keep in people's faces and show them whimsical things. Like honestly, this robot may never even go beyond this stage. They may never even produce one. They may just like go down this thing and build it and be like, okay, well, we presented AI. Let's create something else to grab their attention, and they'll forget about the robot. But it'll keep the headlines going. Like if you open up like the headlines today, everybody's talking about Tesla bot. Why isn't everybody talking about Atlas? Atlas is way more capable. Why aren't people talking about Osmo? Even though it's older than crap, still more capable. So why aren't we? But it's because Elon cross promotes everything. That is the magic. If you have success in one field and you use that success to build another field, and then you use those 2 successes to build another field, and those 5 successes to build the other field, you start building credibility across a huge gamut of people. And that becomes super beneficial. So that's Elon's secret to success. And the other thing is people are like, oh, nobody could do what Elon does. Not true. That is absolute BS. I will say that Elon, if it wasn't for Tesla and it wasn't for his involvement with Tesla, because he ultimately was the hiring person that brought in the right talent, the Model S wouldn't have happened. If the Model S didn't happen, electric cars would be far further behind than they are today. Like it still would have happened. It just would have been much, much slower. Tesla really lit a fire under the industry's butt and sent us down a new path. The only problem is we're kind of sold, a bad bill of goods, because it's like all these cars now are failing. All the cars that are out of warranty, the battery packs are failing. Like and I'm not talking just weak capacity, like they're frying, they're dying, and Tesla isn't repairing them. And so a lot of these batteries are just ending up in landfills. And if we're lucky, they're getting torn apart and recycled for their components, but they're not being repaired. Like they're going to be a single capacitor dead in the pack, and they won't open it up and just replace that one capacitor. They just chuck the whole, $30,000 battery pack. And so it's not as clean as they let on. It's not environmentally friendly as they let on. The process of owning the car, sure, you don't have to put a bunch of oil and gas into it and stuff, which creates CO2, but you still have to create that big ass battery. When the battery wears out, most people are going to throw the car out with the battery, the baby out with the bathwater, because they won't be able to get a new battery for it, because the new battery technology won't fit the new iteration of the car. It's going to be like Apple, right? It's going to be a new fancy plug, and it's going to change, and people are going to have to rebuy their accessories. And so we're now just seeing that after all this time and all the billions of dollars and all the marketing. You go back and watch all the stuff that Elon said, and it's like, well, you knew at the time, like you did know at the time that this was coming. Like you can't design a product that has a finite lifetime and the most expensive component in the thing of this specific time frame, and you know that those batteries have to be dealt with. Like you have to have the infrastructure in place to recycle every one of those batteries and rebuild new batteries very energy efficiently. Whereas in this case, it's like these batteries, when they short out and stuff, they're not cracking them open and fixing them. They're not refurbishing them. It's like, if you're lucky, they're just grinding them up to their base materials and rebuilding everything from them. Now, to be fair, they are pretty recyclable. Like the old style battery packs are pretty recyclable. And the new ones, like everything's held together with like structural foam. So that's going to be an easy battery to recycle, because you're basically just going to go through and probably use a chemical process to melt away the foam. Then you'll have the individual cells. You can test the individual cells, right? And if the individual cells are still good, you take a balance set and build another battery pack for like an application as like a house power grid thing or something, right? You just build it into something new. People didn't know lithium cells have a limited life cycle. Most people didn't, Miss Nikita. Most people thought that the electric car, because it wasn't billed as like, oh, this is only going to work for this many years. The car was really billed as, this is an electric car. You just plug it in, charge, and you just drive it. You just drive it. It's like, you don't have to worry about consumables. But what they don't realize, that battery is a consumable. And when you think about it, it's like, okay, a battery, its effective life, if we go off of like the current Teslas, was about 10 years. About 10 years was the effective life on average. Some people got more than that. Some people got less. But let's say you got 10 years on the battery, right? And the battery costs like 20, I want to say it was 27,000 for the 300-mile range battery. The old one, not the new one. The new one I believe is cheaper. So $27,000, right? So now let's divide that by the 10 years that you have it. That's $2,700 a year. So actually, wait, that doesn't seem right. Hold on here. 27. So 27,000 divided by 10. Yeah, 2,700 a year. Okay. No, that's right. So 2,700 a year, then divide that by 12. That's $225 a month you're paying. Now, granted, that's actually pretty good. Like if you're talking about the consumables, you combine that with the cost of electricity, that's still probably going to be cheaper than gas, especially at today's prices. But nobody factors that in when they buy the car. Like nobody thinks about that. They're like, oh, in 10 years when the battery pack's gone, that's going to be $27,000 of the car's value. And they expect the cost of the batteries to come down, but that's not how it works, because Elon creates new batteries with new cells that are incompatible with the old car. So the old cars will still require an old battery that is no longer manufactured. So what do you do then? Like the car is dead. Like the company's never going to make a new battery for it unless you do some super custom thing where you retrofit a battery or something, which would be really hard to do on a car where it's like the battery is designed to be compact and a part of the structural member of the car. So you effectively, the car is gone. Like, so you have to factor in that like a gas car, is gonna get, you know, way more than 10 years of life out of. Like, there's still cars on sale 30 plus years old. It's common to see, you know, gas powered cars on the road that have had, you know, minimal work on the engine and transmission and drivetrain, but you have way more consumables. So it all at the end of the day kind of balances out. But the thing that I'm worried about is, look how many people are buying electric cars now versus 2012, like when the Model S came out. Look how many EVs are selling. It's crazy. Like, a massive amount of EVs are selling. Well, that means that they're also going to fail around the same time. So they're having a hard time right now, even with like the early sales, because they're just seeing the original cars die. Well, what happens in 10 years when all of the cars sold today die? That's going to be many, many, many millions more cars. And it's like, those have to go somewhere and be recycled and torn down, or you can LS swap it. Exactly, Freak. You can go rich rebuilds route. You can drop a diesel in it. Totally, dude. Totally. But yeah, people don't really factor that in to the decision that these cars are basically disposable. However, the one thing people are finding though is that the powertrain is valuable, like for other applications. So if your Model S dies, you'll always be able to find somebody who'll buy the motors off you. Like, they'll even come to your house. They'll tear the whole car down, take the motors out of it before it goes to scrap. Those motors are valuable because that drivetrain can be used in many, many, many other applications. So Little Demon, no, it's actually being done. Like right now, if you go to the YouTube channel Rich Rebuilds, he is putting a diesel engine and a Tesla. Because last year he did a gas-powered V8 in a Tesla. He did an LS swap on a Tesla, and it's not an easy job. Like, it takes a lot of work to make an electric car want to be a gas car. It's actually way easier to go from a gas car to an electric than it is from an electric to a gas car. And so he successfully did that. And now he's doing the same thing with the diesel. Although recently I think they had to change course on some of the plans because the EPA like reached out to him and said that they were going to fine the crap out of him. The EPA's really, really been cracking down on YouTubers lately. Who was it? There's a YouTuber a week ago. I can't remember who it was. Was it no, it wasn't TJ Hunt. It was somebody who was rolling coal. They fired up their truck and they hit the gas and they were rolling coal, and coal was coming out of the stack. And the EPA actually sent them a letter saying that they had to dismantle that car and that they were going to remove the registration for it if they didn't immediately fix that so that it would meet emissions. And the reason that they're doing this is because you literally have video on the internet of you doing it on a public road. And so they're like, okay, well, we have the evidence. You just handed us the evidence. And so now people are getting smart enough, or the government's getting smart enough to know that they can use YouTube for their case against somebody. So, you know, so unless you live in a place where there's no emissions, you can't get away with that stuff. The EPA had it hard for the diesel guys for years. Optics. Well, the thing is, like, diesel, honestly, I know diesel creates some other pollutants, but realistically, I mean, the applications that diesel's used in, it's a lot. No, this is different than Heavy D Sparks. The Heavy D Sparks was like the OG one that they went after, I think, for $800,000. But there was one recently, like a much smaller YouTuber, and I can't remember who it was. But one of the, I'll figure it out. I'll try to remember, because I just watched it like yesterday or the day before. I can't believe I can't remember. But they basically got a letter from the EPA saying to knock it off. Oh no, it was Rich Rebuilds. Never mind. Rich Rebuilds has a diesel truck, an old diesel truck that he converted by putting a modern engine into, and he was rolling coal, and they said, oh no, because it's not the original engine in the original car, everything has to be brought up to EPA standards or something like that. Oh, is it Whistling Diesel? Whistling Diesel, I don't think he lives anywhere where they're going to do that. I mean, for the EPA to have any access to you, you have to be in an area where, you know, they can enforce some kind of emission law. Diesel isn't as green as you might think. Oh, diesel isn't green at all. Diesel is most certainly not green. Burning things is not clean unless it's hydrogen. It's not. You're always going to have byproducts. And so when you're burning diesel, I'm sure there's about 1 million chemicals that you were releasing off if you're not using DEP. And even if you are using DEP or whatever, you're still not green. You're still going to be creating a hell of a lot of pollution. But same for gas cars. Gas cars are the same way, right? You might not see big plumes of black smoke coming out of the car because, you know, you're a spark plug timed, you know, low compression engine, you know, burning a really clean fuel versus a diesel, which you have to get the fuel is excessively hot and under a lot of pressure to burn it efficiently before, you know, where it's not just blowing out solid particles, which is the smoke. But you know, but the thing is, you make up for it in gas mileage. Like diesel with the torque and stuff, like if you tried to put a gas powered engine in a semi, the gearbox and the RPM range that you'd have to put the engine in and everything like that, like good luck. You're not going to get the same torque as you will out of a diesel, and you're going to have to spend a lot more money, and the maintenance is going to be a lot higher. Diesel engines are basically just indestructible. Like, I mean, they're designed right out of the gate to handle like 20-to-1 compression ratios. Like, I mean, cast iron blocks. Like they're just, and that's why they're so expensive. Like the funny thing is to produce a diesel engine isn't that much more expensive than creating a gas engine. But for some reason, they're like 3 times, 4 or 5 times as expensive for an engine with similar specs as far as horsepower, not torque. Torque is through the moon. But you're like, why? And I would actually argue that the gas motors are much more complex. The gas motors have to have timing. They have to have a spark plug system, ignition coils, an overly complicated electrical system. Like all these things modern cars have. A diesel engine is very simple. A diesel engine is just high pressure pump to spray diesel into a cylinder that's under a crap load of pressure, and that crap load of pressure ignites the fuel. And rinse and repeat, right? Up, down, up, down, up, down. You basically have 4-stroke engine where you don't even need a spark plug. You need a glow plug to start the first ignition, but the heat from that first ignition is enough to create enough heat and pressure that it continues combusting. And so they're just built like a tank. Even the little car diesels, it's like, it's not uncommon for those diesel engines to go 300, 400, 500,000 miles. I mean, honestly, trucks. I almost bought a diesel truck back in the day. It was an F250, and it had 190,000 miles on it, and they were selling it for like 30+ grand. And I was like, how in the hell? It was like a 12-year-old truck with like 190,000 on it, and they were selling it for that. And I went and looked it up, and sure enough, it was actually a good price. Like there was dealers that were selling that same thing for like 45 grand for a truck that has 190,000 miles on it. If it was a gas vehicle, no, it'd have no value. Like it literally scrap value. They'd offer you maybe $1,000 because they just pull the engine and melt it down for the materials. The diesel engines, however, are worth like everything. Like the whole truck can be just mangled around it. As long as you got a good running solid diesel engine that has like under 200,000 miles, that thing's still considered fresh. It's crazy. Like I think the semis, I think even semi engines will go a million plus miles between rebuilds, which is just crazy. Like think about it, like your car is never going to go a million miles. I mean, unless you have that one super overbuilt Lexus. Like the only 2 vehicles I know of that have hit 1 million miles they're both Lexuses. So, because Lexus just overbuilt their crap for like a couple of years. 190Ks just broke in. Truth. Well, we covered Tesla bot. You know, I was kind of, like I said, I was kind of impressed with it. You know, it was way more than I was expecting from Elon. As far as robotics, I think they're way behind Boston Dynamics, way behind Honda, actually pretty much way behind everybody in the industry. And the thing is even though it's it's more of a novelty because it's not a practical design. Like you could create a robot that has a much more efficient design than a human body. To create a robot that looks like a human, like Atlas or something, the reason that you're doing that is because you're trying to create something that humans can identify with, right? It's not the most efficient thing for the job. I mean, a pick and place robot is going to be 1,000,000 times faster than a human. This thing's way slower than a human at everything. And it probably will remain slower because it's got a lot of mass to move around. Like, you know, it's like the thing weighs more than I do. And swinging its arms around and stuff, these big heavy metallic arms and stuff, even if you could overpower it, like Elon was like, oh, because of the pneumatics and stuff, you could overpower it. What if it falls on you? What if it slams into you? What if it swings its arm back and hits you? I mean, there's still a lot of mass in that robot that could do damage, and they're not going to get that thing light enough. Like with the components that are necessary to make it do what they want it to do, they're not going to be able to get it to any kind of manageable weight for, like, you know, to help your Nana out. So, but I will tell you that it's a cool platform to test their AI stuff. Like, that's pretty cool. I think it's cool that they have their own, but you don't want to have sex with a pick and place machine. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be Blade Runner, man. It's going to be Blade Runner. They're all, except for they're not going to be like biological clone people. They're going to be like robots with vaginas. That'd be funny. Dude, you know, I got to say this is going to be, sorry, this is going to be a little off the rails, but you know that at least one of those workers late night at the Tesla factory has like taken a fleshlight and duct taped it to the end of one of those big Kodo arms or whatever. It just like this big arm that's like 10 feet tall and can lift an entire body of a car and flip it upside down in 1 second and dunk it in an acid tank. And it's just going to be going like back and forth. And the engineer's just going to be sitting there like, yeah. All alone in this big, huge warehouse. I mean, you'd have to do it. I mean, geez, I got my Dexter arm that, I mean, he's sad and he's sitting in the closet. All it needs is an RC servo. I just got to buy like a $15 servo and that thing would be back in operation and I'd have an arm, but that's a long ways away. I got to get this room in order first. The new medication they have me on though is working fantastic. Like, I couldn't be happier with it right now. I just hope I still feel this way tomorrow. I really do. Ooh, I don't want that wire tight. Don't break my only camera. No breaking my only camera. There we go. Dude, brah. Wait, so that means more user data on the net, nothing is safe? Well, I mean, everything, like all the Amazon strategy is just to spy on everything you do. They're building a data set for the future. See, it tipped people off if you were gathering data for something that you were doing right now. It's better to pull like a Facebook and, you know, and just collect data over a long period of time. And then at opportune moments, use all that data you've collected over those years to do stuff that you told people you wouldn't. So, and if you think companies like, dude, even when I worked at Microsoft, I had access to the dump files from the crashes. I could connect to the weird database and like open up the dump file. If I knew your IP address or I knew your MAC address or I knew your computer name or I knew your login name or your email, I could go right into the Watson database and pull up every app that ever crashed on your computer, load it into the debugger, align the symbols, pull the data out of the local variables, reconstitute it into an image if it's Skype or a video, and watch it. And I had access to do that. Every employee, every developer had that level of access to just go in there and look at OACR crash data. So, yeah. So just think about how that data is going to be used in the future. What's really scary is when all the companies come together. So when you have like Amazon and Facebook and and Google and all these companies are like, listen, we all have unique data sets, but if we pool and give access, like read-only access to each other's data sets, then we can all build something that's bigger than the sum of the parts and we can all benefit from it. It's the day that happens that we should be really, really scared. Miss Nikita said, I don't mind. Amazon only gets to see porn on my system, hardcore porn. I'm sure they appreciate that. Hey, Johnny Rocket, what's up, my man? Thank you for the $5 super chat. He said, I was listening before, but had to leave. How many hours have you been live? A long time. Like, I've just been feeling so good. I just wanted to stream for a while today. I'm probably going to wrap it up, though, because it's getting around dinner-ish time. And I'd like to go spend some time with the family while I'm in a good, bubbly mood, because that never happens, ever, in my current life. So being semi pain free, although my back, I will contest my back does hurt right now, but it's very mild compared to even the best of times. And rubbing it actually feels good when normally rubbing it is really sore. So I'm just sitting here rubbing it for you guys here on YouTube. Hope you don't mind. Oh yeah, it feels good. About a 5-inch stroke using 4 fingers. Gets right in there on that muscle. Yeah, my SI joint just gets sore sitting in this chair. This chair is just a little too hard for me, ladies. Yeah, I'm going to jump in the hot tub for sure tonight. Like, the hot tub helped with I pulled a muscle in my back, and the hot tub, like, almost got it working again. Like, it's still a little tight, but it doesn't hurt super bad. So, I honestly did not expect to wake up today in this good a shape. I didn't. Like, I honestly thought that this was going to be, like, the shittiest transition ever. The next 2 weeks, I was going to be suffering really bad. I braced for the worst, but this is just a pleasant surprise. Like this is amazing. I hope this keeps up. Like this will honestly, if I just feel like this every day, like I will grab life by the horns again. So we'll see. Hopefully this isn't just like a, you know, my body getting used to new medication and then it just like goes back to the way it was. I am properly and thoroughly happy with how things are going right now. Thought YouTube had a membership gifting thing, or is that a feature they're still not rolled out? I actually don't know. I've heard of it. I haven't used it. A short mellow walk and then a hot tub. Yeah, no, that's a great idea. I might actually go for a walk. You know, even if it's just like over to the park or something, because I haven't been over there in like 6 months or a year. And then tomorrow I'll probably go take my car for a drive. Hell, maybe I'll go up and see my old boss. I haven't seen him in months and months and months. That'll be fun. Yeah, tolerance is a bitch. Luckily, the medication that they put me on, I shouldn't build a tolerance to like I did to the oxycodone. Takes time for your body to get used to it. Keep a day out with the meds if you can. Oh no, I am 100% going by the book on this one. I try to be a good boy on that stuff. So, but the nice thing about this is it's like, it is gross. Like having to melt a tongue under your mouth that tastes like squirrel anus is not the best, but the results speak for themselves. So, I'm happy with that. I'm really happy with that. So we did talk about some Nvidia versus Intel. We didn't talk about painless tattoos. Sorry, I know a lot of people wanted to hear about that. That was actually AuxxZillary's topic, but he left before we got to it. And also Earth is a diamond factory. Apparently we found a place like studying the Earth. It's something to do with like the crust or something like that. We found a layer that's basically just like concentrated diamonds. So it turns out that diamonds are like incredibly super common. We kind of already knew that, but they're even more common than you think. They're just at a place where you can't necessarily get to them. What are my personal thoughts on this platform over Twitch? I prefer to just keep things separate. I like Twitch's community features more, like Twitch's chat and the way that you can gift subs and the bits and all that stuff, like the way it's integrated in. I prefer Twitch for like my regular stream. YouTube is a good place for tech talk because it's on par with most of the content that was on my channel before. I mean, I'm still a way different person these days, but that's circumstances, right? Things change people. But man, I'm getting tired. that sleep that I barely got is finally catching up with me, guys. But the NASA DART mission, did you guys watch that? That was pretty damn cool. NASA successfully crashed a satellite going 14,500 miles an hour into the side of an asteroid called, I think it was Didymus. And it was cool. Like observatories on Earth actually witnessed it happen. So not only did we get to see super high resolution photos from the onboard camera as it was approaching the asteroid at tremendous speed, we also got to see it from Earth. So even after it exploded, the observatories could actually see the spray from the hit. Like the impact that kicked all the dust back was all visible from many places, different observatories around Earth. And I thought that was really, really cool. Oh yeah, the last few images were absolutely amazing. Like it was cool to see an asteroid that's that small up close like that. It's freaking amazing. Can't wait for the data to come back to see if it worked. Well, you're not going to get much data back from it after it exploded. No, I know what you mean though. Yeah, no, they have to wait a couple of months because they're not going to be able to measure the distance because obviously the satellite's destroyed now. They're not going to be able to measure the orbit like change until a couple of months. They have to, because they're expecting that the changes to the orbit are going to be minute. Like it was never designed to like move the asteroid a ton. It was just to nudge it to see if you could influence and change its path. And so they have to wait a couple of months to be able to really visualize that and take the measurements, you know, because we are kind of measuring it from like a bajillion miles away. So we have a planetary defense shield. It kind of is. Like, if you think about it, it's just a really poor people's shield. Because what does a shield do? It repels something, you know. What is smashing like bullets into the side of thing that's coming at you to neutralize it? Like, if you think about it, it's kind of like noise canceling headphones. Like noise canceling headphones use a microphone to hear an incoming sound And then the processor is so fast that it can actually invert and play the opposite canceling sound, like like another, it's basically playing the same thing back to it, but at a different phase. And they cancel each other out. The waves crash into each other. And what do they call it? It's not a sympathetic wave, a destructive wave. So a destructive wave comes together, boom, they're gone. The sound never reaches your ear. And that all happens as fast as the speed of sound hits the microphone. And before it gets from here to here, there's already a sound shooting back, canceling it out. So it's super fast. So if you think about it, like a planetary defense system, if we can detect asteroids coming towards Earth and we can calculate, you know, and we don't have to calculate that quickly, right? If we can, the further out we can see, the more planning we have. But if we see an asteroid like coming for Earth, we can just be like, okay, if we launch this, and hit it at this spot, it's going to project and it's just going to miss us and go flying by. We can do that. And if you sped it up through time, like if you sped it up sufficiently, it would look like we had shields. Like if you sped it up times a billion years a second, you know, well, not really. I mean, actually, it could be a billion years a second. But if you did, it would look like there was a shield around the planet. You just see, and it'd be all those things impacting those targets and sending them off on different trajectories or blowing them up. Although blowing up asteroids is not a good idea. Our Armageddon kind of got it wrong. Like our Armageddon would have, like, yeah, the Earth still would have been properly boned. But yeah, it's like the goal isn't to destroy the satellites and create as much rubble as possible. It's impacting the satellite just to nudge it, because if we can catch it, well, it's, you know, a couple million miles that way, and we only have to nudge it off course by like a tenth of a degree, and that's enough to clear Earth. Whereas if it gets too close, then you have no way to deflect it. The mass needed to deflect it, the closer it gets, has to be bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So we're designing a system that's like, we can detect stuff, well, it's so far away that we can intercept it and change its course by a fraction of a degree, and it's enough to miss Earth. I think that's cool. I think it's neat. Yeah, don't blow it up, just push it away from Earth. Yeah, exactly. Just give it a little nudge. And then the cool thing is, because the satellite isn't that large that they're impacting with it, and they could just impact it with 1,000 satellites theoretically if they needed to, right? We could just build these things like bullets at some point and mass produce them. If you did something like that, the debris that'd be knocked off the surface from these impacts is going to be pretty minute. You're not going to have to worry about large fragments that are going to enter the atmosphere and make it to ground. Most of them are going to burn up. So, you know, it's okay to kick like dust and small chunks off the planet. Like when you hit it with something, what you don't want to do is crack the planet and have like mountainous chunks come off of it, because then now you got multiple bogeys. And if multiple of them are on course to Earth, you know, in theory, if you hit it right, the explosion should pinball them out so that they would miss Earth. But let's say that two of them hit each other and like cancel them out. Like it's like this one, Didymus is in orbit of a bigger asteroid. Let's say you knocked a huge chunk off it and it came over and it hit the planetary body, but gravity wasn't enough to hold it, so it bounces off, and then you've got another bogey. You know, and now you got to send satellites to deflect, you know, more things, and that would probably get old really, really fast. This remedy guy is funny in chat. He's cracking me up. Yeah, guys, everything I'm saying is fake. The Earth is flat. Jewish space lasers burned down California. Hydrochlorochrome or whatever it's called, adrenochrome that you suck out of like baby fetuses or whatever. That's all real. Oh my gosh. Hey, remedy, attention. He needs our attention. Let's get attention. There we go. He needed some attention, so I gave him some attention. Remedy, you voted for Trump too, right? Dude, you know he did. Come on, seriously? Like Democrats don't do that. Like Democrats don't go channel to channel. Like, oh my God, the sheep. Oh my God, Jesus coming, they're sending. Oh my God. No, you usually don't get that from the Democrats too much. Although, because I have to clarify, because people always get all worked up about the political BS. I talk about everything on Twitch, like completely uncensored. I will touch every subject. But no, when it comes to like politics and stuff like that, it's like, yeah, there's crap on both sides. Like Nancy Pelosi is a piece of garbage. All her stuff does with the insider trading and actually the only thing that she bipartisan supports with like the Republicans is like anything that could potentially take away her ability to legally invest in markets. So screw her, screw Trump, screw everybody that's ever supported Trump. It's a shit show. But politics is a shit show. That's the thing is like that I've learned over the last couple of years is that it's all BS, man. It's just people lying to gain your favor, and you try to pick the person who's the least evil. That's basically what it is. Vote for whoever is the least evil. What is he going on about? How come there is an Antarctic treaty since 1952? What is this guy on about? Does anybody know? Like I don't even get it. I'll time him out for a while. What was he going on about? I thought he just wanted attention, but it looks like he was like actually believing the crap that he was saying. Weird. You bet he watches Alex Jones? Ain't nobody gonna be watching Alex Jones pretty soon, man. Pelosi is a Sith Lord, just like Dick Cheney. Oh, good. Yeah, he was just trolling. He doesn't believe anything he was saying. That's the thing. You can always tell when those people just come in and they just start saying ridiculous stuff like that. That's why I was saying attention. I'm giving him attention. Attention. I mean, and I get it. You know, people get lonely. People get bored. You know, and getting a response from humans is fun. Like, I like it when I join a live stream and say something and, you know, the person says something back. I mean, I usually don't take the negative route, but, you know, it is nice to have interaction. I get it. I get where he's coming from. Have I tried CBD oil? I sure have, sir. Does not agree with me and had absolutely zero positive effects for me. Doesn't mean it won't for other people. What does it say? How come I'm not rich yet? I don't know, man. I could ask myself the same question. Alex Jones will never go away. Grifters are going to grift. Well, I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, the cokehead mattress guy is still around too. Jack Ander Painting, thank you for that 11-month renewed membership to the channel. I appreciate it, brother. But that was just a little taste of what I do over on Twitch. I mostly keep that off, but I'm feeling good today and I'm streaming by myself because Aux had to go. So towards the end of the stream, I can talk about this stuff. But usually this is the type of stuff that I talk about over on the Twitch stream. So do I still own glassware? I love it. Oh, Glasswire. You know, I haven't used it in a long time. Since I moved to PF Sense, I haven't really needed it. But I believe it supports SNMP, so I probably could connect it to the SMP server on my PF Sense and actually get like nice graphical charts and everything out of it. I mean, I have a license. I should fire it up and try it again. I loved it though. Glasswire is a fantastic piece of software. I actually did a video on it back when it was a one dev project. Like it was a pet project of one guy. And I think he's still at the company. But no, it's good software. I recommend it. And I'd say use my affiliate link, but Linus will get the commission because of this honey browser shit that he did. Anybody that clicks on any of my affiliate links for Glasswire, it just immediately pops up with honey in the browser and says, oh, put Linus's code in there instead. And it just does it automatically. And then I lose the commission. That's why I don't like honey. Not a big fan of honey. Like, I don't care about like coupon stuff. Like if it's like Edge or something like that, it just drives me nuts that honey created an infrastructure to basically steer all the revenue from the smaller creators to the big creators without them doing anything. It's a little annoying. Let's see here. What did Cinderella say when she got to the ball? Choking noises. Oh, I get it. Got to the balls. Oh my God, dude. Oh, I will tell you guys, who here is into stand-up comedy? Well, I mean, if you watch me, you're probably into some kind of comedy. There was a Netflix stand-up. Who was it last night? It was what's his name? Kim, Joe Kim. What? You guys know what I'm talking about. God, why can't I remember now? What was his name? It was so good. Here, let me see if I can find it here real quick. Joe Coy. That's who it was. I think it was Joe Coy. Let me see if I can find him. Is it him? Yep, that's him. So Joe Coy did a stand-up special on Netflix. If you just go to look like popular shows, it's in there. And holy cow, is the latest one so funny. Like the one that just came out. It's the best set he's ever done. I laughed so hard for so long that I gave myself a bad headache and actually like hurt my back more. It was so funny. It's Joe K like that, like Joe Coy, Jokoi. I haven't seen the latest Jeff Foxworthy. Is it on Netflix? I like Here's Your Sign guy. I go watch that. But guys, this is next level though. This is like, I will honestly say that Joe Coy, his set is even funnier than the Chappelle show sets that I've seen. Like even the old ones. Like it's unbelievably good. And it's very like period centric. Like they talk about a lot of like everything, like the jokes are about like COVID and masks and stuff, but it's not what you think. Like he takes this stuff to crazy levels. And I was laughing so damn hard because everything that he says in this with the jokes and everything is like relational stuff that nobody will say out loud. And it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. So please go watch that and let me know what you think. I have watched his comedy before and thought that he was a pretty funny guy, but I didn't think he was this funny. Like, holy cow. Me and my wife just put it on because she's like, oh, there's a new Joe Coy stand-up, and we like watching stand-up comedy. So we threw it on. I have never laughed so hard in my life. Like, I mean, we were both like doubled over in pain laughing, like literally for like 15 minutes at a time. We had to keep pausing it because we were like, we couldn't breathe. It's that funny. And it's very, very rare to find something that is that funny. It really is. So he freaking killed it. And then he has like a little monologue thing like in the middle of it. It's really long too. I think it's like an hour and a half or hour and 20 minutes for a comedy set. That's a long time. But I mean, it's crazy. It hits you in the feels. It's got super funny stuff. It's just wild. It's really, really good. Really, really good. So let me know over on Twitter. Hit me up on Twitter at Barnacules if you guys watch it, and let me know what you think, because obviously comedy is very subjective and different people are gonna, like or dislike. Like people might dislike some of his jokes because his jokes are incredibly borderline on everything, like everything you can think of. But when he does his bit about COVID and the masks, and then his bit about I'll just say this, toilet paper, I was losing it. I was absolutely losing it because the stuff that he was saying was so relatable, but also so ridiculous. Like he makes you like look at it and you're like, yeah, that actually did happen. And he makes you reflect on it in a different way. And it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Is it one of those comedies where they go off the deep end? Pretty much, but controlled off the deep end. Not like Chappelle, where Chappelle just goes like full force into something that is a super, super touchy thing, right? I'd say that Joe Coy avoids most of that stuff. He's not trying to offend everybody on earth. However, the stuff that he's saying sounds really bad, like sounds super bad, but we can all relate. And because we can relate to it, it becomes funny, less offensive and more funny. And one of the best parts about the whole thing is he basically heckles a guy in the crowd. There's a guy in the front seat in the crowd that he basically picks out, and he just keeps repeatedly coming back and picking on this guy. But he does it in such a way that the guy is laughing so hard that he's almost throwing up, and his wife next to him just has tears running down her face from laughing so hard because he keeps acting like he's not going to go after the guy again. And then he'll go off into a completely different subject and he'll spin it around and relate it to the guy and come back to him like every time. And it's just, oh my God, it's perfect. It's a perfect set. It's like, I'd rarely say that. Like there's very few perfect sets that I've seen. I've seen Eddie Murphy do a perfect set. I've seen Bob Saget do a perfect set. I've seen, let's see, who else would I stand-up comic? Who am I thinking of? Oh, of course, George Carlin. George Carlin did many perfect sets. I've seen Dave Chappelle do a perfect set. And by perfect set, I mean the thing is completely funny or relatable through the whole thing. There's no dead spots. And Joe Coy definitely did a perfect set. Like there was nothing in the entire thing that wasn't funny to me. Like it was all great. And even the stuff that like I kind of disagreed with, like I don't even know if that's the right word, because in comedy I think everything goes. I think in comedy you can be as crazy as you want to be, and so I like comedy like that. I like the fact that it's like, okay, this is no holds barred, we're gonna make fun of everybody and everything. So a lot of people don't like Chappelle because he takes that to like the nth degree, but I would say that Joe Coy is probably one of the most perfect sets I've seen. Like, I mean, he freaking nailed it. Like, absolutely nailed it. Like, he even says at the end, it's funny, he calls his son out at the end to give him a hug and do a bow to the crowd, because his son is a big part of the jokes he's telling and stuff, his family. And he has his son come out and he like gives him a hug, and he does, you know, the microphone, he whispers into his son's ear, but you can barely pick it up on the microphone. And he's like, dude, I killed that. He's like, I killed that set. I killed it. And he was like literally crying. Like, Joe Coy, that you could tell in the moment that he felt that that was the best performance of his life. And I believe it is. Like, it's that good. Like, and you could tell, like, when he started out, it wasn't rough, but when he started out, you could tell he was a little bit tense. But as soon as he got his flow, as soon as he like jumped on it, he got his flow and the crowd started reacting, man, he just fell into that shit like a perfectly fitting shoe. It was awesome. How does Joe Coy compare to Trevor Noah? No contest. Joe Coy steamrolls him for stand-up. Steamrolls him. But Trevor Noah is very funny. Trevor Noah is very, very funny. I'm not saying like there's a massive gap there, but Joe Coy is really, really, really funny. And he was ahead of his time telling Bill Cosby to go fuck himself before it was cool. Dude, Eddie Murphy did amazing sets. Oh God, who's the other guy? Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor did some really, really funny sets back in the day. But those guys were also just like completely blasted out of their mind on like every drug known to man, which surprisingly helps in stand-up comedy quite a bit. Same thing with alcohol. Like most stand-up comics, they'll usually have a couple of drinks before they go up, because if you're not loose, everything's timing. With stand-up comedy, everything is timing. You can literally have the worst jokes on earth and make the funniest set ever if you just get the timing right. Like the timing, what do they say? Comedy is just timing plus. Oh, I can't even remember the saying. What is it? It's like something plus time equals comedy. How does Joe Coy compare to Mitch Hedberg? What was in your opinion? Joe Coy killed Mitch Hedberg on this. And I love Mitch Hedberg. I am a massive Mitch Hedberg fan. I laugh at nearly every single joke the guy tells, but Joe Coy's delivery is just fantastic. Drugs plus time. There it is. Comedy is tragedy plus timing. Thank you. Thank you, Christian. That's what I was looking for. So comedy is tragedy plus timing. So, and tragic, especially relatable. Like, I want you guys to see it, so I'm not going to tell any of his jokes, but I will say that he gets incredibly dirty. Like just prepare yourself for it. He goes into some really, really gross shit. But it's 100% relatable. And the stuff that he says, I'm going to urge you, if you have a girlfriend or you have a wife or husband, whoever your significant other is, you need to sit down and watch this thing together, because it is 10 times more funny if your significant other is sitting next to you, because the majority of the set that he does is basically outing the perspective of both people in a completely relatable way. And he includes some stuff that you don't even think about. Like, until he tells the joke, you think about it and you start laughing so hard because you realize it's true. And he does it really well, though. It doesn't make you feel uncomfortable. It just makes you laugh hysterically. It's so good. Have I talked about potentially doing stand-up? I always wanted to do stand-up. It's on my bucket list to do stand-up, but unfortunately I've been hurting so bad and things have been going so bad and the stress levels going up and the house is falling apart and everything. It got to the point where I was just trying to get along day to day. Today, I actually is the first time in probably a year or more that I felt this good. So this is incredibly rare. And I only had like 4.5, 5 hours of sleep, and it was the best sleep I've had in well over a year. And so I hope that continues. I hope this path that I'm on continues, because this would be amazing. Like, I feel like I would actually want to wake up in the morning and actually like do stuff instead of just feeling like I'm in pain and trying to get some level of comfort for some small period of time. Ralphie May was pretty funny. Is Joe Coy's latest stand-up Easter Sunday? No, I think it's just Joe Coy. Hey, Jerry, Miss Barnacules and Xander, been ages. Sorry for that, but here now. Hey, Palmet, what's up, dude? Here, let me see what the special was called. Joe Coy Netflix special. I'll get the name of it. Joe Coy live from Los Angeles. Is that it? Yeah, it's Joe Coy live from Los Angeles Forum. and it's oh my god, it's hilarious. It's oh my god. I honestly will probably watch it again just to go through, even though usually I don't rewatch comedy sets for a long time, like give it a year or so. I will probably go back and watch it again because it was just so funny, and it'll be funny again over and over again because of the stuff that he says and the stuff he talks about. It's just absolutely mind-blowingly good. Just, I don't recommend having your kids in the room though. Like, make sure your kids are like in bed or out of earshot, because the stuff that he says is so over the top, and you'll cringe. If your kid is anywhere within earshot, you're gonna cringe. All right, guys, I think I'm gonna wrap it up. I've been streaming for hell, I don't even know how long I've been streaming. Is there a timer? Let's see. Is there a timer down here? 6 hours? I've been streaming for 6 hours? Holy crap. I can't even remember the last time I streamed for 6 hours. Man, I am proud of myself. Oh man, I might have to pleasure myself after this, after 6 hours, man. I feel like I earned it. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. Thanks for hanging out for Tech Talk today. If you guys are just joining, AuxxZillary was with me for the first 3.5 hours. So we talked about a whole array of stuff. If you want to go back and watch the VOD, I'd really appreciate it. Before you leave, if you would please hit that like button and hit that subscribe button. I would super appreciate that. And I hope that I get to be this happy again tomorrow, because this is super rare to feel like this. And man, did I need it. I really needed it. Christian said, can I recommend a movie? Please watch Everything Everywhere All at Once if you haven't yet. Oh, is that martial arts movie? Is that like that modern martial arts movie? Oh God, I can't remember the lady's name from Crazy Rich Asians or whatever. Because I do want to see it. I watched a trailer for it and I was like, dude, this looks awesome. The fight choreography is like pretty amazing. I know nothing about the story though, so. All right. Also, I'm going to ask you guys one more favor too. My most active social network is Twitter. So if you guys would log into your Twitter account and give me a follow over there, even if you don't use the platform, I'm just trying to get more followers. Hit me up at Barnacules over on Twitter. I see everything on there, literally everything. Twitch stream tomorrow, probably Monday, but we'll see. If it depends, because I think tomorrow I'm going to go try to see my boss if he's around. If he's not around, I might do a Twitch stream. But definitely on Monday. Like as long as nothing bad happens between now and Monday, you know, knock on wood, because my life has been a fucking roller coaster lately. As long as everything's good, then I will definitely be streaming. Probably not for 6 hours, but we'll see. Do I think I'll be leaving Twitch or YouTube when it comes to live streaming? No, I'll stream on both. I love streaming on both. I keep both channels separate. Like honestly, this is probably one of the first videos on YouTube where it's like I gone solo after Tech Talk and actually like got into some stuff that I normally don't talk about here. But if you liked it, if you like the edgy stuff a little bit more, then definitely check out the Twitch stream, because over there I am completely like, there is nothing binding me at all. Zero, zilch. All right, I'm gonna phone her in here. Let's do a final little. Oh, thank you so much for your patronage. And I will see you guys again on Monday over on Twitch TV/Barnacules. And I will be there Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And if you don't like Twitch and you refuse to watch anything over there, then I will be back on this platform next Saturday at 11 a.m. Pacific time. And I appreciate all of the super chats. I'll make sure 50% of that goes to AuxxZillary. And I think that's about it. I think we're good to go. Man, I'm going to go enjoy the rest of my evening, because like I said, I haven't felt like this in a really, really long time. And I'm going to go enjoy it now. All right. Peace out, guys. Later.